Son becomes the father the son. This is all I can send you, Kal-El. It's not who I am underneath that defines me, but what I do. You want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts. Just because someone stumbles and loses their path doesn't mean they're lost forever. They're making me angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry. I let my father die because I trusted him, because he was convinced that I had to wait, that the world was not ready. What do you think? With great power comes great responsibility. We are Groot. We are Groot. We are Groot. We are Groot. We're Groot. We're Groot. We're Groot. I'm with you till the end of the line.
Well, I don't think I've been this excited to do a live stream for ages. It's the first one New Year's Eve thing that I'm doing, right? So it's like, it's the 31st of December 2023 for us Kiwis here in this Southern Hemisphere, right? So I'm all jitters kind of thing. Just it's been a very extreme hot day, and then I just started showering. Had a shower, like outside's raining, and it's it's going to get hot in here because I've got the lights on, making sure there's enough good lights out here, and I've been messing with my webcam. But I want to do a roundup real quickly as we get into all these amazing movies that are coming out that aren't really part of the whole comic scene at all. Some might be, some might not be, but there is something really cool that about the indies that's coming out. So I'm just going to mess with this a bit because I hate having to look down and then having to look up again. So the great thing about looking back on an entire year is you look at all your achievements, your failures, and your accomplishments. And then you also look at things that you could have done better, right? How you could have done like promotion wise, or you would have like said things you didn't say, but you thought there was more emphasis on it, should have been put on it. But the other thing I think a lot of us do at the end of the year is we make up new resolutions going into the next year, and we try to hold ourselves back. Like 2 years ago, I decided on Christmas Eve when I went to my parents' place, Christmas Day, I think it was, and I decided that I was going to give up smoking when I got home that night, traveling back with my sister and her family. And I thought, I think I should just stop smoking. So, and I did. It was hard. The first 3 months was really hard. There was times when I wanted to just grab a smoke. I even asked my neighbor, who I thought was a smoker, turned out he wasn't. And I was going, please, do you have some tobacco? I've got all the papers and stuff, because I'd gotten rid of everything I had. And so, when New Year's coming up, you can, you have a good way of like looking back at the past and going, what do I want next year, right? And so with me, I'm kind of like going to slim down on expanding stuff on toys. It's something I've been struggling with because I love toys. And same thing I've done with comics. I love comics. I've had to push that aside. So I thought if I can do that with comics, then I can do that with toys as well. So what do I do with that money that's now left over? That's, the stipends, whatever I put towards it. Or what I save towards. Well, I'm going to save that towards actually supporting indie creators, right? And putting it into my own creators, right? Looking at getting, making sure that we pay, not pay, but I'm making sure that there's money there before projects go out, that we are actually able to have things, not reliant so much so that we struggle when we, when we go to crowdfunding and stuff. But the good thing about New Year's resolution is that every one of us can do that for ourselves, right? You can choose, like, whatever you decide, whatever. It doesn't have to be a big thing. Hey, maybe just low, hey, what I'm going to do is I'm going to eat a bit healthier, or if I'm going to do a bit more exercising, or maybe I will treat people better. I'll try to do less mobile, be online less or something, or maybe get more creative, like ourselves, right out here in the indie scenes or in comic books, music. You can be creative and you can pick up a pen and paper instead of going and wasting time doing something else, and learn something new, right? There's enough free apps, free software out here, free classes even, right? Free courses, right? In New Zealand here, we get like government funded courses. Hey man, nice to have you. Hey, let me know if you want to come on. You can jump on through the stream. The stream's up there further up. I'm going to do that around about another 10, 20 minutes, give or take, right? Once I finish the roundup, and then we get into it all. And then, and so, it doesn't have to be something major, but it's cool to learn a new skill, right? It's, because a lot of times people kind of go, oh, I can't do that, or I can't do that because it's too much, it's going to cost too much. Nowadays, it doesn't cost too much to learn something new. There's so many new ways of doing things. There's so many easy ways of doing things, right? And there's, like I said, there's so many classes. Don't want to really plug, but I love the people that are running it, because one of my friends runs it. But there's a local, there's 2 local schools out here, right, for school leavers and for people who want to get into media, like animation, web design, and stuff. And cheers, dude. Yeah. And the other thing is that these are free, and it's good to see that. But the other thing is, when you have stuff free like that, people can be abusive towards free stuff. They go, oh yeah, okay, because I'll come and do this, take the space, but they don't go through it. I remember when I was doing my filmmaking course, like 2004, 2003. So halfway through 2002, I moved my ex and my wife at that time, us down to the bottom of the island, South Island, in Vertigo, and decided that I wanted to get into filmmaking, and I would go spend 3 years of my life down there, half a year to set up, find work, and I did. I found work. I struggled and looked everywhere, and I did. Sometimes I was working, doing about 40, 50 hours at school, because you could just put in a code and you're in any time of the night, day, morning, evening, whatever spare time you had, you to go do editing, whatever. And so the only reason I went was I wanted to make a feature film, right? I wanted to be able to make a feature film, because I'd already done stage plays. I'd already done short films. I'd already done a stage play, like I written and directed an hour long, or maybe over an hour long play. And I've been in different people's plays as well, stage production. So I'm used to speaking in front of people. I remember when the first time I ever did that, I was 15 years old. I boiled my eyes out in front of all my classmates and the school, did a speech, and I was like, phew. I just cried and cried. It was about Kiss, the band Kiss, right? With the D-Man, with the Spaceman and all there, with the painted up rock and rollers from the 70s, right? They're still going hard now. And I never spoke again in public for at least another maybe 5 years. And I was so scared of public speaking. But after a while, like about that time, I think I must have turned about 19. And it had to do with church, right? It had to do with church, and because I have a background in religion as well, Christianity and Hinduism, right? Because Indians are born into Hinduism. But majority of my family, I think about 30% of my family, or 20% is Christian, and the rest are Hindus. And some, I know. But my immediate family, I have a sister and a brother. Her family is Christians, right? One's in Anglican, one's in Christianity, right? And then my mum's a Christian as well. So, but I don't follow religion as such, but I do, what is it called? Respect it, right? I don't go out of my way to put down in a religion. I celebrate Christmas for what it is. I celebrate for Easter for what it is, because I'm not out here trying to portray that this is bad, this is bad. Good. Because at the end of the day, you need morality in life, right? You got to have some rules to life. So I don't go out of my way to put down any religion or anything like that. So when I went down to, so Christmas for me is very important because it helps me be with my family. It's same as with Easter, and we don't pick and nitpick at each other about what we believe because we just have fun, you know. So when I went down to South Island, right, like we're getting back to the topic about people abusing free stuff, free courses and stuff. So you're able to have a free course, right, for 3 years. That's like $15,000 a year for free. However, you spent your rent there, you spent your, your whatever money you earned, you were spending there on power bills, phone bills, and which they all made it up, right? The community makes it up just by giving you free education, which the community itself, through government funding, pays for, right? So within a year, like I think by the time they did that whole free course, the whole economy rose up from people having a $50,000 to $75,000 homes to having $300,000 value houses. You saw the economy just go boom, just because they offered students free education. And so, with that came a whole lot of spaces that were taken up by people who just wanted something to try out. Rather than doing a 6-month course, they say, hey, let me do an entry-level thing into this course, and if I like it or not, I can leave. However, they took up spaces for graduate student, like degree, students, bachelors, right? Because I was on a 3-year course for bachelor's degree. I have a degree up here somewhere. Yeah, it's up there, or somewhere anyway, in a frame. It's just there. But a lot of people, when you get given free stuff or free opportunities, they treat it like it's free. Southern Institute of Technology in Chicago. However, I had spent about 5 years on stage by the time I got there, right? Running for place productions, concerts, MC work, producing stuff, directing stuff, writing stuff. So when I went in, I was like, this is the next stage for me. From doing like 3-minute skits to doing short films, filming the short film, acting in it, directing in it, doing stage plays, acting in other people's, acting in children's productions, right? Being being dressed up as a rat, rapping hip hop, right? Or being like I said, part of the church, right? So at that time, this is like about 1997, 8, 9, right? Up to about 2001, right? So that's about 20 odd years ago. And so I was, rapping rat, Risky the Rat. I still remember it. It was so cool, having fun. All these kids, like I'm the only adult on the stage, I think, at that time, and all these kids are there. It's a production that somebody in America did, and then the school decided to do it as part of their stage production, and it was so cool. I think I got to act, do 3 times. We did 3 shows, and so I had all this acting skill set there. And directing and writing. So when I went to school, went to get this free course, I was like, right. And then my missus was, going to do a course in IT, right? And she passed it and everything, and all that. So what happens with these courses is that a lot of people don't know what they want, right? School leavers don't have a clue. But then you get people like me who's like in their 30s going, man, I want an opportunity, right? What opportunities, is there? And so a lot of these courses, I ask, if you want to do something new next year and you're unemployed, have a look around, especially if you're in New Zealand, right? Especially if you're in New Zealand, have a look around what's available. Don't just sit on your butt and do nothing and wait for, government handouts, right? Do something. You've got next couple of years, just do something. Like, just think about that. One of my friends, Jason, who was talking to me, we get together, we go grocery shopping. It's about 3 hours a day, just grocery shopping, hospital shopping, toy shopping, and all that stuff, right? Looking around and stuff. And we're just talking. He said, look, I just met my friend who I did a business course with. And I said, oh, yeah, it's pretty cool. Oh, yeah, they're going to do their course again. I said, why is that? Well, because they didn't put enough effort into it. And they don't want to do it again. So you get things like that. See, when people realize 2 years later, right? 2 years later, you realize I didn't put enough effort into it. I want to go back and do it again, right? And so there is all these ample opportunities in New Zealand to do amazing things with your life. And I always kind of like for me, I'm weird in the sense that I like trying new things all the time. I like learning all the time. I like upskilling myself. And like last year, I bought a bass at the age of friggin' 49 to learn bass again. And I'm not, putting that, I'm putting about 10, 20 minutes, half an hour a day into it at the end of the night, just chilling there, watching anime or watching something. I'm just, trying to rip up some riffs. Yeah, I do a lot of research. Like I'm always, and you're right there, but do a lot of research, what's available, and really find out what you really want. What do you really want? And I know a lot of times people don't know what they want. It's when you come out of school, high school. I'm a high school dropout at 15. 3 months into it, I was out. Straight away, my mom goes, "You're doing this, you're doing this," and I was like, "Okay, cool. There's a chef's course. All right, my family, we've got a lot of cooks in our family, and I'm going to read the rest of this." And so, and so mom goes, "Go do this course for a year, learn how to be a chef." And that course, dude, that first year course, then later on in about the next year, I went into a second bar course, I think. Oh no, I did that course in about 86, I think. And then in 94 or 90, I think 94, 93, I think it was, or 94, I did my second bar after going out into the world, like, going to the big city, being a teenage, reckless youth, but also working 3 years of my life in a factory. I came back and did my second bar, and almost 10 years later, 6, 7 years later. And that course helped me live a good life while I was studying, because I was working in a bistro as a bistro chef at a sports bar in Chicago while I was doing my 3-year course, right? As a filmmaker. And then I used to be a tile salesman and stuff like that, and warehouse work. And that's what I meant. Like I was doing 2, 3 jobs. So I was working as a painter for my landlord, right? And I was working as a chef, bistro chef, making bistro food, which is like sandwiches, fried fish, fish and chips, steak meals, stuff like that, toasted sandwiches, all that stuff, for people coming into the pub, right? Sports bar. But I also was selling tiles, right? Also was helping in the warehouse. 3 jobs while working as while studying as a full-time student. So I know how, I don't tell people to do something that I don't do myself or haven't done myself. So throughout those 3.5 years, 3 of them were full-time, studying. And I got to do my feature film, and I got to do all that stuff because it's what I wanted in my life. Now, when I finished my course in 2007, I had a car accident. So it got to where, like, it was halfway into 2007, full-time working, while I was doing full-time work, I was doing shift work. So Saturday, Sunday, Saturday, Sunday, or early on, wasn't working, so I was able to do short films, go out and do camera work, do continuation, do directing, whatever else wasn't necessary to do, I would do it. And then had the car accident in 2007, and then I was like, I couldn't stand on my feet for long, and I still can't do that now. But and so I had to change. I had to go, what do I do? I love telling stories. I love comics. So let's bring that together. So let's finish up on there. And so, so as Rosillian says, do your research too, right? That's for everybody, right? If you're looking to do study, and there is, like I said, there's a lot of free opportunities out here. There's web design school. I think there's web and design school here from Ray. There's also a Maori funded initiative here. Also, I can't remember the name of that, but a couple of my friends run it. They're really good guys, and so yeah, I feel kids out of high school jump into things on a whim and then bail out after they do that, get into debt. That is true, but a lot of those, like the course that I was doing, they were giving you like 15 grand, right? They were giving you like $1,000 up front for equipment, so you could basically get in there, get $1,000 and leave, right? And stuff like that. I think there was more than 1,000, but there was other stuff as well. So the government was paying for you to live there, paying your rent, but the other thing was that sometimes what was happening was that the school itself wasn't treating people well. The course you signed up wasn't giving you the credits you wanted and stuff like that. But yeah, like Rexillian says, do your study, man. Do your research. Get out there and find what it is that's you want to, really. I mean, it's one of the things that I think a lot of people don't learn, and we didn't get learned. I didn't learn enough was economy, business, how to manage your money, right? And I did several courses in in owning small businesses, right? And running your own stuff like that, because you do need that. And you need to learn that early on as a teenager about saving, about money management. And I feel that, a lot of people aren't learning that at school. So that's enough there. Let's get into a bit of roundup and let's get into anime, right? So the biggest thing right now, it's a wake-up call for the industry now, entertainment, media, whatever, escapism, is that recently in the last couple of weeks, right, one of the producers of manga and animation in Japan has decided they're going to use AI, and they're going to use AI to, partly translate the manga. And yeah, man, come on up. The link is there. Jump in. Let's go for it. And we can talk about this, and we can talk about movies and stuff. Let me just push this that way a bit more. And so I mean, I've interviewed a actual VA who's really coming up big in animation right now, like really. I think, gosh, I can't remember what it is, but one of the most popular ones right now, but the one he was in at that time. And the thing is like this, I feel sorry for the good VAs, the guys who just want to get up there, read what's there, because they're not the localizers. The voice actors are not the localizers, right? It's the ones who are translating from Japan to English, because that's what they've learned in, right? And now they're putting their own bits and pieces in. And so let's watch this. This is something that's very, very interesting, because Asmongold is someone I watch every now and then, right? Get a short clip and stuff, because it's all reactions, right? However, I've had this experience myself. I've actually put over the last 5 years or so, when I've actually, really concentrated on watching animation stuff, or anime especially, because it's my, what is it? It's like my happy place, right? It's my happy place when I watch, because it used to be comics, mainstream comics, which I don't find it a happy place for me anymore. So I find anime my happy place. But I noticed, and I've mentioned this in a previous anime video clip I put out about it. So how, these guys basically end up changing the language, and this is the most egregious, and in a way to get the ideals.
So you have a translation of a scene from Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, where Luca is basically saying, I wanted to wear something different so people wouldn't look at me.
Yeah.
And in the localization, it says, oh, those pesky patriarchal societal demands were getting on my nerves.
No, wait, that's great. Or what? Is this true? You can find the clip on YouTube.
Coming. Hey, what are you wearing that for? Oh, those pesky patriarchal societal demands were getting on my nerves, so I changed clothes. Give it a week, they'll be begging you to change back. Huh? You can come on in if you want.
And this is like real, right? Like this is it's like I refuse to fucking believe it. That's awful. Like what? How did that happen?
Yeah. And that's just one. That is just one, right? This is how bad it is. Just one. There are thousands out there, and I mean it, thousands out there, just like that, right? And a lot of people don't, wonder why English anime viewers are going, what's going on? Why are they doing this? Why are they doing this to other people's work? It's basically like taking this comic and just drawing over it and goes, here. You don't do that. You don't do that. It's like all those idiots who are basically out here throwing paint on, amazing historic pieces of artwork, right? And going, we're protesting. And this is basically I reckon this is their way of being activists. You know, we're going to change the way the world is by changing what you're viewing. We're going to change and put our own, you know, our own things into it. And I think it's horrendous. You know, it's just as bad as putting a black actor who's playing a historic white actor, or changing the the sexuality of a iconic superhero character or a person who's lived in through thing. And right now they're trying to say Kurt Cobain was some trans person because, you know, and the person who's doing that is a comic writer, right? Supposed comic writer, right? Who's saying, oh, Kurt Cobain was trans. No, he wasn't. In that time in the 90s, we're all making a whole, you know, mess of things, right? We're just all playing around humor, sarcasm, what? It was just a thing, right? You know, and that was kind of like, it's sort of like an activism thing. It wasn't that's what you are. They were just having a laugh and having fun and whatever. And plus, Kurt's dead. He can't come back and say, no, that wasn't what I was thinking. So I just find this kind of thing really silly. You know, I mean, I myself have posted many anime clips, videos, and stuff like that about this happening over the last 6-7 years or so, when I actually realized it was happening. So sometimes when I notice that, I straight away go and put subtitles on, right? When I'm, you know, when you're on Netflix, you can put subtitles on and still watch it, and you go, ah, that's what not what they said. However, if you know, you can't do that a lot. Like if you're watching it on, if you don't have a DVD of it or something. And I'm glad I do have a DVD of a lot, some cool anime. But here's the thing. That's why physical media matters, right? Because you need, you know, recently, right, I've been, for like the last few years, I've been saying how, I mean, since I've been streaming and stuff, even like online, you know, on social media, I've been saying like, it's important to own what you love, right? If you like this, it's important to own it, because if you sell this and you think, oh, I'm going to have you know, I'm just going to get it on like on my hard drive. I'm not on hard drive, on my Netflix thing or my Sony, whatever. And I'm going to like have it on there, on my library, and it'll be there forever. No one. Sony proved that, right? So here's another little clip that I made. Like I can't, you know, not, there are better people out here doing better, you know, things about these things. And so I like to just watch their, you know, show what they're talking about.
To the future where all content is digital. And this is what gaming is pursuing. We have seen like patents for a future edition of Xbox where it's basically digital only. And generally, gaming companies and corporations would like to see this trend where it's all digital fully realized. But when you look at what's going on right now with Sony, you realize that, man, anything can happen, including stuff that you purchase just getting stripped entirely. So right here, we have a tweet from Jeff Rousseau that has gone kind of viral, 2.1 million views. He tweeted, "This is why physical media matters. Yeah. Apparently, play does have limits." So PlayStation, once upon a time, would allow you to rent or purchase digital movies. They've closed down that service, but the idea was that this wouldn't affect existing customers and existing content that has been purchased, and that stuff would be accessible. Well, we're looking at a situation now where that content is being removed. Right here, we have a notice that PlayStation sent out to customers that reads, "Dear PlayStation customer, as of December 31st, 2023, due to our content licensing arrangements with content providers, you will no longer be able to watch any of your previously purchased Discovery content, and the content will be removed from your library." Now, yes, this specific situation revolves around movies and shows, but it's digital content, and this could very well happen to games. And this case specifically revolves around the gaming console PlayStation, which has additional functions like, or had additional functions like being able to buy or rent on-demand movies. And that is an investment that people put in, trusting that PlayStation would not pull something like this. But alas, things like this just can happen. And this this case, it's about some kind of licensing issue. And again, you will not be able to watch any of your previously purchased Discovery content. It's not.
Right. So you purchased that. You bought that, right? This is your give him a sub. I mean, he's got 1 million, so it's not like he's gonna need, need my sub. But I mean, the thing is, like, I sub to these guys because they're because they have better content sometimes, and it's but also here's a very important thing. It's a different person having an opinion apart from me, right? And it's a cool thing having other people's opinion, because even if I don't know him, I get to hear how his opinion on it. So I'm not just, so my views on things aren't just one-sided, and also the other thing is that I'm having somebody, if I'm saying some random shit, somebody else is able to, who's well-known, better well-known, is backing up what I'm saying, right? About, what I'm saying and what I'm thinking about things, like, and like I said, you can watch the rest of the video later. I mean, you can't, the whole future with digital is this, and is that they want you to own nothing, right? We grew up, my generation, I guess say Gen Y and back, right? Going to Gen A, whatever the hell they were, the first gen, right? Hey, Alexander, you're gonna have to tell me how to say that, bro. Let me just get rid of Yongya. I can hear you.
How's it going?
Hey, man. Hey, so yeah, so I mean,
it's just pretend the U is an O, so it's Rexillion. Yeah, just Rex for short is easier.
Excellent. Hey, so are you into physical media, man? Like, I mean, buying physical stuff of what you like.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Are you into physical media over digital media?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm still a print guy. My assumption was everyone was into print. But you talk to Gen Z and they're all about digital. That's the first time I watch Yongya's stuff. That's the first time I've seen that story. Kind of spooky.
Right.
I could imagine, I could understand Discovery stuff not being available for streaming and maybe limiting access to, on your PlayStation, what have you. But, if you've purchased that content, you expect to have sort of access to it long term.
Yeah.
So, pretty spooky.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, the fact is, like, right, you paid a fee for a product, right?
Yeah.
Under the belief that this was yours forever, right? And the thing is, like, I mean, they say, well, don't pirate. Hey, guess what? If you pirate something, it's on your hardware, right? You've downloaded it.
True.
With you. Nobody's going to come and take that. No corp is going to come back and, like, Megacorp is going to come and rip it out of your, hard drive. But then they say, well, support our physical, support us, and don't do that. It's like, well, if you're saying on the one hand we should support this, but on the other hand you're saying you won't have it forever, it's like, what's the point? Like, I'm buying old, like, this is a third day thing. I was going to give it to my Christian sister and and her kids, and because third day, but, like, I mean, I'm buying freaking there goes some. Let me see here. So I'm buying stuff like hip hop, right? Old hip hop at hospices, because people are getting rid of them. Like, who's this? KJ50. Was it KJ? Yeah, KJ52, right?
Okay.
Now you've got Conflictions by I'm Immortal, Never Eternal. I've never heard of them, but I'm buying it, right? Because I want to at least have a copy of that. And not only that, but check this out, right? I grew up on Bjork in the 90s and on Tori Amos. I lost a clip of that. So now I've got Bjork, right? Physical Bjork. Not because,
I wonder, because you're obviously a collector, Aru, right? Would that be safe to say? I'm looking at your background.
Yeah.
I wonder sort of, what the impact of that is. I mean, you know, it seemed to, you know, we're both into physical media, but to someone who's younger, who is in digital media, what impact does that have on sort of, you know, collecting things? Is there still sort of the same incentive to sort of go, oh, hey, look at my, you know, hard drive, it's got all these volumes? You know, to me, that's not the same as having everything lined up on a bookshelf. But
No way,
I mean,
man.
is you know, is collecting stuff still a thing? Or is it just completely sort of throwaway media where you read it, you experience it, and then it's done? It's, you know, you're on some sort of subscription service or something, and that's that. Or does that sort of just that collection sort of type stuff just continue in digital form? I don't know. To me, that seems sort of strange. You know, collecting something digitally. I don't know. It doesn't have the sort of the same impact peeling it off a shelf. You know, opening up a file on a computer is a little bit different. But yeah, it would be interesting to sort of, yeah.
It is weird because, like, you know, I mean, you know, like we were talking about this before, and like there was like, it's a generational thing. But here's the thing: if you get taught that you can own nothing, that means there's no value to ownership of stuff.
Yeah.
And like, I mean, I've got this, right? I was pulling stuff, X-Men stuff to show off the old stuff, right? Because you know,
wow, nice, yeah.
You know, and so if this was digital, it'd be like 1 million, 2, 3, 4, 5, freaking a billion people already have this.
Right. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
But I have this only copy of this.
Yeah.
That of this version, like this, all the dance in it. And I don't mean like the only version of this comic.
Gotcha.
But I mean the only one that has all the dance, all the markings, you know, the year it came out in New Zealand, you know, and because how many hands it's been through, and it's in my hand, and it's like all that history of it matters to me because, you know, what it was like and how much I paid for it, that experience of actually going out.
Yeah, true. Yeah,
finding it. You know,
that's like a fair point,
right?
Yeah, that's
treasure hunting.
Yeah, that's a fair point, and I don't think I ever considered that sort of like rarity and sort of, you know, like you said, the treasure hunting aspect of it, finding sort of, you know, hidden gems and crates and what have you. You know, if everything's sort of collated and compiled digitally in a catalog, then that sort of aspect sort of, you know, disappears really. I mean, you could still, right? I mean, you could still do something. I'm sure you could, you know. I hate to say it, you know, with sort of NFTs were sort of doing it. You know, you could do sort of like a limited kind of run, but everyone seemed to hate that idea.
That ended very quickly.
It doesn't really work. Yeah.
Did you notice how quickly that ended, though? Like within a year, it ended. The whole drive. Like that digital ended within a year. Like the whole thing behind it ended in a year. That whole big, huge. This is the next big thing. It's over now. Right.
Well, people are seeing it as an investment opportunity, like you know, if you talk to an artist or a creator, you know, that, you know, when they were talking amongst each other, it was like, well, this is an opportunity for, you know, to have my art sort of in the digital realm and sort of still have sort of the, you know, some sort of value that, you know, that it would in the physical, you know, physically, you know, there's, you know. Physically, there's a limited run of things, you know, there's not an infinite supply. So you sort of emulate that. But, you know, when you're right, in that sort of 12 months where there was sort of NFT mania, it was all sort of, you know, entrepreneurs, you know, seeing it as an investment opportunity. And then it was like, well, it just sort of disappeared as quickly as it sort of it came, you know, and a lot of people lost money. But it was a shame. I mean, you know, because I could see sort of the idea behind it, and if that is sort of the ultimate sort of place that we're all marching to, where everything is digital, then having some sort of, you know, scarcity kind of mechanic, for want of a better term, you know, would be kind of cool. But yeah, like I said, it sort of became this sort of crazy, weird investment thing that, you know, people didn't really kind of, you know, believe in wholeheartedly. You know, it was a weird sort of 12 months, like you said. It was it was a strange sort of time, wasn't it?
I was interested in it as well. I was thinking of like, you know what I'll do? There's a character called Nano that's part of the Plant Universe. He's part of the Incredible universe, right?
Right.
And he's like kind of like the equal partner kind of person in that that comic. But I will never expose who he really looks like, right? We'll always allude to what his, whatever is, but he's a biomechanical being, So, but like we never take his mask off. And I thought, the best way, what we could do is do an NFT, one page of that as that,
Ah, right.
then,
okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and so it'll be the
of him unmasking himself.
Right. The only way someone knew what he looked like in the entire world was if they bought the NFT, and maybe put out about 10, and that's it, limited 10. But you know what? You could also do that as a physical thing, right?
Yeah,
you could put a comic out that only has that one page in that version, right? And now it's physical. That art is physical, but it's only been printed 10 times. And not nowhere else. And you could do that when it comes to something like comic books, and or you could do like what they did with Gwen Poole, do it on a cover, right? Of like a variant cover, and suddenly everybody's going, who's that, and now she's got a whole series, and I've got a hat, right, because I love that character so much, and I have a friggin' statue over there of her as well, because she's so cool. So I'll show you, and I'm going out of my way to spend more on this than I spent on the comics, because I just love this character. She was so cool, Right. Not sure if you can see that well, but this is that whole Gwen thing started with like Gwen Stacy being Spider-Woman and all that, or Spider-Man, whatever thing it is. I'm not sure, but it was just so something very unique. Suddenly became, the fan said, I want more of it. And I think when they listen to the fans, they got a whole lot of merchandise out of it. They got a whole lot of, comics come out of. A lot of people got work by doing variant covers and all that. And not only that, but the writers and artists that brought that out. And I mean, they should do a friggin' movie on that. It's very, very cool character, right? But, I think a lot of times it's important to own something, because if you don't own something, it doesn't, I think, like, it's a generation thing. Everybody's in digital, and it's on, iPads, phones and all that. You can carry everything with you there. I enjoy that as well. I enjoy the fact I can, I'm not going to open this up to read it, but I can get a digital copy of it on my phone, and I can read it sitting down anywhere else, and I can sense, someone who's never seen a comic book or never been interested, which happened with me when I was waiting to, get called up for jury duty, sitting there going, someone's going, oh, what's that? So, oh, it's a comic book. Oh, really? Yeah, this is someone that I know, of this company I know has created this. I mean, check out all the artwork. So, I'm sitting there for like about 15 minutes just afterwards talking to you about the comic industry and all these characters and stuff.
Right.
And that a character they'd never heard of, because it's not in the movies, it's not in the cartoon, it's not a merchandise. And that part of, I love that part of digital, and and I think that part of the fact that you can carry it anywhere is amazing. I mean, like, imagine carrying all this crap everywhere with and but the cool thing is that it's yours. Nobody can take it, nobody can have it, and you own it. It's your possession. There's a feeling about owning something that is being wiped away from this generation. It's like, and I think it's a systematic kind of like what is it called? When they try to like culturally change people, like there's a motive behind changing that, so that you feel like you're better off not having this. You're better off not having this, but you're better off having a streaming site instead. You're better off, if you want to watch a movie, paying for it over and over and over again every time you want to watch it. I mean, remember like the whole thing with like day in, day out with Black Widow, right? How much money they lost because they didn't go to the theater at the same time.
Oh, right, of course. Yeah.
Hundreds of millions was lost just by doing that. And so by doing that, they even got sued by Scarlett Johansson,
Right.
because she lost out on a lot of back end deals like shares and all. What is it? They get like a percentage for like ticket sales, you know?
Well,
like-
yeah, she. I mean, it's been a little while since I read anything about it, but it was in her contract that it was going to be released theatrically, and that
Yeah.
you know, this is peak COVID, you know, all the chaos that brought, and you know, I mean, look, you know, I've sort of a bittersweet sort of feelings with Disney, but in their defense, it's sort of a pretty chaotic time. There's sort of this odd,
Yeah.
you know, novel virus running around, and you know, people aren't really going to the theaters. You know,
Yeah.
You know, theaters are still struggling now. You know, the sort of a hangover effect from that. So, you know, that was tough in Disney's defense. But at the end of the day, you know, yeah, you know, if that's in a contract, I mean,
Yeah.
you know, wouldn't it be being better to like sit on it until sort of
I would have.
now,
I really
you
would
know,
have.
so like, you know,
Yeah.
when it's
I mean,
not
this-
so crazy, you know. I don't
That
know.
was a movie that everybody was waiting for. Like any fan of ScarJo, and I'm a huge fan
Yeah.
of ScarJo.
Yeah.
You know, I've got so many friggin' figurines. I've got you know, stuff and all that. There's a couple up there and all this, but because the character itself was amazing, right? It was
Yeah.
a very feminine, very rounded personality. You know, there was so much amazing about her, and that everybody was like you should have, you know, put it out. The movie should have come out the same time Wonder Woman 1 came out, right? When the first Wonder Woman came out, they should have went boom. Let's do, you know,
Yeah,
let's do
true. Yeah.
because she could have competed with Wonder Woman movie hands down, right? Because everybody loves ScarJo. You know, it was that, you know, because she's like the main female Avengers character, right?
It was weird. I mean, it was weird, sort of, you know, when it did come out. I mean, you know, it's been a while since I've sort of read about kind of after you know, Endgame. I sort of a little bit out of touch with that type of stuff, you know, or the sort of MCU. I mean, it came out after she died in the MCU, right? So what was sort of what was the thinking behind that? What was, I mean, wouldn't it have made sense to sort of come out kind of, I don't know, after Age of Ultron or something? I don't know.
That's what I mean. They should have put out way earlier. If you want to like kill her in the next movie in the future, if that's where you're going at, I mean, I don't even know why they killed her, right? I mean, why kill? You know, they just did some stupid things but I mean, it was what it was.
I mean,
so if you're going to do that, then you've done it. Don't try to put out, you know, after the fact.
I mean, I don't mean to be the guy that's sort of, you know, going after low hanging fruit, but you know, maybe it could have substituted Captain Marvel. Maybe.
Oh hell, it would have been better if they did.
Maybe, I don't know. You know, that's sort of...
But that's a good call, because then if they did substitute for Captain Marvel, you know what would have happened? She would have become a beloved character.
Right. Was she? What was that was the thing. She, you know, through Avengers, similar with Hawkeye.
Yeah.
She already was a beloved character, and you know, it's money on the table with that movie.
Yeah.
And you know, so you know, Captain Marvel, you know, Carol Danvers is a controversial character, to say the least. You know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she hurt in the comics in that Civil War 2, I think it was, or whatever it was. She actually hurt Iron Man, right? She like friggin' she put him in the hospital, and she was on the side of the government. So she was she wasn't like the good person in the comics. And then you make a movie about her when all the comic fans hate her, and then you say it's $1 billion movie, but the comics aren't doing that well, and so it's like forcing something out of nothing. And then you see why the second movie died so badly, because the reality is, nobody liked that movie anyway, or the character.
Is this the Marvels you're talking about?
Yeah, you could have salvaged that character. I mean, they could have so I haven't seen the first movie either, or the second one of Captain Marvel, because I just liked the Endgame. I just thought like the whole Avengers series was amazing for the 20 years or so. That, I mean, was it 10 or 15 years? I can't remember now. Of that whole arc, you know, that amazing arc, because it was so well written, so well done.
Yeah.
And then they come around and do all this other stuff. but I do love, Scar Joe. I mean, I know a lot of people don't like her in Ghost in the Shell. I loved her in Ghost in the Shell. I think Ghost in the Shell is amazing. I mean, I'm a fan of Ghost in the Shell. I've got the friggin' DVD.
What was sort of the kickback to that movie? Because I thought it was it was entertaining. I wasn't I'm not big into the original property, but what was was it just simply because it wasn't a faithful enough adaptation, or?
Well, I think the thing was, it was whitewashing, right? That was their call. They were saying,
Right.
"Oh, Scar Joe in it has been whitewashing," but here's the
Right.
thing: nobody had a problem with it until the media said there was a problem with it. And I think a lot of times this is just orchestrated, controversy. Because a lot of times, fans
People love to hate. People love to hate. Man. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think if you just listen to the one or two voices that hate on something, then you try to make something out of it because now it's going to get you the clickbaits and stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of times, it's a lot of times it's true, but 90% of the time it's not, right? A lot of fans aren't that fickle. I mean, fans aren't fickle, full stop. Fans are very in tune with what's going on. They've been dedicated for decades. I mean, I don't know how long you've been a fan of what's your main thing anyway, by the way? I should talk a bit about yourself as well.
Oh man, what just in what sort of I'm consuming media wise at the moment?
Yeah,
man, I'm sort of drifting all over. I mean, my main thing is comics, obviously Western comics. I was a big Marvel guy until probably a couple years back. And I just got burnt out. It was just it wasn't engaging. I think I sort of made it to just before Secret Wars, the most recent Secret Wars, and it was just I think I'm out. Like I think I'm just gonna I can't remember how many titles I was collecting at the time, but it was like 150 a month on floppies. So it was like this is a reasonable investment. This is feeling like a chore. Me reading all these every month. I think I moved cities, and I was just like, look, I'm just going to close my box at Here Is For Sale, and start fresh. Find some new titles to look at, and then I've just been sort of floating around image stuff. But at the moment, I'm just sort of kind of picking things off the shelf and sort of either going, hey, this is fantastic, or I'm getting burnt. It's like, this didn't turn out so great. I'm in that mode at the moment. So yeah, I mean, just quickly going back to the Captain Marvel thing. I haven't seen the Marvels. I haven't seen much after Endgame. I've seen a little bit here and there, but I saw Doctor Strange, or the new Doctor Strange, I think. If it makes it to Disney Plus, I'll watch it. But I'm not chomping at the bit. It used to be when those movies came out, I was like, I'm in, man. I'm sold. I'll watch it twice at the movies. Heck yeah. But it's just again, just sort of been out. I mean, the thing with Captain, I mean, this is I don't think I'm telling anything new here, but the great thing with Marvel is that the power level, I think, is just right. You could argue there's a couple of characters like Thor, Captain Marvel, where they're just they're the gods essentially. So it's like in Endgame, Captain Marvel is flying through a spaceship and essentially blowing it up with her head. And then she comes on the ground and she's having a fist fight with a guy. It's like, well,
how does it measure up, right?
She's going to get knocked out now. She's going to get a 1-2-3 combo, and she's going to get in Captain Marvel, she goes down after blowing up the ship and fights Jude Law, and it's like, okay, well, I know immediately how this is going to go. Same with Thor. He gets blown up by his son. It's like, okay, well, what is he going to lose in a fist fight now? No. So it's that's what was great about Marvel, and then sort of Captain Marvel, it's just like, well, I don't know, you lose all that sense of sort of danger. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm reading Miracle Man at the moment. Have you read
Right.
that?
You talking about the Neil Gaiman series, or are you talking about the original?
No, this is I don't know. I've got it here actually. Hang on, let me just. I think it's got a bunch of writers.
Is it the UK one?
Yeah. Let's have a look here. Who's it written by? I'm really bad with like artists and writers of things. Let's have a look. Story, McAnglo, Grant Morrison, Peter Milligan. So it's written by a bunch
There'll
of.
be Alan Moore as well in there somewhere.
Yeah, I thought he was too, but maybe he's not. I don't know. He's not credited. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Anyways, I mean,
because there was some controversy around like Alan Moore and his Miracle Man work about not completing or something like that. I'm not really up on that.
Okay. Maybe he got shafted in the credits. I don't know, but there's this there's this great segment. I mean, not to sort of give the synopsis of Miracle Man, but he's basically a guy who's kind of forgotten that he was once a superhero, and then through sort of whatever he remembers, and there's this part where he was sort of part of this superhero crew, right? So the Miracle, young Miracle Man or something like that. I can't remember three of them. Right?
It's not the same as like the Marvel family, is it? I'm not a bit
very. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's looking pretty. That's
is
looking
that Miracle
pretty.
Man?
He looks. The design is exactly the same.
Yeah, this is confusing me all the time with them.
Yeah, man. I mean, I don't know if that's the
Yeah, it is. It is the same thing. So this is the UK first printings of them, I think.
Yeah. So maybe it's like a trademark thing. I don't know. But
yeah, that's what it was, because it's like that's when like early on, because like it was 60s, right? So Marvel or DC, whoever was doing it, they had their Marvel Man, and so did the UK, and then they had to change the name to Miracle Man.
There you go. Okay, there you go. Yeah. I bought it because I heard Alan Moore talking about it, and he was sort of emphasizing the writing, and the writing is very, very good. But anyways, there's basically this part where he remembers that he is in fact Miracle Man, and he links up with one of his old superhero buddies, his young Miracle Man or something. And young Miracle Man has been a superhero. He's been a superhero this whole time. So he's been a superhero for 30 years. So basically they have sort of the same power set, but he's been using it for 30 years, and he's essentially he's had this ultimate power. And he's turned evil, essentially. He's this big corporate guy, he owns a sort of mega corporation, and he's turned evil. And he realizes that the Miracle Man has found out that he has powers, and so he invites him over for a meeting to sort of find out where he's at. And then through sort of like a weird sense, Miracle Man goes, I think there's something not quite right about you. I think you might have your powers corrupted you. And he sort of in a very sort of camp fashion reveals, yes, I am evil, and what have you. And the battle ensues. Well, basically halfway through the battle, and I don't remember a time where in a superhero this has happened. This Miracle Man goes, I'm not stronger than this guy. I'm going to die. And I'll like, it sounds strange. It sounds so simple, but I was actually like, holy smoke, I'm like in book one of this, and this, like, what's going to happen? Like I never asked that with a superhero comic in ages, and then sort of through sort of his own hubris, the evil young Miracle Man, he basically loses his powers. He says his like power word and turns back into, his sort of non-powered self, but for like an issue, it was like, gee, he said it himself. He's losing. He's dying. He's like fucking all mangled up and stuff. Sorry for swearing. And I was like, this is great, But you don't get any of that with when someone's that strong. When you literally got gods on the screen or in the story, it's like, well, they're nigh invincible. You know, what's they're not going to die. They're not going to die in a fist fight. You know, what's
Yeah, I think that's where it becomes so. I mean, like you look at like I'm looking at like my Superman cape up there, and it's like they had to depower Superman because he was so OP. So they got red kryptonite, they got green kryptonite, and whatever else. You know, I think because that way you could actually find a way to lower his power levels. Otherwise, he's just like you said, God. I'm gonna put it right. He can like just go through the friggin' planet and destroy the whatever if he piss him off. And Lex Luthor's ultimate fear that he can basically do whatever he wants if he decides to do that.
Yeah.
And that's why we get Omni-Man, right? I think, am I right on that?
He's sort of a kind of a corrupted Superman, really, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. And so I think exactly, and that's why you need you got to have some sort of balance to whatever OP power set some character has, because if you don't have a weakness, then the story is just like, oh, he does whatever he wants and he can do whatever he wants and nobody can stop him. And the fear is that we are going to all walk around on eggshells without ever being able to stop this person. And I think it's gotten to a point where we just want a bit of realism. We know we got to suspend our, sense of belief because it is comics, it is entertainment, it is what it is. But we do want a bit of realism in there enough to say, okay, if that happens, then we can use this against them, right? Or we can use this if they go this far. We will do this, and so you always have some, some sort of like villain or some sort of like government body who's out there, watching for them. And I think I like that about The Boys, and that's why I love The Boys so much. I mean, I haven't watched TV series. Everybody's telling me to watch it, and I've mentioned this before, but I won't, because I love the idea of the comics and the characters in my head, and on the comics than I do anywhere else in any other medium. However, I do love Carl Urban as well, and I will watch in probably about 10 years, right? But not now, when it's like everybody's like, yeah.
So you haven't watched The Boys?
No, but I've got signed copies by.
You read the books, though, gotcha.
Yeah, I've written probably 99% of it. I think the most recent ones I haven't read, but I do love The Boys, and that's the thing about why I love The Boys, because you've got a group of outsider. I mean, the boys, right? The boys. Yeah. Group who watches over these friggin' corporate heroes who are basically able to do whatever they want, which is why it's such a huge book, because you can see what happens to heroes when they realize they can do whatever they want and nobody can stop them, and also when the government's behind them, right? And it's just like that whole herogasm was one of the craziest things ever in comic books, in mainstream comic books, right? In the big five, whatever. But that whole arc of herogasm was just crazy, because you can see these people, what ultimate power they say corrupts, right? Corrupts ultimately. And it just, for the first time, I think it exposed, what superheroism can end at, and I think that's what I love about, Garth Ennis writing that series, and why it's so good. And I would never have thought they would ever make a TV series or a movie on it.
Yeah, true. I mean, but here's the thing, right? I mean, I think with the book and the show, that both of those are sort of in kind of the what would you call the orbit of the mainstream superhero. I think if you didn't have mainstream superhero comics, I think The Boys maybe I don't want to. I wouldn't go so far. I wouldn't say it's not going to be successful, but that's why it is sort of successful. Is that it is sort of lampooning kind of mainstream comics and mainstream superhero movies and what have you. It's sort of a very gory kind of parody. The show is. I've not read any of the books. The show is fantastic. I don't think they've. It takes a lot for my jaw to drop, and there's a couple of times in season 2 where I was just, my mouth was on the floor. I couldn't believe that what I was watching. Really, you know, it's so dark and so gory, you know. But it's you know, it's great, man. I love I love that show so much. It's so good.
There is like you realize when the first issue, and I've got a hardcover there signed and everything, and of the first volume, right, which was at DC. So it was at DC first, and DC said, editorial said, this is against everything we stand for. We can't publish the rest.
Yeah.
So they went and got Dynamite, you know, and so Dynamite started publishing and reissuing and everything and so on. And, you know, but you look at some of the stuff that's in The Boys, it's so mature, yet it's so on point. It's people behaving the way they should behave, which is why it becomes so good, because it's realism, you know, to a tick. You know, how do you combat stuff like that? You got to be the bigger bastard, right? You have to, you know, to go against that guy, you have to be more on top. You know, when what's this? I've got a little piece of metal here, so I'm going to use that as a thing. Where are you? There it is. Like, so it's from, you know, it's from that one there. So you go, when he takes this, right? I think it's what's his name? Butcher, with this power, with his power pill, takes this and goes at him, and that's what you do. Every father wants to do that to a child their child who's been hurt by someone, you know. Yeah, and that's, you know, you can see Butcher basically saying, no, your turn to get payback, you know, and boom, boom, boom. and then also when Huey, right? When Huey in the first issue, you know, I'm not sure how they showed it in the first, you know, if it was in the first episode or not, but when he's like just about to, you know, with this and friggin' idiot runs through him, and it's like, that's the part that I love, because it shows you, you know, like when I see Superman like going through buildings, I'm always going, dude, how many people just died in that building?
Right. Yeah.
You know, like, come on, seriously, you know. So when I'm writing a story, I'm always thinking about how are the people around them getting affected, right? You know, like there's an Incredible first issue I've just done. We put out Kickstarter. Just when like you know, there's a part like a guy gets hurt, right? One of the police officers gets hurt, you know, and they have a conversation, because I'm like, I want to show you that these people who are trying to protect other people also get hurt, you know, in real situations like this. So, you know, I mean, you can see all these amazing buildings come down. There's all these special effects. But what about those people who are actually getting hurt that you don't see? All you get to see is a superhero doing his superpowered things. And then you know, as well, I think Damage Control, is that something they do? Or Damage Incorporated or something? They had a Marvel's, is it Marvel or DC that did a whole series on people that clean up after them? You know,
okay, right.
You know, because it was like, okay, all the destruction's done. Now send in those guys and clean up. You know, we can't get these, you know, alien, you know, weaponry in these, you know, in the civilians' hands. And I think that's why, you know, The Boys is such a, you know, the fact that it took a chance on The Boys that way, and it, you know, was it Eric Kripke? Is it Eric Kripke and Seth Rogen, wasn't it? They came up with, you know, to do the write up on that series. Let me just find it.
I'm not too sure. I think Seth Rogen was he did The Preacher. I know he did The Preacher.
Eric Kripke.
Yeah, I'm not too sure who sort of fielded The Boys. I mean, I must say, I mean, well, you've read the books, and sort of I think the show sort of follows the books sort of relatively closely. I will say, you know, with the second season, they sort of take the power pill, you know, what have you. I kind of liked them when they were depowered, and that sort of, you know, the first sort of you know, superhero that they take down is that the invisible guy, right?
Right.
Transparent, translucent, or something like that. Yeah, and the whole thing is that it's like these guys have like you know, Ubermensch, they're superpowered, they're nigh invincible, but they have a weakness, and they sort of had to sort of think creatively to kind of kind of take advantage of Translucent's weakness. And I think if that it followed that sort of, that pattern, I think it would have been much better than, okay, we're gonna take these superheroes down with just getting their powers, basically. I thought that was sort of a much more, the fact that they're like, they could get squashed at any second. It was kind of like, real, like, kind of, heart pounding sort of, they're super vulnerable. The Homelander's got X-ray vision. He's sort of scanning their base and stuff like that. I thought that was sort of a, to give it a critique, I thought that was sort of a much better kind of approach. But it's still a great show. The comedy in it is so good too.
That's the thing that makes it really work. It's a comedy as well.
Yeah.
Dark
comedy.
Who would think that their version of Professor X would be that way? And it's like it's the in joke, right? It's really the in joke about this. It's like, well, why is there a school of where it's run by this guy who's got all these young kids there, and that whole idea. And you can see why, when you have story arcs like that, why DC would go, we don't want to touch this anymore. Or think of all the legal implications behind this. And then, Dynamite goes, come over here, boys. Bring it over here. We like it. Don't worry about it. We'll just say it's parody. I mean, it's fucking superhero comics,
That does sort of raise kind of an interesting point. I mean, because it's the Boys is like super mature content, right? Like, it's
hell yeah.
R18
That's what I love about
plus, what I mean. Yeah. I mean, do you think that sort of mainstream comics is sort of maybe kind of neglecting kind of a more kind of mature reader, I guess, or do you think it's just sort of kind of, I don't know, like that you don't necessarily have to be kind of crude and dark to kind of appeal to someone who's maybe a little older?
No, I think to be honest, with me, like I write all ages, I write teenage, whatever, and then I go a bit more mature. Like our next book, which is Robot Nation, it deals with a lot of futuristic what ifs and a whole lot of anthology type stories. And right from number one, I said it's mature readers, even though there's not that much mature stuff and there's some gory scenes in it and like horror scenes, guts and all that. But people are going, oh, has it got sex? No, it's not. But I know that later on there will be. So I've already made people aware that this is a mature book. Gotcha. But then I'm like catering for their mature reader, like 16, 18 upwards, kind of thing, who are who want a bit more gutsy, kind of like more realism what ifs, because there's ones where I've got a whole story, I think in issue 2, which is a very short story, is you got these people in a factory that work on robots that look like humans, and then the robot, they get their AI makes them look very have feelings and humanity, right? They have almost like humans. And so she thinks she's being saved by these people. But is she though? And then but what I like about Vertigo, and which is what I've always enjoyed about Vertigo, it's always been a mature reader's book. The DC imprint, right? Vertigo, which some guy came along and within 6 months destroyed the entire history of it. Imprints. You had all these creator-owned books where these guys like Guthinus were able to do Preacher, right? Right. And you got to see amazing stuff like that people have enjoyed, and all the figurines that came out. I've got the vampire, I can't even remember his name, but the English guy who's in there from that other superhero show that was over there. But he's the vampire, and then I've got a figurine of that. But you've got like stuff like Alan Moore's Saga of the Swamp Thing that came out through that, mature, nuclear, fallout, people, corporations like coming in and destroying small towns. You got all that political stuff in there that are amazing. You got this, the story that I really always remains in my mind is the undersea bloated images of these creatures that live in the friggin' swamp because they had to build a dam or something, a dam busted and drowned the entire town. And this is something that was written in the 70s and 80s, right? I think it's about 82, 83. And, and that's where, of course, my favorite character from that whole thing came out, which is John Constantine, right? Alan Moore, creating John Constantine. I think it's number 29 or something, or 31. And, and then you had, Hellblazer and stuff, 300 issues because of that, And I think a lot of times, you're looking at 80s, right? We go back to all these mature comics that have been created since the 80s. So if you had about 5 or 3, like you had 4 comics with Spider-Man, Batman, Superman, whatever else, Hulk, you could always go and buy something that was a bit more meaty,
Right.
And so I have just met this, I think not just a mini, but I at least have about 30% meaty stuff, like Top 10 from Alan Moore, like The Boys, Hellblazer. But not only that, then you go over to, I guess if you go over to Image Comics, and you've got stuff like Darkness, right? And you've got stuff like The Witchblade. And, you've also got Fables, right? Stuff like that.
Yeah, I love Fables.
Stuff is out here. Problem is,
would you consider that? Would you consider those mainstream? Those titles, like something like Fables and Vertigo, something like Why the Last Man. Would you consider those mainstream comics, or would you sort of consider them sort of, I don't know, alt, or because I mainstream would be sort of mainline, the main 2.
Then I don't. Yeah, then I wouldn't, because not everybody knows about those books, right? That not everybody knows about Fables. But if you're reading Fables, you're going, hey, dude, you should try Fables. Like I've done that with a lot of books, right? I had a problem. I think I screwed myself one time. I was at a convention. There was a teenage. What I thought was an 18-year-old Indian girl, because I was we're buying it. I'm looking through things, and I hadn't clicked. My brain didn't click that this is an R18 book, and I'm not sure I should be recommending this book, even though I enjoy it. The Cross. Right. Do you remember The Cross by Garth Ennis?
I missed that one.
That is like more out there than The Boys. It's about the a virus goes out and I've heard of I've heard of sort of the basic premise. Yeah. Very violent. Yeah, and then other writers that came in made it even more so than Garth did. Yeah. I think there was Howard Chaykin came in and went hard out. Cy Spencer came in. Cy Speria came in and made it even more hard out. And so you had all these guys just going, how far can I take the cross? And but the monsters in that aren't the monsters. And that's the thing about these books, like in the cross aren't the monsters. It's the humans that become the monsters, and you see them, right? Like there's that one about the family, and you look at, it's the family that's the monster. The father is a monster, the mother, and all these people are the monsters. And like it's a bit like, do you remember The Walking Dead with whatever, I can't remember what his name is, but like he's like very well known, where they go to that town, and they do all that stuff in that town. It's like that guy's the monster over these monsters. Yeah. And I think those type of stories resonate with us as mature readers. People who've read enough Spider-Man, who've read enough Hulk, and thought, you know what, they're just regurgitating the whole story. How far can they keep telling the same story? Is there anything else out there? And I remember
sorry, you go.
I remember when I moved towns, right? So in 2007, I moved down. So I went to a new comics shop, and this is how I made friends with Jeremy Bishop, here in Auckland. And he said, down there in Auckland, I should say. And I went in, I said, look, man, I'm looking for some cool comics, right? I'm just moved into the comic, whatever you got. He goes, what do you read? I said, well, I like Garth Ennis. I'm into that sort of mature comic. I'm into something, bit more fun. I'm not into like superheroes, but I like superheroes, but I also like something. He goes, try this. So he gives me a reissue of #1 from Dynamite, and I go take that home, he did it free. He gave it to me free, right? It's $1. It was $1 price, but $2 here in New Zealand. And I take it home, read it, and go, hey, dude, set me up. You know, and I've loved it ever since 2007. You know, and I found the boys because of him, and you know, and ever since that, I've been buying boys off him for lots of money ever since, because we've been trying to get the back issues, try to complete my, you know, 75 issues for the first series. And then there was like a whole bunch of like mini series. So it's around about 150 issues all up, you know?
Gotcha. So you're trying to like sort of complete your floppy collection.
Yeah, because I'm not really I'm not really a what you call it, like a trade paperback collector, but I do have a lot. I have a whole friggin' shelves of them there, but I have all my floppies across here. But I want to. So here's the thing about why I'm so tied into the boys, and also Spider Jerusalem, right? From I can't even remember what the hell that's called. What it's called? It's not even says it. It's a Warren Ellis written series, and the artwork's done by Derek Robertson, right? So this is when Derek came over in about 2014 to New Zealand.
Wow.
And so I had him sign this for me. This one-off, you know, like 827 of 1200, 1999. I bought it in about 2007. It's a Christmas gift, like, so it's like that, you know, about this time. But this is why I love the boys so much, because I used to talk with Derek Robertson on Facebook, right? And I said to him, if you ever come to New Zealand, I will rock up to you with my box, and I would like you to sign it. And he said, yep. Some like 7 years later, I go there and I go, yo, remember me? I told you I'd come. Here's my box. We were talking about this. So he sits there and just, we're talking away about it, you know, and just, you know, he's drawing. He does this one-off one. Nobody else ever owns this, you know, and then he goes and does draws on my hardcover, does a little thing, you know, of the boys in there, signs all my boys that I had at the time. I think it was about gosh, must have about 20 at the time, you know, and he's like, yeah, that big, I like a shoebox or something, and you know, and I mean, his political thing isn't the same as me, but I love him, you know. And the people recently have been talking about, like, can you dissociate the artist from the, you know, what is that called? Like, can you like the artist but not like the art? I mean, like the person in themselves or something, like some, you know. And I'm saying, yeah,
so they can't compartmentalize the art from the artist.
Yeah,
yeah, that's an interesting point.
You got to be able to do that, because look, if you don't do that, how many artists are you gonna hate and never enjoy their work? You
That's
know,
true.
It's very important to be able to do that, because otherwise we're just so empty people, you know.
Well, I think you like you said, you have to, when you're consuming sort of your Western media. I mean, I know you're a manga guy. I'm not, and
I'm not a full manga guy. Like, I mean, I'm a comic dude, but I do enjoy manga. And the reason I haven't collected manga for so long is the whole fact that nothing like a first issue doesn't matter. There's no collectability in it, you know.
Of manga, you mean?
But I do enjoy. Yeah, I do enjoy manga, but I mean, I'm always going to be a comic guy, right? I'm always the comic guy. But carry on. Sorry, just want to clear that.
No, you're right. I mean, and look, maybe it's just like a translation thing, but like, you know, like I was saying, it seems like. I mean, artists tend to be sort of a little kind of, you know, left-leaning anyway, just by sort of,
they do. Yeah.
And look, normally it's sort of like, okay, you know, but you know, like I said, if you were to go, well, look, this doesn't, you know, agree with my politics, it's not sort of my, you know, my side of things, you know, your sliver of the, you know, what you could consume would be sort of very very low, but I mean, very small, I should say. But I mean, what I was gonna, and this is what because I've started to buy sort of a little bit of manga, you know, sort of getting into Akira. And my brother is a big manga guy, like, you know, almost exclusive manga and has accrued sort of a big library over the last sort of couple of years, and he's sort of lending me stuff. And you know, what I've noticed is that sort of the politics of the day. I mean, maybe I'll notice if I was Japanese, but are sort of missing, you know. And I guess you know, what's sort of the, you know, is that a good thing? I don't know.
I think the thing is that politics will always change. Whoever's in power now will be different tomorrow, right? Right. And so with that, you know, I think by having that there, I'll just bring you on in a minute here. We'll see what's going on there. But you know, so I think a lot of it's I always, if I'm writing about politics, I'm writing about the past. I've made this my thing.
Interesting.
Like, interesting. And so it's about communism in the past. So like there's I did a web comic within Critical, which is free to read right now, right, on plungecomics.com. So I did a whole thing where, as a web comic, I was trying to tell you the history of what it was like by the time this thing happened and these people, you know, these orphans happened. So I want to bring everybody into the, you know, why there was all these terrible things happening in Romania because of Ceausescu. So I was running a kind of like a narration of that amongst the story that was going on at the time in the comic book. So you could understand the past, right? And I'm not going to talk about the politics of today because it doesn't matter, because tomorrow will be different. So I'll talk about the history. But the problem, like I'm left leaning, right? I'm center left, and I always will be center left because I'm an art, like you said. That's why I smiled about it, you know, because artists are you know, free. They're more free. They don't like to restrict themselves. So when I hear people talking about like, oh, I'm right leaning, you're right leaning on certain things because you're still an artist, and we still want the freedom to create. Now, if you're only right leaning if all your views and are only a certain very extreme, not extreme, I shouldn't say that, but a very right leaning way. But when you come into when you just stick to that side and not talk the other side, it becomes a bit weird because it just it's like you always put only your own biases into it. And I find that that's what's happening in mainstream right now, is that people are just putting their own biases in it right now, which kind of like, you know, especially on the left, right? One of the things we saw today, this week, my friend, you know, let me just show you this post, which is kind of like crazy as, but I'll bring this up in reference to this as how, you know, the state of mainstream comics in DC right now. Where are you? Okay. Right. So here we go. So I'm going to present screen. So this is Wonder Woman.
Interesting.
Right. That is Wonder Woman. All right.
Right. Okay.
You know, it's like, okay. You know, I mean, all right. That's why I didn't put any of my comments in it. I don't want to, you know, I just want to say, here you go. And then one of my mates who's a comic creator, right, goes, what is this crap? All right. And he's a left-leaning person, right? He's not a right-leaning, right? We don't agree on everything, but you know, he's a comic creator himself, and he's amazing, you know. But you know, I mean, when you put it out there, the norm, you know, not the normies, even the fans are saying, and are saying, what is this crap, right? Because
that's the thing, right? I mean. And this is sort of, this topic's sort of a minefield. So I'll try and be sort of diplomatic. I will say this as well. I will say just as a thought, and I wanted to get your sort of thoughts on this because I had this thought recently. Because I would have been kind of, if you asked me a week ago, sort of, you know, what my opinion was of politics and art, I would have said, look, keep the sort of the politics of the day out of it, because you're going to, particularly if you're a mainstream sort of property, you're going to ostracize at least someone, no matter which way you cut it. If the Republican Party endorses mattresses, a mattress company, Democrats aren't going to buy it, so same sort of thing. If you have a political philosophy in a comic book, you're promoting that, people that don't believe in that are going to go, well, I will go elsewhere. But I had this thought. I was watching this movie. I think it was on Netflix over the Christmas break, called Dark Waters. Have you seen that? I think it's on Netflix. It's got Mark Ruffalo and Anne Hathaway in it.
Actually, while you're talking about that, I think I had that on one of my lists to bring up. So
Gotcha.
let's have a look at the trailers, right?
Sure. Because let's watch the trailer, and then and then we'll sort of go over it, I guess. But if you looked at the synopsis, I sort of watched it on a whim. I was kind of like, I like Mark Ruffalo. He's a big lefty, but that's okay. I don't hold it against him. But it seemed interesting. It's basically about an environmental lawyer who defends chemical companies,
right?
When sort of representing someone who is suing a chemical company, this big company in America called Dupont.
Right.
And
let's have a look.
I thought, let's watch it.
Still, you did nothing.
Almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains.
Hi, Grammars.
You can guess where it's set, right?
Your grandma tells me her grandson's some fancy environment lawyer down in Cincinnati. I am a corporate defense attorney. So? I defend chemical companies. Well, now you can defend me. How many did you lose? 190. 190 cows. You tell me nothing's wrong here. It's a small matter for a family friend. Help a guy who needs it.
The farmer or you? That's chemicals, I'm telling you.
I'm seeing documents I don't understand. They're hiding something. That chemical. What if you drank it? Drank it? It's like saying, what if I swallowed a tire? What if whatever's killing those cows is in the drinking water?
That's Dupont. Better living through chemistry. It's our DNA.
You need to tell me what in the hell's going on.
DuPont is knowingly poisoning 70,000 local residents for the last 40 years. You knew, still you did nothing.
You want to flush your career down the toilet for some cowhand?
You want to take everything that you know and turn it against an iconic American company, like an informant. Isn't that right? Isn't that right? Isn't that right?
Yes. They have all the money, all the firepower, and they'll use it. I know. I was one of them. Our government is captive to DuPont. They're trying to force you to make me stop.
He was willing to risk his job, his family, for a stranger who needed his help.
The system is rigged. They want us to think it'll protect us. We protect us. We do.
So there you go. So I think it's on Netflix at the moment. I mean, not to spoil it, but basically, he's a lawyer who usually defends chemical companies. So he would usually defend DuPont, and then if he's approached by a farmer whose cows are dying, and he says, "Well, I want you to help me sue the people that you'd usually protect," and he sort of kind of hums and haws about it, and it was interesting because Mark Ruffalo's a big lefty. He loves the environment, and that's great.
Yeah.
But I thought it was, I was sort of bracing myself to sort of be kind of preached to, and sort of this is what we need to do. But there was none of that. It was simply this is what's happened, and you may not have you may not know about it. And I was like, well, that's kind of good. I mean, that's kind of okay. Like if you sort of heavily political movie, but if you sort of go, well, look, here is something that's happened that's really bad. Not to spoil the movie, that's really bad.
Yeah.
It may affect you, and now you're aware of it. You know what I mean? And it sort of just left it at that, and there's sort of a legal drama sort of intertwined that. I was like, that seems fine. So I wanted to get your thoughts on sort of like, can you bring awareness to an issue without sort of going, getting, eye rolled, I guess, or do you think that even that is sort of, cringe, for want of a better term?
I think, mature readers want something good to chew on. You want meat with your, with your soup. You just don't want your soup, right? You want a bit of, like what they say, in a stew. You like if you don't like, I'm a butcher's son, right? So dad 40 years, right? Worked for one of them. He's the guy who polices, makes sure that the meat that goes into the world, right, not just New Zealand at that time when he was working this 40 years, is actually check marks, so there's no disease, nothing in them. So,
right,
so that's the background when I say about meat, butcher's son. So, when you have a soup, you want all the good things in it, and in a comic book, you want all the good things in it, and every now and then you got to have something that you can bite into, which is why X-Men was so good in the 90s, because you got to learn about Genosha, because it was kind of like, it felt like living under dictatorship. It felt like living in Hitler's Germany, right, at that time, because you got a bit of history from the past being modernized in a fantastical mutant universe, which is why I love that. I freaking love that whole arc of Claremont and Burns, right? Because they modernized what could have been like a political dumb thing into a really cool storylines, and that whole arc formed them as one of the greatest, I think, as far as I'm concerned, written about mutants ever, with the X-Men involved in it. And I think you can always talk about it, and I don't think you should feel not able to talk about politics and comics, but it's how you do it. I mean, like, look, nobody wants you to force feed them anything, your own personal things. If you're going to write about something, don't make it about yourself, especially when it comes to political things. Show them what it is there. Let both sides, let the reader decide, right? That's why I say I'm like a center left, because I like my freedoms. I like to be able to do silly shit. I don't like control.
Yeah.
I want to be able to create what I like to create and tell a story the way I want to tell, but I'm not going to force feed the story into you. Even like I was saying about like the communism stuff with Ceausescu, that's in the past. They had to live under that, and that's how the Incredible whole, because she's an orphan, why she became an orphan, right? And how she ended up there, and we don't know what happened. And as you go in, you find out about them, but that's not the main part of the story. The main part is about her journey, and his own. Hey man, chat is invite to stream is open. It's earlier up there. The link, so you can come in if you want. But if you want to discuss what we're discussing at the moment, we're discussing politics and comics. I mean, I don't feel you can talk about anything you want in comics, as far as I'm concerned.
Sure.
But if you do it wrong, people will kick back, right? I mean, you can right-wing stuff, right? I mean, you can talk about left wing. You can censor stuff. You can talk.
You can definitely. You can talk about any. I suppose. Yeah,
you can talk about religion. Nobody's going to, atheism. Nobody's going to care, as long as you do it without trying to force it down somebody's throat. This is what you should believe in, because this is what Aru believes in.
Right. And you touched on an interesting point just before, because you know, there was another great thing about this movie was you know, there was sort of a counterweight to what was happening, because basically this chemical company Dupont employs everyone in this town. So basically, they're sort of doing good, but they're also doing bad, you know, and there was sort of a kind of a meditation on that. It's like, well, if you got this company to shut down, yes, people are going to be less sick, but this town is going to be done. There's going to be no opportunity here, and so that was surprising as well. That was sort of there was sort of a counterbalance. But going back to your point, you very rarely see that in comics with whatever the politics is that it is essential. It's not a meditation on the issues of the day and how best to sort of move forward. It's sort of evangelical. I have an idea and I think a way to move forward, and I'm going to try and promote that. And like I said, no matter what sort of way that is presented, whether it be left, right, up the middle, you're going to ostracize some of your readership base, particularly if you're sort of a mainstream comic, and particularly if that was not present before when people initially started reading it.
Yeah, that's very important. So if you don't have it before, then if you interject it just now, like what happened with Captain Marvel, right? Because like we didn't see, where the hell was she for all those 15 years? Why is she suddenly here now? But I mean, like, the thing is, if it's not part of that person's character or arc or whatever, and you suddenly interject something into it, people will just go, "What? Please, I'm going to go somewhere else now because you've ruined something that was cool." I think a lot of times, this is why, like, if you don't know how to do politics good, and if you don't know how to tell a political story well, don't do it. Right? Stay away from it. If you do know research how to do it. If you don't know how to do it, look at how it's been done by other people. It's like, if I'm going to write a children's story, I want to go look at a lot of the other children's stories to find how children's stories are written. It's and you got to you don't just suddenly go, you know what, I am going to write about Dupont being bad.
Right. And
that's it. But not knowing, like you said, Dupont was doing other stuff that was actually good for the community and stuff. But how do you get them come around? Look, you don't have to do, you don't have to put this stuff out there and then kill your people that are working for you, right? I mean, this happened in like I think it was in the 80s or 90s in India. They had a fertilizer company that like basically retarded like generations of people and children and stuff because of a fallout they had that was leaked into all the soil and the waters and stuff. So it's not something new. Like Flint recently, right? Flint, Michigan, Oregon, with all that chemicals in the water. So this is a very important subject. So, and you don't have to like beat people over the head with it because they see it all the time. It's the same thing with politics, right? You don't want to beat people over their heads with it you don't want to beat what's happening right now in the news put into comics and go, now you can read it here too. A lot of people use comics to escape. Now, if you want to put a bit of meat into it, want to put a bit of politics into it, give it a bit of balance, right? Let the reader decide what they should choose. Because remember, like you said, Rex, there's a right-wing, whatever, or lefty or centrist reading that comic book. That some might not agree with what you're saying, and they might drop your book, and then you go, "Oh yeah, look, I got rid of one of them." But guess what? That's $1 or $2-3 that's not coming to your company anymore. Right. And then now the studio's going, or the production company, whatever, is going, you know what? Yeah, I think we're gonna have to next issue. You're gonna have to calm down because like now we got like, it's not just one person. There's like 50,000 out there that don't like the way you're writing now, and they're learning that the hard way. Like people are freaking going for, hey, I need some, PayPal me some money because even though I'm a big name comic writer, I've signed up to a freaking deal. Guess what? I can't pay my bills this week. So
right. Here's a question, because I don't get to talk to many people that sort of have sort of the breadth of knowledge that you have. So I'm dying to ask this. You know, there's a lot more politics. I from what I can see, a lot more sort of politics in mainstream comics now. Whether you think that's a good thing or a bad thing, do you think that is a symptom or a cause for sales lagging? I've sort of been meditating on this a little bit. Sort of, people kind of, a lot of people on the net will go, well, this is why, comics aren't doing so well. There's politics, we don't like that, what have you. But, the flip side of that is that it's like, well, sales aren't going, and they're maybe sort of, grasping at straws on what will work. Maybe sort of, talking about these particular issues that younger people might be into will sort of draw that crowd. I mean, what do you what do you think of thoughts of the impact of that sort of stuff in the industry at the moment?
I think, look, my personal opinion, right? If you change what people are used to, they'll reject it, right? They'll let you know. So you lose money there. And then you put stuff that's your own personal things into it, that's got nothing with the character, they'll reject you there. But then you get online and you say, well, you rejected me because I'm trans, you rejected me because I'm gay, I'm black, I'm white, you rejected me because, of my story, because my character is now something else. You don't like this because it comes. At the end of the day, the reader is the one who's buying it. Right. If the reader doesn't like what you're selling, they won't buy it. And what we're seeing is what the reader's deciding. The person with the wallet is deciding what they want, and the companies are saying, we know better. So they're ignoring and that's why, people like me just go, you know what? I'm tired. If I want any comics, I'm going to go back and get the Boys series. I'm going to go back to the X-Men from the 80s and 90s. I'm going to go back and read, and thank you for today, like for Miracle Man, I'm going to go read Miracle Man now. And just this week, I've decided, that I'm going to go read Spawn. I've never had an interest in Spawn. Now I'm going to go, I have a trade paperback, and a couple of key issues, but because I'm a collector, right? But I've never really been interested in reading Spawn. But this year, so I'm putting Spawn as my one comic to read this year. The entire series, there's about freaking 300 plus issues and all the minis, and also now Miracle Man, because I like the idea of what you just told me in this, in the synopsis of Miracle Man. Even though I've got Miracle Man comics, I've just never got around to reading them. I even got a new game, Marvel, issue #1 or whatever. But that's me, the collector in me. But if you don't listen to the person with the wallet, that doesn't mean they know everything is correct. But they're your freaking economy. That's what runs your company. That's what's supplying your writer and your artist getting paid on time, right? And having money in their pockets. If you're putting out political comic books by destroying the iconic characters, the reader's telling you, no, we don't want that. So the best thing to do is go, okay, we're going to finish that off. Next arc is we're going to go back to originality.
That's sort of the head scratcher aspect to with this, is that it does I remember standing in front of it, and I don't have any, one of my favorite, I sound like I'm saying, well, I've got lots of, colored friends, one of my favorite, heroes is Luke Cage, but I remember standing in front of a comic book shelf, and, Thor was a woman, Wolverine was a woman, Captain America was a woman, and Hawkeye might have been a woman too. I think Captain America was.
Oh yeah, Hawkeye's a woman.
Yeah, Misty character.
Hawkeye was Hawkeye as a woman. Yeah.
Right. So it was I'm a big Wolverine guy, and I think X-23 is X-23 might be the exception, because if you have Wolverine die, well, she takes over the mantle, so it makes sense. But it's like, well, that's a change in the character. I like Logan. I've liked Logan since I was a little boy, you know, and the X-23 I might like, but it's a different character, you know, and I have to sort of assess whether I'm going to reinvest in that character again after such a big change. I was getting to what? Oh, that's what I was saying. The head scratching sort of part for me is that the politics, there does seem to be sort of a subversive element to it, right? Like, it, you know, the politics wouldn't be so bad if it sort of made sense naturally to the character, right? You know, this character is, you know, Wolverine has sort of had sort of an environmental arc to him, you know, sort of taking care of, like, you know, the woodland creatures and making sure people hunters are doing the right thing and what have you. You know, so it makes sense if he sort of has a storyline that kind of has that bent to it, you know. But a lot of it is subversive. It's sort of like, you know, the biggest example I could think of was there was a Batman story, and there's a riot going on in the street, and Batman sort of looking at the crowd sort of smashing things up and what have you, and he goes, "Oh, well, these businesses have insurance, you know, it's not my problem."
You would never say that.
Yeah, he's order, you know,
because he's a business owner. You know, Bruce Wayne is a corporate person, has mega corporations all over the world. He knows what it's going to cost, and he knows the value of all those people getting, all this, you know, business getting destroyed. He would never say that. You know, he'd try to stop them. He would be in there going, "Listen, you're hurting those business people here. You're hurting how are they going to feed their kids? How are they going to feed their family? How are they going to pay their bills?" That's how Bruce would say, because Bruce knows that he's an employer, right? As well. So this is what happens when you don't know. Like this is, I always refer to what Frank Miller said to Tom King on this. Is like, you don't know Bruce Wayne. You don't know Batman. You just don't know him. You know, and
a riot is, you know, is an incredibly violent act. You know, people die in riots. You know, so it just doesn't even make sense at the face of it. And that's, you know, that's the sort of thing too. It just it seems to be kind of a revolution in the character, which can, you know, sometimes not be a bad thing, you know, but again, if you are invested in this character and that character sort of fundamentally changes or does something out of character, you know, you sort of go, I don't, you know, and then you kind of have to say, like, well, I like what's going on, or is this sort of not the guy I know? You know what I mean? So,
I mean,
as
a reader, as a fan, you're describing exactly what I went through, right? Which is in the back of my head, right, as we like to say, something's wrong. It just doesn't fit here. It just doesn't feel right. You know, I don't know what it is. I just can't nail it down. I don't know how to describe it, but I know it's wrong. And then suddenly, you know, it clicks, and you go, "Oh, that's why it's not Bruce anymore. You know, this isn't Batman anymore. This is someone else. This is the writer." And I feel, you know, I mean, as a writer, right? I mean, I've written like I mentioned, stage plays, you know, religious scripts, stuff like that, productions, being in other people's, you know, productions and stuff like that. I've always been like, whatever that person's handing me is what I'm doing, right? If they tell me to do this as an actor, I'm doing what they tell me to do. If you know, if the 40 or 50-year-old lady is telling me 20-year-old, 30-year-old person how to be a rat, I'm gonna do that. And this is what these guys don't do. They get handed a job and they go, "Listen, write me Batman." They go, "No, I'm gonna write Tom King as Batman." You know, I'm gonna write, you know, Tom Sheridan as Green Lantern. You know, you know, I think that's where the problem is. Like, if I'm writing Incredible as Aru, as a female, writing it,
Right.
that doesn't work. I want that character to be that character as I shape that character into her own personality. I think a lot of times, I'm like I said before, I'm writing a whole anthology about short stories, about comic stories, about a whole bunch of different characters. So the first one was based from a male's point of view, like two people, right? A guy who's trying to take care of his girlfriend, his missus, right? I'm not sure, his partner, who's got mental issues, right? Because she's not dealing well with life, right? Mental health issues.
Sure.
So they went away to just chill, get out of life for a bit. And now now they come back, something terrible happens, and all he's concerned about is making sure she's looked after well, right?
Right.
So he's trying to be a protector to her because she's not well, and she doesn't know how to cope with these sort of situations. So he's trying to defend it. That's him as that character, not me.
Right.
Trying to do that. Like I'd be like, all right, let's get, I don't know, maybe just sit here and do nothing, kind of thing, or whatever. No, let's not even face this shit. Let's just go away. Yeah. And it's
I remember seeing an interview.
A story about a family man, right? And I'm writing a voice of a mother, right? And so the mother's got to behave the way that's going to, and if something's hurting the child, the mother's going to get in there and like, let's get in it. Don't you dare, because my mom's been like that, right? So I know when my mom's been like that with me, when I've been hurt, my mom rocks up to the guy's door and goes, your child did this to my son. I don't want to freaking hear, you better sort this child out. That's, so I like put my mom in, like how my mom would behave. And I think a lot of times these guys haven't had the experiences in the real world, or they've never let go of their own views on things. I mean, I've always, like, my sister calls me a chameleon, kind of like, you always change with things. I'm like, yeah, because I get new things come in. I understand new things. So when I understand new things on new ideas, and I'll research it and I'll look into it, then I change my point of view. Like, I mean, you can't, if you stagnate forever on one single point of view, and that's the only thing you hold on to, you're not going to be a rounded creative person. And I think a lot of creators out here in the mainstream, especially writers or whatever, they haven't let go of their like high school, life. They haven't come into the real world to be around other mature people and people that don't agree with them. Like, I've got friends who do not agree with me, but they're my best friends.
Yeah, sure.
Because I don't want them to agree with me on every single point. It doesn't matter. Like, I've got people who don't agree with me politically. That doesn't mean nothing, because what it means is it doesn't mean nothing because I love them, right? And they care about me and I care about them. Nothing stops me, my ideas or concepts stops me from loving them or caring about them. And a lot of times when these guys are writing out here, they don't think about that. They just hold on to that friggin', their goalpost and never want to let it go. When the readers are saying, dude, please stop doing this, or we're going to walk away. And so you see it. I mean, imagine how much billions that we don't see these companies talk about that has been lost to manga. Right?
To manga? Wow.
To manga.
This is a subject I love to. I was going to say, just because I think you've touched on something really interesting. I don't want to attribute it to Alan Moore if he didn't say it, but basically, I saw an interview by someone basically saying, that this sort of stuff, the stuff that you're talking about now, is sort of stemming from fans of the property, basically growing up reading it and then writing, begin to write it, because they go, well, when they're a kid, they go, oh well, I wish Batman would do this, if I was Batman, I would do this, and they sort of inject sort of their own kind of thing. They don't kind of, I mean, this, I guess that's the trouble with the format of superhero comics as well. I mean, you look at manga, it's basically one writer, one team from start to finish, and it's consistent all the way out. The art's consistent. It probably will get better over time, if anything. But it's the same writer. He sort of has a combined vision, and he's sort of able to sort of think of the story holistically and the project holistically, right? But with superhero comics, you've got like a different team every 5 issues, or they do a run of however long, what have you, and then once that team's done, rinse and repeat, and it's you kind of end up with this format and system, this machine that really can't tell a proper story. It was funny. I was looking at like sales figures for like last year, like the top 10 sort of selling books of in I think comic book stores. I don't think it was a book scan. I think it was the what is it called, the I2V2, whatever it's called, report. But it's basically what's selling in the direct market. And like if you look at the top 10 manga, I think the oldest one in the top 10, the oldest property was One Piece, which is like like 30 years old, maybe over 20 years old. Maybe Dragon Ball, but maybe Dragon Ball was up there, which technically older than that. But everything else other than that started in the 2000s, the 2010s. My Hero Academia, Jujutsu Kaisen, whatever it's called. These are all super novel, super new properties that are fresh. You look at Western comics, you're lucky to find one that's I think the youngest one was Spawn, that was like in 80s or the early 90s, right?
Yeah.
The rest were like post World War II characters, and they've just been sort of cranking them out for 80 years, and I think that's sort of one of the problems as well, is that these characters, these stories are a little tired. They're you could what are you going to do after? So it's all that old Simpsons thing. Simpsons had been going on for so long that sort of done everything. Well, it's that it's that problem now. It's just been going on for too long.
All right. So looking at the sales here, right? With what is this? Is like the monthly sales by month. I'm not sure what. Oh, this is like way old. Let me just get to the by year or something. Actually,
I think Comicron. Yeah, Comicron is based on what, like Diamond statistics, which
So it excludes all manga stuff. But I mean, like, it's weird seeing this because any manga is killing all these, right?
Oh yeah,
Any manga is killing any of these. And like you look at this, like it's 500. Like in 2019, it was 574,000 Detective Comics. There's a million of One Piece just being sold. Just wipes that out.
Right.
Star Wars. Okay, they sold 1 million because that's when it just #1 just came out. I have a couple issues of that. Okay, but that's because it's the first time it came out, and where is it now, right? Sales wise. So any of these things. I mean, you look at Civil War, right? And all of these are wiped out.
I mean,
over.
It's a little disingenuous because it's saying like the Punisher came out in 1991, but how old is Punisher as a character?
I think it's about
60s. Is it a Stan Lee, Jack Kirby?
Or something.
He
appeared on the first. He appeared at Amazing Spider-Man 290 something. Because I wanted to buy that, and I have actually.
When was that? Yeah, so that would have been like the 70s, maybe. I mean,
it's if they ever, I mean, this is a fear, right? The fear of the Western, the American comic industry is that if you put it side by side by what the world is reading, it doesn't. It's a fraction of what it is.
You should have a look at there's a thing called the NPD book scan. I think it's real weird, right? So they're like super corporate, like they do like sort of it's mainly book stuff, but they capture like Comics Hub data as well. But I mean they basically cover like bookstores in North America. I think they purport to say that they capture about 85% of like the print book market, right? You have a look at that and have a look at the comic sale figures. I think Comics Beat, I forgot the guy's name is. He does it. He's done a report on it. It's like $3,000 to access the reports yourself. So you need to find someone who like reports on who has paid the subscription fee for this data. And dude, it's some of it's surprising, but yeah, manga is manga like Chainsaw Man, Jujutsu Kaisen, My Hero Academia is like just blowing stuff up. I mean, here's the interesting thing about that report from Comics Beat as well is that there is there's I think it's a Miles Morales comic that sold through Scholastic. It's the Scholastic like catalog.
Yeah.
So that sold more than like all of Marvel stuff combined.
Right.
Like, so it's like, it's so you're sort of scratching your head going kind of what is like the mainstream sort of comic industry doing? Where do their sort of priorities lie? If there are sort of other channels other than sort of, comic book stores in the direct market, like, is it sort of time to sort of review kind of one, how you're approaching stories and writing them? Like I said, these teams come in, come out, it's just rinse and repeat, and where they're being sold, because, like you said, manga is killing it.
The way, going back to like Miles Morales, right?
Yeah.
How many schools and public libraries do you think there are in the world?
Oh, I couldn't tell you.
Imagine every single one of them had a Miles Morales, whatever book they put out. Now you've got that sold, right? Then, well, if you release anything else on comic shop, that's, on bookstores and all that, that's cool. Now, if you look at that and then you just go, what's a manga doing right now? Probably 5 times that.
It's
right?
Outrageous.
And the important thing here is what you raised earlier about manga is that there's one team, one writer, one person with a vision on how this is going to be done. This is how these characters are going to be doing. This is why I think all these other, the mainstream's dying, and you because of that, because you got too many voices, too many cooks. Like they say, right? I'm a chef. Too many cooks ruin the soup, right? Oh, I want a bit of this. Oh, it doesn't taste right to me. I'm going to put, you need a bit more salt. Oh, bit pepper. Oh, you need to put cream in that. Oh, look, put something sweet in there. All that is what's happening right now. I think if you reference it in the way the cooking goes, you've got every version of Batman the way the writers wanted to write it. Tom King writes it the way he wants to write it. Frank Miller writes it the way he wants to write it. Jeff Loeb, he does a lot of amazing Superman books, and like he's very strong with Superman, right? I remember I was watching Robin Meyer Burnett on his observation today. He said, what they should do? They should make a TV series or a movie based on Superman for all seasons, right? Because he gets it. And that's the one that was part of the whole Smallville, they've used that as a Smallville TV series. I recently looked it up. And so, Jeff Loeb writing Superman is amazing because everybody knows the way he writes. But then he also, when he writes Batman, he sticks with Batman. He doesn't go Jeff Loeb writing Batman. He's writing Batman as Batman. Bruce Wayne is Batman. So you got to write as Bruce Wayne. So when Bruce Wayne puts on his cape, his mantle, his cowl, he gets out there, he's still Bruce Wayne. The problem here is you've got all these new writers or whatever going, it's Aru. Now he is Batman.
Right.
You know?
Aru's
Like,
Batman, yeah.
put my mask on. It's not Bruce Wayne anymore. It's Aru. Look, Aru is now being Batman.
Yeah.
And I think that's why why manga always beats them, because how many more how many more Superman stories and Batman stories are you going to write? You know.
Yeah.
And I get it. They want to put new characters in, but they don't want to put the effort into creating this, bringing those new characters in the way those iconic writers from old have, engineered these characters to be, because they don't write themselves into those characters. They write those characters individually to be those characters, which is why I think a lot of times, people move away from it, and that's why a lot of people complain, right? They go, well, it doesn't and I've complained myself that they don't sound like Bruce. Bruce doesn't behave that, like you said, over the right. Bruce won't behave that way. Bruce is a freaking CEO, right? He's got vested interest in making sure businesses survive. He's worried about those people because he knows those shops own, are businesses which not only earn the people who are selling, own it, business money, but then there's a downward spiral, right? There's a pyramid. So the person who manufactured it, the person who brought it, the person who designed it, right? That all those people get fed. And this is why I think business is very important to learn very, very, very early on, the economy of money, that all that stuff is all tied into what Bruce is about, right? And then you go, Bruce wouldn't want anybody hurt. That's why he doesn't kill people.
Right.
And because he knows what it's like to lose someone, he doesn't want anyone lost. He doesn't even beat up, Joker forever. I mean, I had an argument 20 years ago, not argument, conversation about why doesn't Bruce just kill Joker? Right?
Correct.
Just get rid of him, because it'll save the millions of people, or hundreds of thousands of people that, from dying because at the hand of Joker. Well, because Bruce knows what it's like to lose someone. And if you look, even though he's the most horrendous person, and I wish he would kill him, which is why I like Injustice, because it's an Elseworld kind of thing, multiverse, kind of story. I like the fact that in that story, Superman just does that, Joker in the first issue, right? In the first page almost, I think it was. But at the end of the day, you don't take away Bruce Wayne's humanity. If you take away his humanity, he just becomes a villain, just like any other, mega corporation, uncaring CEO out there. Yeah.
And just like a last sort of tidbit on that sort of particular thing as well. I mean, Bruce Wayne, Batman, he's so invested in Gotham as a city too.
Yeah.
So to see people sort of destroying the city and then go, hey, it is what it is. Like, it's just not. That's not what he would do. It's a subversion of what I don't mind characters doing things surprising, but it has to be sort of understandable, and you can't sort of the character just can't all out of nowhere going, what, I don't care about Gotham anymore. These insurance will take care of it. They'll foot the bill.
It's like his wife. I mean, really, to be honest, Gotham is his wife, right? His girlfriend. He will dismiss a female who's gorgeous, Catwoman, just because he cares about Gotham more.
It's his castle.
Yeah, it's his home. It's everything. It means everything to him. And you talking about which, I'm like, I'm writing some sort of like a female Batman, with a not really female Batman, but like a character like that, who's a corporate, entity, who's a hero as well, and who had her sidekick is a male, right? So the Batman, her Robin is a male, and it's something I've been working on every now and then. I've got all the designs and all the characteristics, all the costume designs. Like, it's got to do around like blackbirds, because we have blackbirds in New Zealand, and you get the blackbird. It's got like a little white thing here, and then you got a toy, yeah, and then you got like then you've got the magpie. So it's like blackbird and magpie, the blackbirds. And but I've been working for about 3 odd years. Just got to wait for finding the right artist for it. But I haven't finished the script. because it's kind of a futuristic story. So I got to make sure the technology is right in it. But I'm not going to write that character as me. I want to write that character as a female. And now this is a problem, right? If you start writing females as males, it doesn't taste right. It doesn't feel right. And if you write males as females, it's even worse, because you have to write them as they are, and they're not you. They're never you. They're part of you, but they're never you. Because if they're you, then why would people pay attention? I mean, I'm not that interesting, to be honest. I don't find myself that interesting. I know what I do is interesting. When I interview people like I'm talking to you, I find this interesting, right? I am not interesting. I'm like, I'd rather just sit on the bed and like watch anime all day long and not do anything. But when I hang out with people and talk this stuff, I find this very interesting, because I'm having a real conversation that isn't all about me. It isn't centered on me. And
you're being too hard on yourself.
You're
being too hard on yourself.
Yeah. So the comic should be about the character. It should be about that world, the universe. It's apart from me. It's out there. It's something I'm painting. And if somebody loves it, amazing. Somebody hates it, that's okay. Yeah. And if they like it, they talk about it, that's even better. At the end of the day, it's what I've created, but it's not me. And I think that's a lot of times, that's why you have all these comic creatives getting annoyed when people go, you did a bad job on this. They feel like it's their thing, but it's not. You didn't create Batman, so you shouldn't treat Batman like it's your thing. You're just here for 6 months. You're gonna walk away.
You're doing your tour duty,
yeah.
It is weird, right? Yeah, it's such a weird. I mean, I was watching a video on YouTube on sort of I forgot what his name is, but basically he was talking about sort of he's a bit of a strange guy, but basically he's talking about sort of how does an indie creator compete with the big two mainstream comics, what have you, with all the money and resources that they have and all the talent that they have. Yeah. I mean, exactly what you're talking about. The storytelling sort of system that they've set up is not conducive to good storytelling. Like I talk about this all the time. Like I stream on Twitch a little bit, and I talk about this all the time. It's like, tell me what the story of Spider-Man is. And it's like, people go, well, they end up giving a description because of the character, because he's been going for 80 years. You can't. There is no conducive story. So and it's like, well, that's not sort of, that's not conducive to a good story, going for 80 years and just sort of rinsing and repeating, So that's what I was going to say is like, if as an indie creator can put together like a solid vision, with semi-interesting characters, serviceable art, you've got like a massive advantage on these companies, because they're sort of going around in circles, and you're kind of, you're going, I'm getting the right way, you're going somewhere, you're telling a story with a beginning, a middle, and an end, and a conclusion, that's not what they're doing. They're off sort of, milking, they want to keep the thing going, so it's seasonal. It's like a season, right? Like wrestling, right? Like now he's beaten that character, now he's going to get to the next character. It's like, because I watch wrestling a lot. Like, I mean, I'm like a lot, like on the same level, but I don't talk about it a lot. But it's the same. As much as I watch, like, I probably spend about 2 hours a day watching stuff, But like now they finished that battle. Now they're going to choose another enemy. Now you're going to choose another enemy. Now you're going to choose another enemy. Now it's going to. It's like, okay, but like somewhere there's going to be an end. I mean, like for me, like I know, like it's not in real life 5-year time frame, but in the comic for the Plunge universe, there's a 5-year. Incredigo's got a 5-year time frame,
There's going to something happen in 5 years. So I know I got all these other characters in that universe's 5 year to write about that. It all comes together, and then I'll move on. But the other thing is, like, a lot of these, while I'm doing that, I'm writing Templeton, I'm writing Robot Nation, I'm writing some other story, that there's other things for people to eat and, enjoy. And it's not the only thing. Because at the end of the day, like, you just want to be as creative as you can. And if you're creating character, you want to put as much energy into each character as you can. And if you're just regurgitating, oh, now he's fighting Lex Luthor again.
Yeah.
2 years, I'll let you later. Oh, Lex Luthor's pissed off again at Superman. Oh, what now?
Right.
Oh, wait. Lex Luthor's going to create a new weapon to kill Superman. Oh, no. Like, dude, about the 60th time you'd give up, right? Even the third time you'd probably give up.
Right.
That's too much. And it's just gets tiring. And I think people feel that way as well. That's why they're moving on, right?
Just sort of burned out. Yeah.
And it's the same thing with streaming, right? Like, you've got 5, 6, 7 channels now. People don't have that much time.
Yeah.
And they're coming to slowly realize, it's like, why? What do I really want to watch? You know what? I'm just going to have Netflix and nothing else. That's it. And Netflix is basically won out because it's the first kid on the block. It's got the most things. It's it's doing what it's supposed to be doing, and it's in most homes compared to everybody else. And everybody wants to get into streaming because there was money, and Netflix was making a lot of money, and so everybody chose that. Just like with superheroes, it's like when they did that whole what was that certification thing back in the 50s, with superheroes was the only thing they go, oh, this is the only thing we can make that's not going to piss people off, and so that's all they stuck to. They never, that's why I love Vertigo, because Vertigo said, you know what, it doesn't have to be superheroes, right?
Yeah. Well, that's, I mean, and this is a point that I was going to bring up with you because you brought it up. I love Fables, and Fables, Fables is such a rare property because it's super accessible. People, anyone can get into it, right? Like, my partner, she doesn't read comics at all. She's read Fables, and she was like, this is great. That first sort of first 10, I got the trades. The first 10 books, I guess, sort of like the first 100 issues, I guess, 50 issues, is fantastic. And there was a TV show that was sort of, it wasn't
Once
Upon a Time or something like that. And I was like looking at it going, this is Fables, but garbage, like the garbage. Yeah, generic version.
Well, I'll tell you a story about that in a minute. But look, this is the first 6, 7 issues
covers
of
by
Fables.
James Jean. The covers are for the
Bill Willingman.
Disgustingly good.
Yeah, I mean, they're the best. I mean, look. So I love the Fables. I think I've read every single issue. Right? Where are you?
Well, that's what I was going to say. Sorry to interject. Okay, you've got a property like Fables that. Beautifully written, accessible, dealing with sort of subject matter and characters that, I mean, that's a James Jean cover, beautiful, anyone can get into, why doesn't DC or, I get Vertigo or whoever's sort of in charge of their marketing department go, look, we're going to put a bunch of marketing dollars behind this, and we're going to try and put this in the hands of people that don't usually read comic books. Let's try and get it into flipping, bookstores and what have you. That's the thing that sort of irks me about the industry as well, is that there seems to be, other than I guess sort of like movies and TV shows and what have you, there seems to be no effort to promote the comic books and get them into new hands. It's I mean,
Fables is
what are your thoughts on that?
Fables is a creator-owned property because it's under Vertigo, which is a creator-owned imprint. So in I can't let me just find Once Upon a Time, and I'll tell you the story. This is a real you know, so what Once Upon a Time had there was so Once Upon a Time, I think it was once, yeah, upon a time,
something like that, something very cliche.
So what happened was when they reached out to a TV studio, right? And these people here, I can't, who were they? Let me just find. Down at the bottom here, say the studio name. Gosh, the location, ABC, right? So they reached out to ABC and they said, you know what? We have this amazing property, right? You know, we'd love to turn this into a TV show. And, you know, here's what it's about, and it's cool, and we'd really like to do that. And so they went to ABC and said, hey, this is the spec, this is all the stuff, you know, we're keen. And ABC looked and go, nah, no thanks. But what they were really thinking was, damn, this is a good idea.
Oh my gosh, right, okay.
Right, just like Babylon 5 with DS9, Star Trek DS9, this is a great idea, guys. Let's get, yeah. All right,
unbelievable. I didn't know that. That's unbelievable.
And this is the story of Fables and how Once Upon a Time came about. They basically ripped off Fables, right? One of the greatest, updated fantasy, what do they call that? Like
properties, yeah, fantasy sort of.
No, the actual genre. What is that? Like story time.
Oh,
story time.
I get what you mean. Yeah.
So they did that.
Fairy tale. Right?
Fairy tale. That's it. Fairy tale. So we got this amazing fairy tale. So we updated it all. It's here. It's beautiful. Everybody loves it. We've got a freaking following around the world over Fables. And they just basically stole the idea, the premise.
Unbelievable. I had no clue that. When I call it a ripoff, I was sort of saying it
was total ripoff.
I didn't mean it literally, but it was. That's crazy, man. Jeez.
Right. So a few years back, I can't remember when it was, but a few years back, they had one of the characters, the actors here in New Zealand. And here's where the activist in me comes in. Like I said, I'm center left, right? And I'm an artist, and I'm a comic guy. So here in Armageddon, I don't remember what year it was. It wasn't that long ago. I get a mic. The guys on the stage go, hey. So I'm on the mic and go, I don't know if you realize this, but do you know that this was ripped off, that the show that you're in is ripped off from a comic book called Fables? And I'm quite saddened by the fact that, there's no sort of like influence by or, giving credit to the comic book created by Fables, based on Fables. Probably nobody ever did a video clip of.
Dang, man. Yeah, that's good.
They never went viral or anything. Nobody, whoever was there, probably everybody ignored, didn't even care what I was trying to get at. But I did that because I'm a comic guy, and because I knew the story behind Fables, not getting their dues and how they ripped it off. Because I also knew the story about Babylon 5 and how Star Trek DS9, Deep Space Nine, ripped off Babylon 5 premise, because J. Michael Straczynski wrote Babylon 5 and took it to NBC. I think that's the right company, and said, hey, I've been because these guys, in those scenes, they are friends. So he was close friends with Gene Roddenberry and said, hey, I'd love to set this on or do this. And they said, oh yeah, I love the idea, but we don't want to do it with you, basically. Which was it turned out. And so he went away and did it himself with DS9. Did his own Babylon 5. So everybody compares the two, but originally Babylon 5 was the first thing and the most important thing.
Interesting. I wonder how much that happens, man. I wonder how much
it happened to me. It happened to me.
Really?
Last couple of years with Hollywood. Yep, happened to me with Hollywood. So here's me, little old me, right? So
get into that, because that's crazy.
So my publisher comes to me and goes, hey, we've got to end with one of the studios. And can you come up with a spec script for me, with this character, so we can do one here. Let's see if we can get some money behind it. We'll put in about our 150,000 or whatever, and they'll put in their 100 whatever, and we'll shoot a film in New Zealand. Like, okay, that's pretty cool. All right, here's my spec script. I spent probably about 2-3 weeks just in the middle of trying to friggin' run a company, put convention and stuff. I get it in there and I put it there, 50 pages of spec. All my art, red dot is this happens.
Yeah.
It goes before the execs, whatever, at the studio. Oh, we don't want this. We don't want this. Yeah, it's not what we're into. About 6 months to a year later, hey, guess what? The execs who are there produce a movie in New Zealand with the same spec, arc, premise of my story. So so people, you don't know much about this. I do. I've been through this shit, and it's like, having the experience of that's why I'm always like in people's faces about it, right? About the whole fact that you got to give credence to the original creators, because I know what it feels like not to get there. And the problem was, it wasn't just the one movie they made based off my premise, but two, one in New Zealand and one in Aussie, right? So there
So how do you protect yourself against that?
Well, I just don't send it anymore. I don't deal with them anymore. I have my, now I've decided, like, basically, there's only one comic, one graphic novel that I've done that will actually be able to go do whatever you want with it, and that's The Circle. It's the only IP I will allow anybody to go do anything with. All the rest will stay with me, and I'll have total 100% control of it. There's one more that I've got. I did a share with a friend of mine, artist friend, which is about 30% or something. But that's the only thing. Everything else I own 100%. I have the final say in it. I've got it so that I'm writing up Bibles for everything, bibliographies for everything. That no character of mine gets changed to any other race and all that stuff. And so which means like whoever's gonna, like they say, like the estate or whoever runs my state understands the legal implications of if you do mess with any of the characters, because I've been through it and I've watched other people go through it, and it's like, I've been a child of the comic industry for 30 years, right? Maybe plus 30 years, 35. Because when you love something as much as I do, especially with comic books, you look at every story that's out there by every writer or every artist. They're saying, I got ripped off, like Ed Brubaker got ripped off by freaking Disney, right? Like Marvel, sorry. He got more money, which is $1,600 US, by appearing as an extra in Winter Soldier than he did for Winter Soldier itself. For creating it, right? And he said that, right, on a podcast, and I'm like, so I look at it and I go, dude, they made an entire movie, and they've made like
probably the best Marvel movie as well.
Figurines, right? I've got figurines of friggin' Winter Soldier over here somewhere, and it's like, oh, there he is, and they didn't even give him, any, for creating friggin' Winter Soldier, an original character based on Bucky Barnes, that whole storyline. But the guys who were making the movies, the director gave him $1,600 US, which is, dude,
for extra work,
for turning up.
You can't make it up. You can't make it up, right? It's just sort of sick. That's I'm still stunned about the Once Upon a Time thing. Because it's one thing, like, okay, ripping something off is bad. It's really bad. Don't do it at all. But if you do rip something off, you better do it well. And this show is a pile of garbage. I almost fell on my chair looking at the 7.7 rating on IMDb. That is a complete lie.
I gave it a 7. Right, this is years ago. I gave it a 7 because for me, 7 is like, good job, right? You tried.
Wow. Right? I don't know, man. Yeah, maybe a 6, maybe a light 6. I don't know.
Yeah, I think 6 is probably about right. But I think I gave this maybe 8 years ago or something like that. This is and that's based on the first season, by the way, not by any others. But the
first season was okay. The first season was okay. Yeah, it was okay. But I remember, like, my partner got really into it.
and like watching the sort of consecutive seasons. How many seasons
Oh,
was it? 7?
Right, but
Like-
have a look. I haven't given any issues. Any episodes any ratings. Right.
Right. Okay. Gotcha.
I don't
Gotcha.
even
Gotcha.
care to do that because I usually do that. To be honest, I actually will go through and I will rate every episode so I know where I'm also, right. So
Gotcha.
like I do that with like let me just show you Karen here. I just watched this today, so I haven't even rated it because I only saw the first episode. Sorry, I should say. And have I done that yet? No. Oh, there you go, 8. All right. I've only seen the first episode. So the good thing about IMDb is that it allows you to keep up to date with where you're at. Because
Right.
I randomize everything, right? I'm watching all over the place. If I go, well, I feel like watching this now. Okay, I'll watch 2 episodes. Now I'll go over and watch something else, But and
Yeah,
Karen's, by the way, is about a vampire. It's a vampire anime.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah.
About a girl. Yeah.
I remember going back, just going back to Once Upon a Time again. I remember, like, as the seasons went on, my blood pressure was increasing because I was just like,
Yes.
this is Fables but worse, and it's getting worse and worse, and it's really frustrating. You know what I mean? I mean,
and that's what it was.
Yeah.
It takes, like, you kind of go, well, you kind of like start gnashing your teeth over a while. It's like
it's super frustrating. It's super frustrating.
Yeah.
Because that's a massive opportunity to get, I guess, people into, if comics is a chance, like getting the fables and those sorts of stories into people's hands is key. That, like, you mentioned a good point, which was it's an owner, it's an indie property,
they would have to pay, DC, Vertigo. They would have to pay Bill Willingham for creating all those, and the artists for coming up with this, design work and all that. And so they don't want to do that. Like I said, with myself, I've experienced it. They don't want to pay me. They don't want to pay me for my work. They saved $100,000, right, by stealing my property and making their own version of my work. And that's what happens here. They stole the property and then made their own version, and they did it a bit different, but it's the same friggin' thing. But it's ripping off something that was very creative, very original, but because they don't want to pay it. One thing I want to mention, right, and this is in line with this, when you notice that recently with movies and stuff, it's about the executive producer. They'll have executive producer of such and such, and such and such, and that's when this all started. And the big way is when people started giving the money person the right to be creative, right?
Right.
Because, like, the producer is a guy, like my publisher comes up to me and goes, hey, you got anything cool? You got any new ideas? Yep. All right. But now those ideas are mine. Now I'm going to make money off that idea. All right. And this is what happened with movies. Why movies are so bad now is because you got directors being cut out. I think in a way, you've got these people who are creative are being told this is how to be creative, right? This is how you're gonna, if you put this in here, you like this. If you put an Indian guy as Sauron, you'll get the Indian people watching this shit, right?
Right.
Whatever the power, it is called, and if you have the Asian person in this now, then you'll have the money coming from the Asians. It's all about the money, right? It's always been like every business is about the money. Don't confuse yourself over it. It's got, we shouldn't confuse. I should say we shouldn't confuse ourselves over it because it's the bottom dollar at the end of the day. So if they can steal something, they will, right? If they steal, it's someone like building in your home.
They're letting off fireworks across the road. I'm sorry. I can mute if I want, if I need to.
It's all good. Hey, where are you based, by the way? I should ask that first.
I'm based in Welly. I'm based in Welly.
All right. Oh yeah. I was like, yo, you're on the New Year's Eve show, so I'm like, at this time, because I'm thinking it's like about midnight in the US.
No, I'm a Kiwi. Yeah, I'm a New Zealander.
Cool. So tell us about how long have you been in New Zealand, right?
I've been here since I was born. I was born in Rotorua.
Right.
Yeah. People say I have a little bit of an accent. People
You
do.
Yeah,
people say, "Oh,
I was like, wait, hold on."
Yeah, no. People are like, "Are you from Canada?" I'm like, "No, I was born in Rotorua Hospital. Been there my whole life." I can't explain it. I don't know what it is, but
well, I had that happen to me when I go overseas. Like if I go to Fiji, I confuse people in Fiji. Like they don't know where I'm from, and this has got to do with watching TV, right?
Yeah,
and people don't realize that it's got to do with the influence of American TV and UK TV. When I cut my hair and I shave my head, people think I'm black from America.
Right.
Honestly, I've been asked that. I was like, well, hey, dude, are you someone famous? You know, where you from? You know, I'm like, what? I was in an airplane one time when I went like a couple of years ago, 2014, I think, or 2015, 2014, when I went, I was in business class because they'd overbooked and I had to get to Fiji for my nana's funeral. So they put me in a business class from New Zealand to Australia. And then I think they put me again in business or class again to Fiji. So I got to hang out with the, very, looking very cool and feeling very cool and very, like a superstar, to be honest. I felt like a superstar.
Yeah.
Because I had my fedora on with my flames on my fedora with, with Comic Trade logo on it. And dude, it felt so good to be up there in business class, in first class. To feel that way.
It's different, right? It's different. It's different.
It just felt so good, and it's like, I can enjoy this, but then I know that I'm not business class material. So, but just that for that moment, it was nice.
You get a warm towel, and it's oof.
I had salmon.
Luxury.
Dude. I had salmon for lunch. I had Campani. I thought I'll just have some Campani because I'm in first class. Friggin' didn't even like the taste of Campani. I didn't even know how to have a drink of Campani. This is how I economy class I am. I asked for Campani and I got Campani, and I hated the taste there because there's no friggin' taste. There's a bitter taste to it.
Yeah.
Mixed with lemonade or some shit. I didn't even know that. Even though I'm a bar person, I'm a barman and trained as a bar person. I never had anybody order Campani, so I never looked into it. So I'm drinking Campani as a freaking economy class and business class, and felt like I'm still country boy, in the city.
Yeah, can I change to Coke Zero and maybe?
I went to whiskey straight after that. I want some Johnny Walker, please bring that over. Or
Oh man.
At least I know
that.
Dude,
drinking on the plane's dangerous, man. The atmosphere, your tolerance goes down like to a third of what it is. That's why people get like my partner. She's used to be a flight attendant, and I can't remember what the science is, but apparently the atmosphere basically reduces your tolerance to alcohol. Something about how it travels through the bloodstream. So that's why you get people get wasted on a plane and then cause havoc because they're like, well, I can drink 12 beers down at sea level, but they get up to like 30,000 feet. They have 3 and they're like out of their mind. It's it's dangerous.
Well, I think the other thing is have you ever been to Fiji?
I have. Do
you notice a difference between getting out of the airplane into the Fiji heat?
Oh, dude, it's ridiculous. I think it was Australia. Fiji's the same, but I remember going to traveling for the first time and going to Australia and stepping out of the airport, which is air conditioned, and there was a breeze, but the breeze was hot. In New Zealand, you get a breeze. It's like, oh, that's refreshing. I feel refreshed. It was like an assault. It was like
a blanket just friggin'
what the hell is this? Same with Fiji, but it's the humidity is out the gate. At least in Australia. Yeah, but no, I've been to Fiji once for a week. Beautiful country,
Yeah, it's cool, man. Hey, shall we watch another? We're supposed to be doing a New Year's Eve friggin' what is it called? I forgot it. Trailers, right? Let's.
Okay, gotcha. How about this? Can I ask a favor? Would I be able to duck out for 20 minutes and then I'll come back?
Yeah, man, that'd be awesome. Sweet.
Yeah, sweet.
All right, we'll see you soon.
All right, man. I'll just leave. Should I just click leave studio and then I'll pop back in?
I will mute you, and that'll be fine. Yep, you're good. All right, so let's have a look at some. Well, we'll go back to the comics. I mean, sorry, the movies later, because I like to, I don't want you guys to just have my own opinions on these things, but I am going to look at an article here about superhero movies, right? Done by Variety. Of course, Variety writes about Hollywood and all that stuff. So now let me just raise this up a bit so we can all see it. These side ads are always annoying. So this is an article by Owen Gleiberman. I think it sounds like Gleiberman, Polish. I think it's a Polish name, but this is I only Rob Meyer Burnett did an amazing thing on this today, but I thought I'd bring it up because I actually have my own views on this, and so I'm going to go through this quickly, and I'm not going to the entire thing, so I'm going to put a link in so you guys can have a look at, read it at your own leisure and time. And but there are some things here that might be interesting, right? So Owen writes for Variety, and he goes, "Why the fall of comic book movie culture is inevitable," right? Which means it's bound to end, and it's going to end, and it will end, and it's almost ending now. This year has been like one of the worst years for superhero movies. Oh, and the reason for that is the quality hasn't been that good. Not only that, there's too much of it. Too much of a good thing has always been bad. I'm the kind of guy who likes something and I'll listen to on replay forever, right? My favorite song will be replayed for 2 weeks, and then I'll hate that song. Then I'll bypass it in the record. Every time I come in, I'll miss it out. But then after a year or two, I'll come back to it. And that's how I think humans are, right? Your favorite star or your favorite actor, it's the same thing, right? By star, I mean favorite rock star, right? Is you're right into their music, you're hard out there, and then after a while, too much of a good thing, right? It's like sugar, chocolate. Everybody loves chocolate, but after a while, the chocolate starts getting a bit too much on your teeth, and you just want something bitter, right? So you go maybe try something a bit less sweet, try some different type of chocolate. And this is where we are with movies, especially with superhero. It's not fatigue, it's quality. And not only that, it is too much of it. And rather than doing one every 3 months, because then you can go, I can save up some money. It's look, if a ticket's going to cost you $20 and you're not going to spend $20 every week, right, on a movie, especially when you have streaming at home. So last year or this year, actually, I don't think I watched that many movies. I enjoy movies. I've got in front of me right here, there's a whole friggin' thing full of DVDs. All right, under the TV, computer screen. And I love movies. I'm a child of Bollywood, right? In Fiji, we you got to watch, if you could afford to, you'd go to the cinema, and a lot of people didn't go to the cinema. So in our village, someone had a TV with a video player. So we'd rock on up, to what I would call auntie, right? Because we all, for us in Fiji, you refer to an uncle, like a neighbor as an auntie and uncle, because you're a child of the village. You do not respect your neighbor because they would tell your mom and dad what you did. I've had that happen. I've got the whipping for that, right? And so the thing is, movies for all people are very important. Movies are, in a modern way of hanging out and hearing stories from each other, like they used to do in the caveman times, whatever, the ancient days. You gather around the center of the fire and around your teepees, in your villages, or in your in the maraes here, you have the main meeting house, and you gather there and you tell your story, your ancestor story, and so on. And movies are kind of like that, the modern mythology, right? And you tell your stories and you enjoy yourselves, and we, you know, we have our cult followings of movies and stuff, and I'm going to do one in a couple of days, which is about Starfighter, the last Starfighter, you know. And but every good thing comes to an end. It wanes and wavers and stuff. My opinion on this is very simple, right? The fact is that over time, people get tired. So you have to make sure that whatever you're putting out, right, whatever you're putting out has a very, you know, it's important enough for people to be aware, you know, to carry on liking it or enjoying it and so on. And however, when you're a part of a machine like Hollywood studios, and I'm going to talk about something else later on as well, which has got to do with Megadeth and Dave Mustaine, about ticket prices. And this is what it's about. It's about pricing, and it's about making, you know, money. When you start having a product that's doing really well, you go, you know what? The corporation goes, we should make more of this. I saw that happen with grunge in the 90s, right? When Calvin Klein decided to do like flannel shirts for $1,000, right? Stuff that you could buy $2 at the op shop, which I did at the time before Calvin Klein decided to do that, because I was into grunge. It's the way I dressed, right? Because that's how people are, right? Whatever they love, they put on that whole costume that defines me. Otakus, right? Like nerd boys, you know, we dress a different way. Comic fans, we wear out the hats of our favorite characters, and so on, or bands, right? I got Metallica shirts and stuff that I'm going to cut up to, you know, whatever. And then I've got Megadeth shirts that I've never touched to cut up or anything like that. Stuff like that. So we follow in what we love and stuff. But after a while, when you have a mega corporation get involved in something, they don't care about the quality. They don't care about the fans. All they care about the money. So by doing that, what they do is that they put out as much as possible. And then they go, well, why aren't people liking this? Well, you've made them, it's chocolate. Now it's sweets, man. This is like too much of a good thing. You got it on friggin' Disney Channel, you know, Disney Plus. You've got it on like at the movies. You're making them pay at home for streaming. Now you're going to make them pay at the movies. Guess what? They'll rather wait till it's on streaming to pay double dip, because now they're double dipping. So now every movie that's going to be going to the theater is never going to go to theater only. It's going to go to streaming. It's also going to do DVD. In the past, if you liked a movie, say like Leon, right, and you missed it at the movies, 6 months later, it'll be on a DVD, on a rental. You could go, or VHS in the old days, right? And that's how I grew up on VHS. So Dad would get the VHS, and I'll get to see what Dad decided to get. I never got a choice in what you know, as a child, as 10-year-old, 8-year-old, 11-year-old, I didn't get to choose what I wanted to watch until I was about 15 or 13. I don't know, 14, 15 maybe, when I had my own money, right? Then I got to choose. Dad never took me to the freaking rent store that I can remember, because I've had a lot of head energy, so I could bypass a bit of memories. But I don't remember Dad going, hey, go choose a child movie, right? Or PG movie or general audience. Go cartoon. Dad would go, I like this. I heard about this. It's good. You might be interested in watching that. Okay, let's go get this. So that's how I got to watch it. Last Starfighter. I didn't know jack crap about Starfighter. Never heard of it. Never saw the adverts. Nothing. Dad puts it on. Dude's playing a friggin' video game. And I'll tell you the story about that later. Right. So stuff like that. So, you know, in the old days, your parents control what you watch. Now it's in your home. But not only that, now you're double dipping, triple dipping, right? Double dipping, people got used to that, but triple dipping. Now you're the cinema, you're on streaming, you're on DVD, right? Problem is, every corporation only cares about the money. Sadly, we realize that they now only care about activism and changing society for the better. However, there are people outside of America that don't care for that shit. And those people have their own cinema, and they have their own stories. They have their own directors. They have their own movies, and they have their own production teams, and they have their own cultures, and they have their own religions, which is very important to them. You know, Hinduism is very important to Hindus. I'm not a Hindu, right? But I was born a Hindu. You got born as that, right? And then also Asia, you have all that stuff. All these people have their own culture and how they see the world. However, the world is not America. And when America decides that they will put out this sort of type of stories and everybody should accept it, somewhere there's going to be a rebellion against that. And then you see outside America, people are going, you know what? I'd rather just see a Bollywood movie or K-drama. I'll just get Netflix for K-drama. You know, I'd rather watch Squid Games than go and spend an hour and a half watching, Quantumania. I mean, hell, I watched Quantumania for about 20 minutes for free. And I didn't want to finish the movie because it was that bad, right? Like, in the middle of the friggin' fight, it was like, what is she talking about? And you will know if you've seen the movie. It's like, and I was like, off. I'd rather not watch this and waste my time. And this is the way people are behaving and it's human nature to look. We are a tribal people. People like to say we're not. Humanity is based off tribalism. You know, we have our own friends, the way we think. We might disagree, but we still agree on certain things. That's why we're still friends. And people are like that. And the revolt is this: when your quality wanes, when you interject your own stuff into it, there's going to be a time when people go, you know what, I'm just tired. And I'd rather just go invest money in or watch a movie that's done by my neighbor or by my fellow countrymen, or maybe even I'll go to watch Spanish movies, right? Like this week, I watched a French horror movie. Right? Kind of wasn't a horror movie, but it's like a drama, thriller, comedy, And I kind of liked it because it was just different. I hadn't seen this French movie for a while, and it was funny. The main lead isn't even French. Well, he speaks French, but he's Iranian or Pakistani, I think. I can't make sure, but he's married to a French lady, and it was quite funny. It was very natural, right? And here's the thing: their daughter wasn't black; she was half caste, because mom's French, white, European, dad's black, brown, whatever, Arab. Right? This is what's always really questioned me, because I come from a multicultural family, right? And of course, I'm going to get back to this thing, but this is, people want to see natural stuff, real, behavior and comics and everything, but they have their own, is what I'm trying to aim at. However, superhero movies have basically in the last 15 years, has controlled the cinema, the blockbuster, right? However, this year we got taught and shown I just saw something that was funny in chat. But anyway, off Facebook, I don't know how it got there, but it got there. But so, like I said, like every culture has their own, every country, I should say, has their own cinema going experience. However, when they see America and Hollywood basically push a certain thing into their country via Hollywood movies, and when they see that, and they see their own local creatives getting pushed aside, and it's only superhero movies, and that's it, they kind of question whether that's a good thing. And maybe I'm wrong in that, and I'm okay if I'm wrong in that. But I see that, like, I think, the world speaks English, right? The world understands English. It reads subtitles and stuff there, but they also understand that they have their own unique culture. We have our own unique culture in New Zealand. We're kind of like center left, right? We're not very right wing. There are some minority kind of version of it, but we're really center left in New Zealand. That's why we kind of like are very open. But even then, I would I'd like to be I wish we were a bit more right, center right a bit. But that's neither here nor there. But I think I love the fact that we are center left. Now, getting back to this article, it's kind of like it's inevitable. Like everything is going to end. Everything that starts has middle and an ending. Now, I'm going to show you what I responded. Like I was watching, like I said, I was watching Robert Meyer Burnett's podcast just before I came on here. And let me bring that up. And here's my response to what was being said there, right? And it's basically the same. Make sure you guys go check out that thing, right? So it's here. So this is like I took a shot of what I said, right? And a couple people agreed with me, right? Like everything, when something is popular, the megacorp overexposes it and produces as much trashy versions as possible, which is what you've said. So fans just walk away. Quality matters, and at the end of the day, I also hold to the fact what Mike Mignola's wife has said about the quality, right? And she has said basically, I saw an interview with her about why they only have quality and very limited products out there with Hellboy, because she's a very, she's a business executive and stuff, and she, her thing was that like people want quality, and at a high price they don't mind paying. I don't mind as well. At a high price, I don't mind paying a higher price for that because I know it's quality, right? I've got shirts that are like $3, brand new, but it's summertime where it's fine. I can, but then of the same band, I have a $40 heavy, thick, quality print shirt. So, and that's because what's what I want. And that's what it comes down to. Is like, if you got all these people out here watching stuff over and over again, after 15 years of Avengers and that whole arc, right, up to Endgame, they're used to quality. They're used to amazing acting. They're used to brilliant production. And then you turn, you know what? Let's make twice that many stuff, but at cheaper quality, right? So we can make more money. But we bring in big name actors and directors in it, and that will make people come. That doesn't make people come. They want good stories. People always want good stories. After a while, that's why manga is doing so well. It's about story, right? And like the other day on Naive Comics, I mentioned that like I always thought like I forget things because I've had about 6 or 7 head injuries, concussions and stuff, and real major issues growing up. I had my first head injury when I was like about 6, maybe 7. Boom, got scars of it all over. I cracked my head open, and so I've had it more over the other. Hey, do you want to come on, bud? Would love to have you. I'll chuck a link, and it's if you go further up, it's up there. But yeah, so I was talking about like how when I was a child, I had forgotten this, right? And we were talking about comics and how like seeing yourself in it. I mean, if you see a movie, you want to see yourself in it. But every culture has their own versions of whatever. And I remember like there was a rich. Like, I was just friends, right? I didn't know he was a doctor's son. I didn't know he was rich. But like at that point, I was my mum was solo parent, right? And so we're the same age. Like I think I was about 7 or something, and I think my auntie, because I was staying at that time with my auntie in Nandu Town, because I'm from a village, which is like about half an hour drive away, which is Sonosali Island. If you know Fiji, it's now a friggin' beach resort, right on our back door, basically. So at that time, I was hanging out with him. I can't even remember his name. maybe David, I'm not sure. And I went to his place, and we watched Spider-Man, right? I don't even know what year that Spider-Man came out, right? So let me just bring that up. I think it was like the 70s or something. And all I cared about, because as a child, and this is what people, a lot of people don't understand about children, is that we're very, when you're that age, it's very, you're very influenced by what you see, and which is why I'm very against grooming and shit like that, and stuff, to do with what they people put in movies. I don't even know what the first Spider-Man movie was called, but I know it was in the 70s or something, because of course it was on like in Fiji, right? So we saw it on VHS, and straight, we were like excited. I don't remember all I remember is from the entire movie is Spidey on his web thing. I can never tell you what the story was about. And sweet, dude. Just jump in whenever you want. Actually, I'll grab your link just in case. So you don't have to go searching for it. And so, like I said, I don't remember and I don't think I've ever seen it again since that time, which is like in the early 80s, maybe 81 or something. And let me just grab that link. So I'll just put it up, excuse me. And so then we went out, right? So at that time, and I've seen that now, like in 2014, I walked around the town and I saw the building now, what it looks like. At that time, the apartments, what it was, like a 2-3-story building, just was concrete, like just slabs, everything. There was nothing put inside. There was no paint jobs. It was just like still inbuilt. And I found a piece of, timber, little piece of, about that big, maybe smaller, because when you really think about it, when the child's hand is really small. And I found a rock or something, and I smashed the found another nail. Like, this is, it's just there. We're not supposed to be there, of course, but we're there, right? Across my auntie's home, across the road, it's just there. And that's the way they're building it. And we just crawl in there, and I don't know how we got there. But we're running around all over the building, going up the stairs. And this is just cement, right? Whatever, the cinder block, whatever. And so, and we're playing Spider-Man, right? Got a bent piece of timber, I don't know, it's 2 inches by 1 inch, hammered a little nail into it, bent it over, and now where Webb's thing is. I never once, and this is why I always get annoyed with people when they talk about, I see myself, and I never once thought, I'm Spider-Man. Oh, no, sorry, I should say, I wish Spider-Man was Indian. I never once said that. I never once thought that. I just thought, let's go, right? Let's think it out. So, that's my, I think that might be one of my earliest memories of Spider-Man. Of course, there was Incredible Hulk, in the 80s, an amazing show with Bill Bixby. You don't want to make me mad, right? You wouldn't like me when I'm mad. Knight Rider, I never thought any of these people I saw on screen, I never wanted them to be Indian, because we had Bollywood, right? We had Indian movies. Mom would go put on an Indian VHS tape, and we watch Disco Dancer, which is a copy of Grease, right? Oh, no, it's not a copy of Grease. It's of, oh, shit. What is that movie of? Disco Dancer is a Bollywood copy of Staying Alive, right? So let me just bring this up so you guys can have a laugh at this, because it's cool. But I really loved it. I wanted to be a guitar player way back then when I saw this. So Disco Dancer, and I actually made, like I'm saying, like how kids are very influenced, but very easily influenced, especially boys, right? So this is a classic Indian movie from 1982, and I saw this, I think at the cinema with someone. Well, I can't remember who I saw it with. So let me show you what, I mean, now I know it's from, Staying Alive. Later on, like in the 90s, I realized that's when Staying Alive. But, it's a copy of that. But I never, where's the trailer for it? Where's the right trailer for it? right? And here we go. So straight after seeing this movie, right? I don't know what was in between or how much time had gone past. I found a piece of timber, and that's why I've always been crafty, right? Making sculptures and all that. I found some of my granddad's nylon strings that, you know, you made nylon nets out of to go fishing, because, you know, back then you don't go buy one, you know, like, because unless you're rich, you actually make your own. You buy the string and you make up your own nets, and that's what I used to do. I actually made a 4-string guitar on a piece of timber back then as a child in '83, right? And so let's watch this. I'll show you why I always say that, like, why just say hello to Minna over here, and we'll watch this cool movie. I'm not sure if have you ever seen Staying Alive, bud?
No. Well, I mean, maybe, but that's like John Travolta, like 70s movie, right?
Right. So after that, Indian Bollywood, you know, production took over this one. Check this out.
मैं खूबसूरत हूँ और मुझे अपनी खूबसूरती पर नाज है। अगर मेरे दिमाग से पैसे की बदबू आती है तो मेरा बाप एक करोड़पति है और तुम क्या हो? एक सड़क छाप गवैया, डांसर।
So he's got a job as a dancer on this show, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the chick is telling him off, like, I'm a rich person. My dad
Yeah,
owns
he
this.
sounds like a Karen for sure. Like, that's kind of the vibe.
Very, very Karen. Rich
Indian Karen.
Yeah. And he goes, who are you? You know, my dad's going to sell this and stuff. And sorry,
he looks like fucking Poncho from Chips.
Yeah, he's a regular. You know, he's a huge name, man. At this time, he's like the greatest, biggest. You know, this is your John Travolta of that time.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe, I don't know, Brad Pitt for Indian cinema, right? So she guys, I'm just a dude, man.
I'm just a man with a dream.
Yeah.
A dream to one day star in the 1970s.
Oh, yeah.
Motorbike.
So I felt like him because I'm like I said, I was solo mom, right?
But do you understand what they're saying?
Yeah. It's kind of like You like the sound? You like the soundtrack?
Yeah, no, this is this is the stuff. This is better than the Marvel movies.
The story is really good. His mom's like a cool lady who's raised child, and it's like I felt like that's my mom, right? English translations with the subtitles because
उसके दिल में गिटार के लिए डर बैठ गया है क्योंकि गिटार ने उसकी माँ की जान दी थी। अब वो गिटार को कभी नहीं छू सकेगा। गा बेटा गा। अपनी माँ की आत्मा की चीख से अपने सुर को मिला दे। मैं कहता हूँ
He's got an instrument of war there.
Yeah, oh, this is the one that thing was showing us the other day, wasn't it? Oh, Tom was showing it. You turned this down a bit. It's I'll put on the song that really made it work.
Well,
and,
I mean, I'm only here for a few minutes, man. So you know, if you're watching videos and music, I'm gonna jump. You know what I mean?
Oh no, okay, no. While you're here, Happy New Year, by the way, bud.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you too, brother.
And hey, man, I just want to say thank you for this year, dude. Like I mean, for us, for me especially, it's been really cool. You know, getting to know you, getting to be on your show, getting to learn a lot. And I
Dude,
think I really appreciate
thank
it.
you for coming around and hanging out, man. Look, it's people hate to use the word sometimes, but I'll use it very loosely in this sense. It's a community. Like we hear this, right?
Yeah.
And we all do comics and we all talk comics, and one where we're all like 3 degrees of separation from someone. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So it's it's all just part of the ecosystem, if you will, man. And we like having you over, and I like coming by here at the 5 a.m. at night. Like, what time is it for you right now, dude?
It is now 22:11.
All right,
night.
so like in another hour and a half, it's gonna be Happy New Year for you.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
are you gonna go out and celebrate? Are you having a New Year's drink? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, I am drinking Boundary Road beer.
There you go.
BRB, laid back lager.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, my Indiegogo officially ended with 3 whole backers, Aru.
What's that? Sorry?
I said my Indiegogo ended about an hour ago with 3 whole backers.
Now, you only did that to get word out over there because you're always on Kickstarter, right?
Yeah, I just, why not throw up an Indiegogo while we're waiting for the book, see if anyone wants to come by. Yeah. So, 3 backers, this is why I really don't do Indiegogo, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But to those 3 backers, you are getting books, so that's pretty cool,
Yeah. I mean, they seriously want that, right? Mm-hmm. Talking about wanting something, I saw your video today on the $700 thing.
Oh, yeah. What do you think of that? Yeah, maybe Eric July needs to come and bestow $700 to my Indiegogo, huh?
I felt the same way about that with you. I mean, like as you did about that. Like, I mean, if somebody's going to give me money, dude, I don't want to lecture from you. If you want something from me, then
well, it seemed like that was done just to hold that over someone's head, right?
Yeah.
And here's the real truth of it, right? Let's say that I have shit tons of money, right? And I just want to go out and flex a little bit. And I see Aru, and let's say you're running a campaign and you're struggling to get funded.
Right.
And let's say you're a considerable amount. Like Eric July was giving people anywhere from $1,000 to $1,500 per campaign. Okay. It's not like giving someone $20 here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So let's say I bail you out. Let's say I give you $2,000 to get funded.
Right.
What did you learn from that?
Well, I'm hoping that you liked what we're putting out and you enjoyed what we're putting out.
So let's say you have like 20 backers, you know what I mean? And one guy basically got you funded. He did it to stroke his ego. Now, here's the other problem.
Yeah.
You didn't learn anything because you didn't go through the motions of the struggle, the grind, the promotion. Yeah. Some angel backer just dropped out of nowhere, drops a ton of cash on you, and now you think you're the shit. You know what I mean? You didn't learn squat, Part of this, what we do is, the failures and the struggles and, okay, maybe you didn't get funded. Okay, why didn't I get funded? Well, some angel backer just dropping a ton of cash on you isn't going to help you learn that. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I was going to comment on it and say like for 5 years, we've been running a convention, right, which gets funding from the community. Yeah. Which I fund myself, like 90%, 50+% of it I fund myself. Now we fill out forms and we let them know what we're doing because it's their money, right? But they don't come back and tell me, this is how you do this.
This is how you do it.
Right? They don't tell me how, because they already know I'm already doing it. They know what's working, what isn't working, and how the community is reacting to it. That's why they're going to give me the money. They don't come back and lecture.
Eric July dumps his money on this guy and says, I don't even want your product. Right?
Then why should I want your money? I mean, I'll take your money. Then I'll go and find
I'll take anyone's money if they truly want the book, right? But to me, and perception is reality, or perception is subjective too, right? My perception was he had bad mouth Eric. Eric, funds his project, so Eric can grandstand on the soapbox, belittle this guy, and say the only reason why your project got funded is because of me. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I wouldn't want that over my head, like.
That's what I felt icky about it, dude. I mean, like, I was like, oh, sweet, he's going to put $700 down. That's pretty cool. He actually liked that work that was done.
It would have been different. Hey, man, I know you just mouthed off to me, but I really think what you got going on is awesome, and here's some money, not even like, fully get them funded, but back the book or something, that'd be a little bit, and then retweet like, hey, even though me and this guy, we disagree, I just backed his book and you guys should go back it too. That probably would have been worth a lot more than a single $700 cash dump.
Yeah. That's where I felt a bit icky about it. It's like,
but of course, you know what happens next, right? You know the rest of that story, don't you?
I watched the video, but tell us.
The rest of the story is the guy refunds Eric back the money, right? He says, I don't want your money, and I don't want your insults. Eric then goes ahead and funds 3 other projects. But going back to this guy, and I'm having him on the show, my show on Monday night. We're going to talk to him. Yeah, it's going to be at 7 p.m. Eastern, a little earlier. But if anyone's out there and want to watch this, that's the time. He's going to come on. And God, I forget my point. I got mixed up here for a second.
He refunded the money.
Yeah, he refunded the money. Oh, Ethan Van Sciver. Here we go. Right. So Ethan Van Sciver now decides to retweet this guy and says, hey, let's get this guy funded. And I'm pretty sure Ethan probably, backed the book, but did so a bunch of other people. And he got funded. And it didn't take one man's charity. It only took one man's retweet.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And an endorsement from a larger creator to the smaller one, where Eric July kind of wants, I'm going to just give you a bunch of money. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, no one learns anything from that.
Yeah, I mean, being someone who receives grants from the community and stuff and from the government for projects like For Community, right? Mm-hmm. I just thought, like, nobody ever came to me and said, hey, something negative about it. They're like, is the work done? It's like, and they're not clout chasing on me. And this is what it felt like. You're right. It felt like it was clout chasing. If you're funding somebody, your name's going to be on there, right? If you're backing somebody, your name's going to be on their project. And when people go look at it, they can. But if you're out there tweeting, and this is talking about, because you're interesting. So yesterday I saw a video with Rock having his movie, like his camera on, going through a drive-through at what is it, like some cheap, I can't remember what the fast way was, but he had the movie. He had his camera on, and he was clout chasing about how he's going to a poor cheap food fast way, and all these people were going, "Oh, it's a rock, it's a rock." And it's like, that's what this feels like, man. It's Eric July. It's like hanging out with the little people, and I've not got nothing against Eric July, right? But I mean, stuff like that sort of like puts people off, and a lot of people, basically, the people who it's like, why are you doing this? We don't want clout chasers.
I got to tell you, people like hearing about him. When I did that video, it quickly became one of my more successful videos. Like, it's already at 847 views,
Right. My
videos typically fall in the range of 200, 300 views lately. I dropped out less than a day ago, and it's shooting up. I told Max, I said, in 5 days, that's going to be a 3,000 view video,
Yeah. I mean, that's because people like at the look, there was this other thing about, like, when you get big. In America, they call it crabs in a bucket. Mm-hmm. In New Zealand, we call it tall poppy syndrome.
Okay.
Anybody who gets big, everybody wants to knock them down. But the thing here is also that when you're big, you got to do things differently. When you make it, you got to look at things differently.
Yeah.
You can't forget what it was like when you're little. And a lot of people forget what it's like when you're small.
Well, see, that's the other thing that differs from the majority of people versus an Eric July. Okay.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the years of experience of doing this. He's done this for a year, maybe 2 at tops. Okay. And he hired the best talent to sort of walk him through it.
Right.
Guys like the people, I'm assuming even Rexium here. Hello, man. On this panel, probably have put in years of just fucking learning from table scraps, you know what I mean? And trying to learn from experience and just pull from the network of people, that's a different ball game. So Eric is new to this game. Okay.
Right.
Very new to this game. And so he doesn't know what it's like to sort of come up through the ranks, because he never had to, because he was already a celebrity when he made his comic book, a YouTube celebrity, right?
Right.
Famous for political commentary, some music back in the day, what have you. So he had a following. and he was able to sell a comic book much like someone would sell a T-shirt or a hat on their YouTube channel as a piece of merch. Okay,
right.
now that doesn't take the fact away that it is a comic book.
He
made it, he made a comic book, and he made it with some of the, upper echelon of comics on the right side of things. We're talking Chuck Dixon, we're talking Gail Taib. Okay, we're talking, God, who else did he bring on there? Mike Barron, a couple others, right? So he's surrounding himself with people who've been in the game, but he himself doesn't have the knowledge that we would have coming up, right? He has to, everyone's sort of doing the work for him. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, he's basically, he is going through a learning experience on the job, learning on the job, as we like to say, right? He's not someone who's actually learned the job and then coming to do the job.
So he has no idea what it's like. He just comes out, he's instant success. And so when that happens, you can't actually remember what it's like to come up struggling, because he never struggled, not at least in comics, right? I'm sure he struggled in other areas of life.
Yeah, he definitely.
But his comic book, he does his first comic book, and it's 3.5 million, right?
Yeah.
And that alone, though, that's another issue, is too much, too fast, too quick. Can go to your head, really, like the ego can just go and go and go and go, right? I just made $3 million, so I'm, I don't need to listen to you, and I'm above you, and that sort of vibe. It's sort of a catch-22. We all would like to have that.
Sure.
But, then we go like, how would we actually be if we had that kind of money? Now, does our ego get out of control? Do we think we're king shit at that point? Like, we all would like to think that we would remain the same, right?
We would all like to think like we wouldn't be any different, but we wouldn't be any different if we had people around us who kept us on par, right? Like that's what, like, I mean, like we were talking about earlier with Rexton, I have friends who don't like my views.
Yeah, no, I was listening to you guys for about an hour, and I didn't make my presence known because I just wanted to listen and hang out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was actually working on a Niobe script, and I just sort of took a break from it.
Sweet.
But I was just listening to you guys. I was just doing my thing in the background.
Cool. Yeah. So, like, I mean, you got to surround your people, people around you that know more about things than you do. But not only that, people that don't probably agree with you, because that allows you to question, where you're at with things. And I think, in a sense, like, I mean, his closest buddy at the time was EBS, and now they're not friends, right?
Funny how success will do that to you.
Yeah, it feels weird. I mean, like, I hope we never like that, right? But I mean, like, we're across the other sides of the world, and that's what the thing about YouTube that really weirds me out is that you could be friends one day, and it could be something different the next day.
You know why? You know why that is?
What's that?
Because you're not really friends. Okay.
Right.
Here's the thing, right? If you lived across the street from me and we've known each other for 10 years, you've been to my house, I've been to your house, we had good times, bad times, we've been up and down the road together. That's one thing. But honestly, we're people that just met on the internet,
Right.
And you really don't know that person outside of what they sort of portrayed to you on the net. Okay. Even if you're talking to them behind the scenes in a green room. Okay. You're still on camera. You're still putting on you could be putting on a facade. I'll tell you this. It's not
I mean, a lot of them
talking
do,
about often, but just to put it in perspective, there was a guy in Comicsgate back in the day named Slick Jimmy. Do you know that name?
No.
So Slick Jimmy was doing this book called Little Girl Lethal. Okay. And it was about this girl who was abducted and sold into sex slavery, and then later gets rescued, and then she goes on a murderous rampage afterwards.
Yeah.
The book looked questionable by a lot of people, because the girl looked really young, and the pedo sort of thing was being thrown around to him a bit, and this and that. Well, it turns out he did get charged for exactly that. The police went to his home. They found a couple of little mannequin dolls. I mean, if you look up Slick Jimmy,
I don't want to.
No. But what I'm saying is, there was a guy that was flying around the streets that people thought were their friend. Little did they know this was going on in the background. So the moral of the lesson is, you truly never know someone over the internet, and even in person, you may not even truly know, right? So friendships are easy to come and go on the internet, just like a snap of a finger, because you're not really buddies, right? It's not like if me and you, like I said, known for 10 years and we have a disagreement, which friends do all the time, right? you know, a week later, you're probably back to playing Nintendo. You know what I mean?
Right.
On the internet, it's a little different, you know. I don't want to take up all the time, though. Let's hear the other guy's fucking opinion. What do you think, brother? No, Rex. I want to hear Rex.
You there, Rex? No, I think he's still away.
Still away? Okay.
Yeah. So for me,
he came off on mute a little while ago, so I thought he was there.
Yeah, he came on with the picture, so I thought he was. Yeah. But I'm sure he'll be back soon. But like, friendships on the internet's pretty weird. Like, have you seen that recent thing with like the charity thing that got blown up?
Charity.
So there was a gamer for about 6 years. 10 years, I think it might be, where they raised $600,000 for this foundation that they never paid, right?
Yeah.
And turns out he comes from a very rich family, but they had held on to this charity money that was given by his followers on YouTube and whatever streaming, and they held on to it and they never gave it until these two guys exposed that the charity had never received the money. And now he's like, I don't know if I'm going to have to sue them and all this, and it's blown up. And they found out there's a lot of other people have been involved in these charities, not their own fault, but the charity.
I think Rex is trying to talk to us. Rex, are you there?
Are you there, right? Oh no, he's just coming in.
This is awesome. You literally hear him come down the stairs, shut the door. Now we're going to slide into the chair. Next thing you know, we're grabbing the headset. We're going to put that on, and here we go.
Have you ever read this while we're waiting for him?
I have no idea what that is.
Transmetropolitan.
Oh yeah, I've heard it's a great book. I never read it.
It's an amazing book. You would love it, dude. It's about a journalist.
Yeah.
In the future.
There was a guy I worked with. He would talk about that nonstop. As soon as he found out I did comics, he's like, "You ever read this?" And it was almost like the only book he ever read.
I got painted as Spider Jerusalem one day by my airbrush artist. Two of my friends, they were opening up their store. I said, "Yep, let me drop everything. Let's go." And I got painted. Her daughter actually made the glasses, right?
Yeah.
And Zeke made the glasses and everything out of paper and and the plastic see-through, whatever they call it. And it's just, I look so good, man. I'm like, this so well. And this is a good book to read, dude. Transmetropolitan is one of the greatest books. Sci-fi, futuristic sci-fi books you can ever read, I reckon. By Warren Ellis, one of the greats.
I was going to ask who wrote that. Warren Ellis, right? Rex, are you with us, sir?
Yeah, boys, I'm back in. How's it going?
What's going on, man?
How's it going, man?
Good.
I'll turn my camera on. How's things been? Obi, I've been hoovering up your content, man. I was just listening to your thing you did with what's that guy's name? Drawn Talk. Yeah, man. Good stuff.
Me and Tyler are friends, so I hope he doesn't take it. I was bashing on him. Me and Tyler sort of do videos on each other. It's almost like our own wrestling kayfabe thing we got.
Kayfabe, gotcha.
You know what I mean?
That's cool, man.
And the other video that I did today with Eric July, that's a little bit of a different story. In the end, I don't really care what Eric does or doesn't do, but it was a story to cover, so we covered it.
I didn't catch that one. What's old Eric up to now?
Oh well, he got into a fight with a smaller, and I mean really smaller, comic book creator, and the smaller.
I did see the thumbnail. Yep.
And this comic creator was sort of insulting him, I guess. So Eric July decides that he's going to fully fund this guy's project and then proceed to lecture him about how to behave and his attitude. The guy then turns around and refunds Eric back his money in full. Says, "I don't want your money or your insults." Eric then turns around and funds fully funds 3 other projects as a response to this. Guy's like, "Well, they're going to go down negative. I'm going to go fund me 3 other projects," and that's what he got. And I'm talking like he gave each person like $1,000 up to $1,500, depending on what they needed. But every one of them was over $1,000, right?
Man, put your ego at the door. You can sling some shit at me if you're gonna fund my project, man. I don't give a.
Well, here's the thing, though. and this is what I was telling Aru while you were away. Eric did it not to be a helpful guy, because he told the guy when he gave him the $700, I don't even want your product. That was right in the message.
Right. Okay.
Okay. So he's not interested in the book. He's interested in the holding something over someone's head. You need to listen to me because I funded your project.
Ah, man. Okay. So it's gone beyond sort of like a little sort of tiff, I guess.
So, and here's the other thing. If Eric July just goes around and bails people out of their, bails people out and gets them all funded, two things happen. One, the creator doesn't learn anything because they didn't go through the struggle. They just had, Eric July dump a bunch of money on a book that he's not even interested in just so he can, be Daenerys being carried away by the slaves. Okay. That means, and two, the creator's going to have a false impression of his book, right? Now he's going to be, instead of like struggling to get those 100 backers, he's got 22, but one of them fully funded his book. So now he's over the top. Now he's got his money. But what if the book needs work? What if, because even through failure, right? That's how you're going to learn how to come up in this business, And if someone just gives you the easy out, I don't know what you gain from that other than the short-term money. Yeah, great. You got your book out. Hope it's good. I hope that you can carry that forward.
Yeah.
But a lot of what we do, is a struggle, right? Like, I don't know like how your Kickstarters or your crowdfunders go, if you even do crowdfunders, but I can tell you, Aru, right? We know the struggle, right?
It sounds like when you get a marriage bed for just participation. That's what that indie
look, if he would have done that to me, and like let's say I'm doing Niobe needs another $1,000, and he comes in and he throws in the $1,000 and goes, okay, now you need to go work on your attitude because I bailed your ass out, blah blah blah. I refund that back. And I would say the same thing that guy said. Look, this is why you funded the comics, so you can come in and hold something over my head and grandstand on me. I don't need it, right? I'd rather fail than take your charity. You know what I mean?
Gotcha. No, that makes sense. That makes sense, I guess.
And so that's what the video was, right? Now other people might feel, some of them might be like, yeah, fuck Eric, give me $1,000, right?
Because if I'm because I'm a little bit there. I'm working on some things, but I haven't put together any sort of Kickstarters or Indiegogo or anything like that. But obviously you've been through, you've got the chops, you've been around the bush, It
was 10 years to get some chops, and even then, I feel
there you go.
Sort of starting, right?
So if I'm putting out a high-end product like you are, and and then some guy comes over and is like, yeah, I'm gonna like fund your project, ironically, or give you a better attitude, I'll be like, yeah, thanks for your money, dude.
Thanks for your money, and
thanks for your money, and go fuck yourself.
But after that, he's always going to be like, I the only reason why this guy project funded because of me. You know what I mean?
You know what I would have done? But hear me up, right? So what I would have done is like, hey, guess what? He funded my book. So guess what?
But I didn't tell your friend the best part of the story yet, Aru.
Yeah. Well, next 100 people gets a free PDF of my comic book. Right.
I would lay into it. I would go.
Well, listen,
Rex,
it gets even better though, right? So when the guy said no, and he refunded Eric back his $700 plus the $100 tip that he gave to Luke Stone. Luke Stone kept that, okay, because he did $100 tip to fund my comic. Okay, the guy refunds back all the money. Eric funds these other 3 projects. Ethan Van Sciver gets involved, and Ethan goes, yeah, that's a shitty thing that Eric did, but here's what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to put your project out there. And Ethan retweets it and says, guys, we got to get this guy funded. And so people came in and backed his book. So here's the thing. That retweet from Ethan got this guy more exposure, got more eyes on the prize. He still made the same amount of money. Because when Eric gave him the 700, brought him like 1,002. When I looked after tweet, it was like 1,006. So it was right around the same number, right?
Right.
But he gets more out of the retweet than he does the cash bailout, right? Because the retweet gets him more exposure.
Right.
Retweet sends guys like you or me over to take a look. You know what I mean?
Right. That's the thing I was going to get at. More people look at it, and more people, apart from one person, is backing it. So there's several people backing it.
Eric
and they're going
didn't do
over
it for this guy. Eric did it for Eric. So Eric could have something to hold over his head and to brag about. Now he's got 3 other projects that he can brag about. Now, when you go and help someone, right? In general, it's not something you go and brag about. Hey, I just helped this little old lady cross the road. Look at me, right?
Yeah.
That's not the reason why you help someone, is for the bragging and the clout. Well, Eric went ahead and made a 10-minute video on how he helped these 3 people.
I see. Okay, I get what you mean.
Okay.
So it's just sort of like content fodder. He's got the money. Yeah. It doesn't really.
Yeah, that's it, man. No one's really getting anything out of that. I rather, my thing with Eric, and this started 2 months ago. This is the reason why this whole shit went down. I said, it'd be nice if you helped out the smaller creator every now and then and throw him a bone. Throwing them a bone doesn't mean bail people out of their projects. Throwing a bone means exactly what Van Sciver did. You know what I mean?
Give him a shout out.
A little bit of
you got
endorsement.
a bunch
That's
of followers,
it,
and it'll be cool to, have people look at that. Right?
Yeah, I mean, Rex, do you have, are you doing comics, or what? Give me your background a little bit.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I guess I'm a hobbyist at this point. I mean, I'm wanting to sort of, the dream is to make it a full-time job, but I'm still sort of, I've got my day job, and I'm just sort of cracking on it.
Is this your first book that you're working on now? Or do you have any other work out there?
No. So I've worked on other comics that no one's ever seen.
Okay.
But this would be my first thing.
Now, are you writing, drawing? What aspect?
Oh, yeah, I'm doing all of it at the moment.
All of it. Okay. Yeah. And how far along are you?
That's a good question. I've maybe got 3 issues on sort of a second draft laid out.
Okay, so you're just in the writing stages right now. You haven't drawn yet.
No. So I've storyboarded.
So you still got a ways to go yet.
Yeah, absolutely.
But this is the perfect time for you to keep that writing going. If you're going to do the art, though, then I never seen your art. So I mean, I don't know how long it takes you to draw a page or anything like that. Yeah. How long is each issue going to be? Do you know, roughly?
That's a good question. I haven't it's going to be digital. So
digital, you're doing it digitally.
Yeah. So I'm not gonna try and get it printed, at least for the foreseeable future. If people are interested in it, then I'll look at it. But at the moment, success would be to just field something. Every other thing that I've worked on has been been shelved, or it didn't work out.
Sure.
So success for me at this point is just to get something out there that people can read.
Yeah, I said this. I gotta say this to myself every now and then, especially with this script I'm working on myself. Right, I've been sort of revising it for the last couple of days, and I gotta keep telling myself mentally, just get the job done.
Yeah.
Right. Just get it done, because I succumb to distractions all the time. For instance, I came on this show right in the middle of working on the script. I'm like, well, Aru invited me on, and it's New Year's, and we'll come in and shoot the breeze for a minute.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, look at this now. This is good. This is great. This shows. This is your artwork.
No, this isn't mine. This is I think this is something Aru's working.
Yeah, so I was just going to ask, because Maxillian said he storyboarded it. How much have you storyboarded, bud, of the work?
How many have I done? Hang on, let me have a look. So I haven't. So I think I've storyboarded. Oh, how much would it be now? Hang on, let me have a look. Poke around here. About, like I said, probably about 3 issues. It's getting. Yeah, it's getting on. So I've got sort of maybe 60 pages storyboarded out, but and I'm working on the lettering at the moment. So I've sort of So working on the lettering. I haven't lettered anything, if that's even a word or the term, to this extent. I've worked on short comics that are 4 pages that are sort of working with subject matter that's maybe a little less simple or more simple, accessible. So this is sort of a little bit more kind of political, kind of fiction type stuff. So the lettering has been a bit of a challenge, and so I've sort of made it kind of a thing to kind of really kind of improve my lettering. So I've got about 60 pages sort of storyboarded, and then I'm just going through sort of lettering now. So I've got I think 15 lettered, so sort of finished, but it needs sort of another sort of rinse through. I'm totally happy with it.
How many pages all up is for the story that you're writing?
I don't know. It's the sort of thing. What I've tried to do is I've got like a long version and a short version. So so the short version would be sort of like a 100 or so pages. I think maybe 150 pages. And then if it gains some traction, then I've got this sort of longer form sort of story that would be working on it for the next several years. I haven't written any of that yet. I've got sort of the sort of a synopsis down, but I've got sort of 150.
I'm bringing a party with me now, Aru.
Hey Max, yeah, he's on. Hey
Max, nice to meet you, man.
I was going to ask Larry there too, because you're a writer, right? Do you want to give tell about the story process to Rex Elliott so you can understand arcs and shit like that?
Sure.
Maybe he does.
We'll throw that question to Max too, because you're going to get different answers from every single person you talk to about this.
Yeah, it would be good to sort of just get a sense of your basic sort of process.
So for me, I'll generally think of an idea, like a general idea. So let's use Niobe outbreak, for example. Okay, we just lived 2 years through a virus. I want to sort of talk about that, but in a way that would work with my comic. So boom, there's the premise, there's the idea. Okay, so now now you got to flush it out, which is sort of the little bit more difficult part, right? But you go, okay, so what does this virus do? Well, and this virus works much like COVID. It's transmitted by air. You'll get really sick. Some people might unfortunately pass away, but a very few select are now going to gain superpowers from it.
Okay.
So now we got our detailed premise. So where does this virus start from? Now we need an origin, right? Okay, well, the virus is actually from another mutant who actually gives out the virus and does this. Okay, cool. So now we have a dangerous mutant basically strolling the streets, spreading this virus all over the city, making people sick, creating new genomes, which are mutants in my world, and it's getting out of hand. So now she's got to be stopped, and she won't stop. She thinks she's creating evolution. Niobe gets involved. Okay. So now
she's an activist.
Yeah. Well, now we got our protagonist, our antagonist. We got that meet in the middle with the virus. We also got the premise of new characters now being created because the virus is going to make these new mutants, right? And we got this huge conflict that's going to go down between a person's rights, because she's going to get taken away and basically thrown into a lockdown facility where they can study her and keep her in quarantine. But it's not her fault that she was born this way, right? So it's like Typhoid Mary. You're going to throw her onto an island by herself. You know what I mean? So, and then you go, okay, 3-act structure. You're going to have your start, your setup, your second act is going to be your meat and potatoes. And then your third act is going to be your wrap up. Really, story structure can be that simple. There's also what's called the 7-act structure, but you keep it in the 3-act structure, especially your first go around. You're going to be, all right, just make sure you have a great setup. Make sure you got, a lot of good stuff in the middle, and then make sure you tie it all up in the end, that's really basic. The best advice I will give to you is if you go into comics, I think it's called Comic Script Archive. But if you just, do a search for comic book scripts, read a couple of actual comic book scripts, right? And it helps if you have a comic book to go with it. So for instance, on that site, I downloaded like Witchblade 142. And I have Witchblade 142. Right. You're going to look at stuff just like he's holding. See how that's laid out. And you're going to lay it out maybe a little bit differently, you know,
Sure.
than you know, whatever, you know, my scripts look different than Max's scripts, right? But as long as the artist can look at it and understand that's a script, you know, you got your narration, you know, what they want them to draw in one section. You got what they're saying either above or underneath, you know, you got your little notes to the artist or the letterer or the colorist, you know, in there, what you want to see done in this, you know, and that's just my style, right?
Yeah.
You know, you get that all in there and you go from there, you know, like you do a script, right? But to learn how to do a script, I would read some scripts with the comics. So you go like, okay, page 1, panel 1, Sarah Panzetti walks out the door and she's wearing this and she's in this motion or whatever. And then you can look at the panel and see how that artist actually interpreted that paragraph from the script. And you'll start to get the flow of it, flow of it, you know.
How would you, because one of the things that I'm sort of, I guess, struggling with is, I guess, knowing when it's done. You know what I mean? Like, so how do you know you?
Because generally I'll think of the ending first.
Sure. Oh, not when the story ends, but I guess, like, you know, you're working on the script.
Yeah.
How do you know you've sort of cooked it enough, if that makes sense?
Well, I mean, again, if I want the script to end on a cliffhanger, I decide what that cliffhanger is going to be before I even write the script, so I know what I'm working towards.
Right.
Okay. So that's how I know how it's going to end, because I decide, you know, immediately how each issue is going to end before I even write it.
But all in all, you really don't.
Yeah.
It just comes down to your own style. I mean, like, if you want to write every single minute little detail about a room, you can do that. I don't do that. I let my artists be creative, because that's like one of the reasons I hire an artist is for their creativity. But
I'm kind of in the difference there, because like when it comes to writing, I just write the story, right? From start to finish. And then like when I give the script to the artist, he gives me the art, and then I go, I have this much space to put my story in. I need to rewrite my story to fit my artist's work. And I've had to do that with this page here, which came in this week.
Well, in Rex's situation, he's going to be drawn in himself, right?
So yeah, that's what. So you guys, you three are writers, right? So yeah, so I'm not struggling.
I would still write a script, Rex, but you know, you don't have to do all these artist notes and stuff, because you know what you're already going to be drawing anyway, right?
Yeah, it's
probably
funny,
vision
right?
it in your head as you write it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've written it like, you know, because I've been on sort of, I've seen like, you know, scripts obviously, and you know, it is the scripts are written for someone else to interpret and act on, right? So either, you know,
but you still need to know what you're going to draw, right? Because if you just draw as you go, you run into the Van Sciver problem. The Van Sciver problem was initially Cyberfrog was supposed to be 48 pages. But because he didn't have a script, he was just sort of making it up as he was drawing it. It ended up being like 70 some odd fucking pages.
Right.
You know
Which
what
I think I'm on that sort of path, which I'm wanting to sort of.
But that's why having a script sort of limits that, because now you know exactly how many pages you need to draw.
Right.
Instead of making up the story and expanding. Oh, I think of this new idea and I want to incorporate this and that, you know.
Yeah, going off on a tangent every fucking 2 pages.
Yeah. That's why I would still do a script, but your script doesn't have to be as detailed as a script that we would hand to an artist.
So
right? You know what you're doing and when you're doing it, I guess, right?
Yeah,
I'm going to use the washroom for a sec. Max will fill you in.
That's cool. So I've got a script, but what I guess in what the challenge that I'm having is that you know, when you're writing something in Word or what have you. You know, when you start to draw that, sometimes you kind of go, "Oh, that's not ideal." Like, you know what I mean? And then so you change the sort of the layout or what have you. That changes the script, and there's sort of this kind of back and forth constantly between the script and the layout.
Yeah, I mean, I'll get that stuff from my artist occasionally. Like the artist will come back and be like, "Hey, I can combine panels 2 and 3 together." And make it much, you know, kind of combine these 2 panels together, and then make the actual panel that we're creating much more dynamic. And I'm, you know, usually I'm just like, go for it, dude. Unless there's a reason that I've got specific things happening. You know, like if
Right.
there needs to be a key in a page in a panel, that key's got to be there. You know, if
Right.
there's for some reason of the in the storyline, the key's got to be there. It's got to be there. It's not one of those things you can give leeway to.
Hey, there you
So,
go.
so this is the script. I'm using Celtex, right? If you like, I know other people use whatever they use, but this is something I've used for about 20 years now. I think 2003.
Yeah, I used to use that to do my movie scripts.
Yeah. So
Oh, nice.
this is the script for that page I showed earlier. Now you notice that it's changed, right? Compared to, because like with this script, like it's got a whole bunch of text, right? I'm setting it up. So, but you notice my artist came back and he gave me, we'll just bring it up again. He gave me this and I said, good. Right? He gave me this for that page. You notice there was only one panel, right?
Yeah.
It was only one panel, but he gave me this because he read my script and he realized that he's given me everything. And I love working with my Italian artist, right? Francisco Conti is freaking amazing. And I never sort of have an argument with him over anything. You know, if I just change something and I go, yeah, this is what it is. But you notice the amount of text that had to go on that freaking thing. And I had to go back and rewrite the text and crunch it down because I realized on a full page it would be fine. But he gave me 2 panels.
Yeah.
And he made it juicy, right? I don't have a juicy, and you don't understand what I mean by juicy, right? He made it juicy. And so I maybe sexy, or maybe I'll use sexy instead of juicy. So I had to, you know, that space you can see there. And so, you know, I like I said, I love my artist. So he's going to give me another ship. And he's going to give me everything I've asked for, and he's going to divide the page up into like this. I'm going to be happy because he sees in that script what I missed out on, which is I put stuff in that I didn't think about, and he was better visualizing than I am at when it comes to actually, and I mean like not that I'm not visualizing enough, but the fact that he's an artist, he can see it in a different way, which is why I love artists so much, that I would see it. And so when I saw this page, I was like, you're on the right track. I would change what I need to change on my end as a letterer,
Gotcha.
as a developer.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. What do you guys have any sort of general sort of tips and tricks for I guess like dialogue and limiting dialogue to sort of panels? Like there's been a couple of times where I've sort of, you know, there's been sort of a wordy sort of exchange of dialogue, and I've kind of gone, this is too much for one panel. What's your sort of approach to that? Do you guys have any like general rules of thumb that you can kind of go, hey, don't, you know, have this amount of words per panel, or this amount per
Basically, it comes down to how important is it?
Yeah.
Right.
That's it.
I mean,
yeah.
If it's all super important, you got to figure a way to make it work. If it's not, then you can start chopping stuff out.
Right. Got it. Okay. That's interesting.
You know, I mean, does it serve the story, or does it continue the story? That's pretty much the only 2 things you need to really look at when you're coming to dialogue.
Interesting.
Because you can be Alan Moore and just fill a page full of dialogue.
I'll bring in an Alan Moore script.
Gotcha. Okay, interesting. That's that's something to consider.
I started from the Alan Moore script, right? Like as a, you know, like basically starting from the Alan Moore world. And then I realized I realized that like it's a comic book that's 22 pages long.
Yep.
And let's make it 15 minutes per page, right? Not 5 minutes like Marvel does. At least give the people worth their money is where it comes down to for me. And like I've read comics, which is like I can read in 5 minutes in Marvel. Seriously.
Yeah.
You don't want that. You want to give people enough for the look. If somebody's going to pay me $10 for one of my comic books,
yeah,
at least give them $10 worth a story, minimum.
Yep.
Please give them $10 worth of story.
Gotcha. Because I don't know about you guys, but when I'm reading a comic book, like if the amount of not dialogue, but the I guess the amount of words per page like dictate how long I will hang around the art. I guess unless the art is just like phenomenal, you know what I mean. I'll go, oh shit, this is good. But like if there's like I don't know 100 words on a page, it's like okay, let's move on. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Movies,
I mean, having too much dialogue or words on a page can slow down readers. And if you're trying to set a pace, with your story, and you're trying to make everything happen quicker, and you've got all your panels cut up into crazy diagonals, so you can like make it look like a fight scene and it's all chaotic and everything.
Yeah.
You don't want Alan Moore style dialogue bubbles that take up 3/4 of the fucking panel.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I mean, it has to serve not only the story, but it has to serve the product.
Okay.
The other thing is like, because I come from a movie writing background, right? Movie script writing background. It's a minute per page.
Yep.
And so that's why I think the 15 minutes on a comic book is really good, because you give the other because it's 22 pages per script, right? So you give the other 7 minutes away for concentrating on the art, but you gotta allow the 15 minutes to be for the story. So I got this week as a hospice, man. I was so freaking excited when I saw this. I got it for, I think it was like $5 or $8 trade paperback of the Ed Brubaker, who I like, right? And so if you look, right, this is a better script than I've seen of modern writers these days at mainstream.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, look at it, like a lot of scripts these days is they're just really bad.
Yeah. So this is
the dialogue is crap. The captions are crap. I mean, just the story itself is just, you're kind of like, what?
So when this is The Boys, right? So when you look at this one with The Boys, the time he uses to, like, let me just grab that page again. So this page is interesting because they're actually talking serious.
Right.
Nobody on an action scene is going to be talking serious for this long.
Yeah.
No.
I think that's probably what the difference is between action and serious talking scenes.
That shit's fucking diabolical, man.
Hey, I want to see what's more diabolical.
What? Oh, nice. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Dang, that is nice.
Not
bad.
It's always nice
and
to get a
also-
remark and shit. You know what I mean? Like,
I
Nice.
love Grant Morrison.
buddy-
Michael.
My buddy
sorry.
got Carl Urban's signature.
No, that's
and
Derek Robertson.
No, my buddy got Carl Urban's signature. And
I'm
a thing. And
You know what's easy, Max? Because we're Kiwis, we can just rock up to Carl and be, "Hey, bud, what can I have a signature?"
Yeah, he lives down the road from all of us.
Yeah, you try that in America, right?
Yeah.
I could rock up to my mayor and ask for a signature because I'm friends with him, and no freaking security.
Wow.
That's the difference between the world and New Zealand.
It's like that scene in fucking Simpsons there or whatever, right? And there's like two Aussies, and one Aussie's having a problem. It's like, "Hey, yeah, I'll just tell my fucking member of parliament, mate." And he fucking looks out the window and is like, "Hey, Gus!" You know what I mean? Like, fucking. That's what that sounds like to me, man.
Oh, man.
No, but as I was saying, he got Carl Urban's signature, and Carl Urban signed it. Oi, cunt.
Yes. Hey, do you guys like? I mean, Larry, you're in Canada, right? So do you watch Letterkenny?
I've seen it a couple of times.
Okay, so I am going to show you a Letterkenny event.
Sure.
That describes what Kiwis are. All right.
All right.
I'm going to bring it up at the right place so you can see the Kiwis and the Aussies.
I hope that was for some Max. I hope that was for some The Boys merchandise. It would be a bit weird if you bring like a Lord of the Rings DVD or something up to them.
It wasn't Judge Dredd.
Yeah.
It wasn't Judge Dredd or any of the country or the cowboy movies.
Oh, dude, I forgot he was in Judge Dredd. Yeah, fucking hell, yeah, that was.
Judge Dredd's the
fucking
best
roles,
Judge
man.
Dredd ever.
That motherfucker, he's an actor's actor. Like I
Yeah.
seen him in a bunch of shit and didn't realize it was even him. You know what I mean? Until after, right?
Super underappreciated.
And so like you look at him like from Judge Dredd going to like fucking the dude in The Boys, going to fucking playing Bones McCoy. Like the best part of that
Kiwi.
new Trek stuff was him, like as Bones.
He's
You
a
know what I mean?
freaking
Like
Kiwi.
Yeah, man.
He's a real Kiwi bloke, mate. When you really think about it, Carl Urban is a real Kiwi bloke.
Yeah. No.
Right?
Yeah.
He's you know, I mean, like seriously, like that's why we love him so much over everybody else that I can think of, because he could do Dredd and jump on and do The Boys as Butcher, and he could jump on and do friggin' what was he on? What was it? Rexon, what was that West Side thing that he did with that Criminal Family? That TV series.
Oh shoot! Outrageous Fortune. You're talking about?
Yeah, and that
yeah,
man.
man. Well, it's weird, right? I mean, like like Naomi and Max probably don't understand this, but like being in New Zealand is like the ultimate like small town syndrome, right? Like it's like not only are you in a small town, but you're in the ocean. Like south of us is Antarctica. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So to see one of the boys like being all these or be Judge Dredd, it's like fucking like this is great. This is awesome.
I didn't know that Carl Urban was
as a child, right? We read, and I think a lot of people don't know how that feels as seeing a Kiwi play Judge Dredd, because we read Judge Dredd as a child growing up. So he gets to play the one hero, anti-hero, whatever, that we all grew up loving as children. If you read a comic book in New Zealand, you read Judge Dredd. And to see Carl, a Kiwi play that was freaking magic, man.
And he was
and of course he was in Lord of the Rings, because all the Kiwis were in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah. Anyone with long hair and like
you're an actor
over 6 foot, yeah.
It's like, you're an actor and you live here? Come on down.
All right, so let me play this video so we can have a real good laugh. And everybody, like, just in case you guys are wondering, this is an R18 show. So if you don't have R18 mentalities, you shouldn't be here. So, and I want to play that because, I'm saying that because I'm defending myself when I play this shit.
I mean, Amber, now we'd be buggered.
Bugger off.
Bugger me to live on this one.
I said bugger off.
Yeah, no, you've buggered up. Is he on the piss, mate?
Yeah, no, I'm drier than that dingo's dogger.
He's drier than a nun's nasty.
Dry as a bull bum going uphill backwards.
Mate, you didn't come all the way from Australia to drink goon, you drongo. There's got to be a slab of stubbies around there, eh?
What the hell are they saying?
Oh, no, you can't go.
Yeah, pause this for a second.
This is my little boy.
Yeah, pause it.
I'm trying.
Pause it.
Pause it.
Don't want to start with the wristy first, mate.
I should have warned you this can't want to root ya.
Maybe later I'll show you my fantasy. Okay?
Pause it, Aharu.
One time I had 3 pounds
Sorry?
of cheese curds.
Pause it.
No, we said pause it for a bit.
All right, mate, what's up?
All right. So I think I know what's going on here, okay?
Because you're missing at the most important part, when the Kiwis turn up.
Well,
right?
You know what Newfoundlanders are?
Yes, the Flanders.
No, Newfoundlanders. They're from a province in Canada called Newfoundland, okay?
Yes.
They talk with that Irish dialect, okay?
Right.
So I guarantee you those first two people are probably fucking Newfies. And that's when Leonard Kenny goes, I don't understand what the fuck they're saying. Because guess what? Most of Canada doesn't understand what they're saying, right? And when they travel around, you absolutely know it's them, and I'm half one. My mother's from there, right? So that's what's happening here now. And then you're going to tell me all these other people with different accents are going to show up, right?
Then you're screwed.
Let it roll.
But wait until the Kiwis turn up.
All right.
This is what I love about the show. I love Letterkenny. I've watched every single episode, and the new one as well with where he's doing the hockey thing. Yeah, that's us down to G.
Who's this drunk guy, mate? Who's this stuff that? All these two find their sheep in fields.
Man, the Australian accent is something to behold.
Just only
Jesus
popping
Christ.
it over the fence.
You got a face like a drop pie, mate.
Tastes like a kicked in shit can.
Face like a half-sack mango.
Tastes like a cat licking shit off a wheel bench.
Shouldn't you feel pissed on each other? That's all the rage down under, eh? Dude, that's fucking grotty, bro. I got a joke for you, though. Why is it so hard to get a blowjob in Australia? Don't know. Because all the cocksuckers are in Whistler.
Oh, yeah, you should ruin that town, bro. Go back to Hobbit Lady.
You're a fucking house of bogans, mate. Fuck your old bludgeons.
Lick my hairy fernhole, you fuckwit. You sound like a glad. Look about his bright.
I've had a guts full of yes. Lick my schlong, you bunged up cunts. Anywho.
Yep, like Americans and Canadians.
What the hell? Okay, pupils.
Let me pause this shit.
25 meters is technically not where you want to be
letting
from
me.
a rig
Hold
like
up.
this, but
So you see
Like
how everything
Americans
is
and
flat?
Canadians.
You see how everything is flat there too, right?
Yeah.
That's because half of Canada is fucking prairies, grassland.
Right.
okay? If my memory serves me right, that show was filmed in this fucking barren place called Saskatchewan. Okay. If I'm right, I have to go look it up. Like, because I never watched too much of the show. I've been aware of his existence, of course. So you Canada,
It's the best friggin' Canada offering to the world, apart from Corner Dairy.
Because I don't watch a lot of our Canadian
What
programs.
about Trailer Park Boys?
See, that's the only one, right? That's the only one I do watch.
I couldn't
you
handle
know what I
that.
mean?
I don't know. I never got to really cut my teeth on Trailer Park.
Well,
But
see, for me, the Trailer Park Boys, I live in a trailer park.
Oh, well.
I've been in this trailer park for like over 30 years off and on. You know, I've had apartments come back, moved out, whatever, right? But the trailer park life is in my fucking blood. You understand? And so the show is pretty exaggerated, but some shit does go down in the trailer park every now and then. You know what I mean? And it's a riot. You know. Speaking. You know, I'll tell you guys if you are a fan of that show, Rex, I met Leahy. Okay. Because that show is actually filmed 2 hours from where I live. That show is filmed in Nova Scotia, outside Halifax somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're in the same realm of Canada that I'm in, so they're pretty easily accessible. They come to our city quite a bit. Right? You want to meet the Trailer Park Boys here? It's really not that hard. But Leahy was at this convention in Halifax, and I don't know if he was drunk. Or I don't know if he's just a hell of an actor, but he looked like he was slosh sitting at that fucking table, dude. Okay. So I come walking up and I go, "Hey, Leahy." I just shout it right out across the comm floor, right? He goes, "What?" And I go, "You owe me some fucking money." He goes, "What the fuck for?" And I go, "Because me and my boy Jeremy were drinking fucking rum and fucking smoking dope in a trailer park long before you fucks come along, right?" And he goes, we're totally just playing in this trailer park world, right? He goes, "Well, that check is in the mail."
Dude, oh man, I hope he was acting, dude. Apparently it's like,
well, dude, the entire time I talked to him was probably about 15-20 minutes, right? He was in character, you know. And so I sit beside him for a little bit, and this girl walks by, okay? And we're talking like, you ever watched the Watchmen movie?
Yeah.
So the hot chick in the black and yellow, right? That cosplay, Silk Spectre or whatever her name is.
Yeah, you go. Yeah, you got it. You got it.
He comes fucking walking through, and she's fucking hot as shit, right? Leahy looks at me and he goes, "I don't know how in the fuck they expect me to sit here and not get turned on by that shit." It was the fucking best.
Isn't it like, I don't know if they do it anymore, but like the actors that play Ricky, Julia, and Bubbles, they would go out as their characters and go to like pubs and stuff.
Yeah,
So
Bubbles would do like little
running.
concerts and shit like that. Like Guns N' Roses came here to my city. The opening act was fucking Bubbles. Like, you understand what I'm saying?
Dude, he's a hell of a guitar player. He can fucking, he can play.
He just came out and played a little bit and fucked off, but you know what I'm saying? He was there, you know, like.
We had the Trailer Park Boys come together and did stand-up comedy stuff.
Yeah.
All together, it was like all three of them, and they all showed up, and they all did stand up.
See them, man. Yeah, like I think like the first maybe like 5 seasons, and like it does like it's how many seasons? Probably like 12, 13 seasons. Like it does sort of drag on, yeah. But like I want to say like the first 5.
Like they came out with a movie, and shortly after that, I kind of dropped off. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I think like it dropped off for me when like Snoop Dogg started appearing, and it's like
man, there were some good cameos though. When they had fucking Rita McNeil fucking harvesting the weed, that was fucking epic, man. When they had Sebastian Bach from fucking Skid Row on, that was fucking epic. You know what I mean? Like,
with the model trains.
Oh, dude, man, they had some good guests on there, man. Yeah, Rita McNeil there fucking singing like she's doing Hard Time, you know what I mean? In the fucking chain gang, you know? Like,
hey, Larry, yeah. I love your segue. Since it's Christmas, I want to play a Christmas song for you, mate.
All right, mate.
Quite often I get to thinking how as kids we got by. Like at Christmas time at our house, we couldn't even afford a fire. But we made do with what we had back then when I was young. Dad used to suck a peppermint, we'd all sit around his tongue. We couldn't afford no fancy tinsel for our Christmas tree, so we'd just wheel our granddad in and make the old cunt sneeze. But things change pretty bloody quick. I got kids now of my own, and I heard them unwrap their prezzies last night when I got home. Hey, Santa Claus, you cunt! Where's me fucking bike? I've unwrapped all this other junk.
Sound like Rising Leaf.
I wrote your fucking letter and I come to see you twice. You worn out geriatric fart, you forgot me fucking bike. If I'd have wanted a pair of bloody socks, I would have bloody asked. And this cowboy suit and ping pong set you can shove right up your ass. You stuff me bloody order up, it's enough to make you spew. But it's not just me who's snaky, mate, me sister's dirty too. Hey, Santa Claus, you cunt. Where's me fucking pram? You promised me you'd send me one, and you remember who I am. Cause I'm the little girl what you made sit right on your hand. I'll give you fucking ho-ho-ho, you forgot me fucking pram. Next time I come to see, I'm gonna punch you in the guts. And I'll let your fucking reindeer loose, kick Rudolph in the nuts. Yeah, you just wait till next year till you get back to that store. And me and me little sister come stomping through the door and we'll say, hey, mums and dads, just smell his breath and check his bloodshot eyes. And don't listen to him, boys and girls, because he tells fucking lies. He's just a piss tank and a pervert. He's not even very bright, because the old fucking wanker forgot me fucking bike. Hey, Santa Claus, you cunt. Where's me fucking bike? I've unwrapped all this other junk and there's nothing that I like. I wrote your fucking letter and I come to see you twice. You worn out geriatric farts and I got me fucking bike. I'll dob you in, you old cunt. I'll tell me old man on you, he'll punch your fucking lights out. I saw Mummy sucking Santa Claus.
Who did that? Is it a comedian or just
This is like 1980s, dude.
It's Kevin Bloody Wilson.
I got introduced to him by I think one of my classmates when I was at high school. She played it on the friggin', I think she had a little ghetto blaster, you know, like you have on those days, and she played it on the school bus going home, and she got. I remember it so clearly. She got told off by the bus driver. I was like, turn the shit off.
Yeah.
And I never had. That was the first experience of learning Kevin. You know who Kevin Bloody Wilson was. But every Kiwi knows who Kevin Bloody Wilson is because you know he was famous in New Zealand because of that shit. And these sort of comedy doesn't. You know, people don't play that sort of comedy. But if you go, like if you go to a stand-up here in my town, Whangarei, you'll hear that shit. You'll hear comedy like that real, you know, no holds barred shit. And it just cracked me up because I forgot all about it until you talked about it. And I was like, oh, it's, Christmas and everything. And this is like going back to the 80s, dude. And
I feel like we need another Back to the Future movie.
Another one?
Yeah.
Don't make her into a female. Remember what somebody said?
Well, no, I mean, come on, Harvey, you already fucked it up. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Put a female in it and make it gay.
All right, boys, I got to head off. It's almost New Year's.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so we're about 14 minutes away from New Year's. So thank you, Rick Gillian, for hanging out, man. Enjoy yourself.
No worries, boys. My pleasure. My pleasure.
Go do the countdown with the fam.
Have a good one, brother.
Out,
yeah,
man.
you too, guys. Thanks for the advice. I'll see you guys later.
No
Cheers.
worries.
Cheers, boys. Bye.
Thank you. So, this is my uncle's 50th birthday from about 2-3 years ago. This is the last of it, so I'm waiting to finish this off at New Year's Eve.
How long is it before it's New Year's for you?
For 40 minutes. So I've got a
40
timer.
minutes. I don't know if I got 40 minutes in me though. Fuck.
Johnny Walker Black. You guys drank this over in America?
Yeah.
Good shit. Like this is like 12-year prime.
Nice.
12 years. You get the 5 years, which is just a regular, which is a red something, and then you get the black, and then you get the blue. The blue. Mwah. Have you ever tried the blue?
No, I've never had it. I've only had the black and the red.
The blue is the best because the blue just like, oh dude, it's like about, I think I paid $40 for a shot, like a 30, like a single shot or something like that. And I bought two of them for my mate and myself. Must have been for a birthday or some shit. But like the blue is the best Johnny Walker. And you can tell why they cost so much. Because that whiskey is the best, man. This is what product of Scotland.
Scotland. Hey.
We're pretty close to close. Like countdown. So, is there anything you guys want to talk about as we get into the countdown? Because like Max, have I ever had you on my 2-hour plunge pop interview show? Like I have a terrible memory, head injuries, and all that.
I don't think I haven't been on it. I don't know if Larry's been on it.
Oh yeah, I've been around once or twice.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Here's your invite, and coming into the new year, I'd love to have you. And I'm gonna. I think I'm not. I have terrible memory, and I'm gonna see if I have Pete on there either. But remember, I think that people don't understand about may not understand about plunge pop is where I just ask you about you. It's not me kind of like going on and on. It's just it's like a discussion about your life and how you got to where you got to. It's not me trying to interject my opinions and all this shit. It's just and I love doing the plunge pop because I get to meet amazing people and learn about their history and their journey and showcase what they've done and where they're going. And
this is your life for comic book creators.
Indie creators, right? I've had movie directors on, I've had producers on, I've and I want to have musicians on and stuff like that because, and of course, comic creators, because I think it's such a a lot of times we just see this is the product, when you see the product, this is the product, but actually hearing people talk about their journey is more interesting to me than the product sometimes. It's
for sure.
Yeah, man. So I'm gonna.
The product is interesting, but like usually, I mean, that's why documentaries are so popular is because you get to see the journey.
Yeah, and it's like my sister just reads biography novels. She's like so into it. She's like, I love biographies. I'm like, well, I think I'm doing that with Punch Pop, and I don't. I try not to dig into people's personal things because that's not about what this is about. It's not like this is like 60 minutes, No, and I enjoy the plunge pop quite a lot because of that. It's just so, getting to meet interesting people. Because I think a lot of indie creators have so much to offer because of how they've gotten to where they've gotten to. Because they're on the outside, they're the punks, of the scene, right? The punk rockers of the scene. And as I think was it Ben Dunn who said we're the punks of the scene with indie creations? And I like that. I think indie creators are the punks of the scene. They're the outsiders, and then you become mainstream, which is all the hope, right?
I just want to sell comic books.
Let me
I'd like to be able to say I've sold 10,000 comic books in one go. That's what I want to be able to say one day.
You will, man. We're all going to be able to say that.
So did you guys watch X or the one before that, the movie? And we'll get into the new year with this. X. So there's a trilogy. There's a new trailer, promo trailer out for the X thing. So let me just find X first, and we'll find the other Ty West. Right, let me find the other two, and then we'll show you. This is it was filmed in New Zealand. I'm not sure if the third one's filmed in New Zealand either, but so there was Pearl, all right. Then so there was X, then Pearl, and then now there's Maxine. So I'm gonna. They're all horror movies. So here's X.
Is that where you live?
This is Hollywood, isn't it?
Oh, okay.
Isn't that cool though? This is a promo for that.
Dear God.
You know who these people are, Max?
A couple of them.
Halsey, isn't she Canadian?
I don't know. Kevin Bacon's the only name I fucking
Ty
recognize.
West.
Right. So
I mean, the fact that Kevin Bacon's in it does not shock me.
Right, so I want to play you 2022. Let me get rid of that. What's it? 20. So this is X, right? So this came out 2 years ago.
Farmer's daughter, take one. I need to be famous, Wayne. All the best people are.
There ain't nobody else out there like you. You know why?
Why?
Because you got that X factor. Our days of struggling may soon be over.
Hollywood, here we go.
So this is it. Our own studio backlog.
This is New Zealand.
Looking for a place to stay. Oh, yes, sir.
Cracked me up when I saw this little
ugly
thing, and I was like, "This is cool."
My wife, Pearl's next door, so I would appreciate a little discretion.
You don't know what we're doing, does he?
Oh, it's better to beg for forgiveness than ask for permission.
Sure is hot out there. You must be awful thirsty.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to be in the movie.
Well, you can't. The story can't just change midway through.
That showed me it was New Zealand.
There's no telling what he might do.
My wife is not well. It happens after dark.
You don't want to leave, do you?
People's eyes are gonna pop out of their damn skulls when they see this.
What? You all right?
No.
Actually intend on experimenting a lot with the film's editing. It's classier that way.
So, Ty West, right? Like in the middle of friggin' COVID and all that, makes a film in New Zealand that's become a trilogy sensation. And the one that started was X here. So in 1979, a group of young filmmakers set out to make an adult film in rural Texas, New Zealand, right? But when their reclusive elderly hosts catch them in the act, the cast find themselves fighting for their lives. Jenna Ortega, by the way, guys, Brittany Snow in the first series, right? First movie. Then after that came I think, what was it called? Let me go find it. Pearl. Let me just jump over there. I haven't seen Pearl yet. So this is the next one, which is Pearl. Come on up. Right, so this is Pearl here. And so 1918, a young, so they go backwards, right? And then they come back with Maxine, for number 3. And this is the cool thing about this is that this is like low budget movies that are making really good money, and they're not $200 million movies, but let me have a look at the budget, which is what, the indie creative scene, right? Film scene. So where's the bucks here? Right. So it made $9 million at the box office, but I wonder what the budget was. So it's filmed in New Zealand, right? So
that's what I was wondering too, because they've got some pretty big actors in there with Jenna Ortega and Kevin Bacon and Mia Goth. So
right, let me get to the numbers and we'll get the budget for you, Pete. So it's was it X 2022? I wonder if it'll come up at X or something. It's not coming up the right way. We're about a minute away from thing, but it's not giving me. Oh, here we go. Perfect. So check this out, right? So we're a minute away from New Year's, and we'll finish off with the New Year's Eve with us. So domestic market, home box office, they don't show, but if it didn't do that well, right? Why are they making a third one? So look, 11 million. I wonder what was the budget. What's the budget thing? Full financials. No.
it's just called X.
Yeah, so it's X, but it did really well. So this is the first one. Then they will. All right. Hopefully you guys have a drink in hand or whatever you have in hand, or doobie, whatever.
I got a mouse in my hand.
You got a what in your hand?
A mouse for my computer.
Right. So this is Pearl. So it did really well. This is the indie movie scene's doing really well on low budget short horror movies, and at number 3 now. And I think this is something that I think Hollywood isn't learning enough. That if you get a lot of indie creators and give them a bit of money, they can make something that's worthwhile. The greatest of them all right this year is what is it, Godzilla -1. And so I think
the
it was
budget was $1 million.
Right. It made about 11 million.
It made 15.1 million at box office.
There you go. I mean, seriously, 15 million. If you're spending 1 million to make it, then it's another million for promotion. They made $30 million, right?
Yeah.
On profit. Now they can go make another number 2, number 3. Right. So the countdown is, it is now midnight. Cheers, brothers. Route 266. Johnny Walker Black. Woo!
I had a drink of water, so I did have something. That one go down good, Aru. Fuck.
That was good, man. I've been at a whiskey for years. Well, maybe a year. but that's the last of my uncle's.
So is it 2024 for you?
It is.
Happy New Year.
Is.
Happy New Year, boss.
How does it feel in the future? What's
think I'm
the
gonna have a
look
good
outside
year.
the window and tell me what the world looks like now?
It is
In
black.
2024. Is it crazy?
It's dark outside.
Midnight. So as we, this year I've made a very harsh decision on myself about expenses. As you know, I'm a comic collector, and I've been trying really hard to be a person who supports indie creations, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my resolution for 2024 is to spend less on toys, because I spend a lot on toys, and now bring that into physical indie comic books, and screw thinking about freight and all that, but save up and back those books. So I'm hoping, Niobe, Larry, that you have you did the Birthright, right? That's a two issue comic, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Right. So if I pop in some money and I go, hey dude, for January, I would like you to put aside such and such, and then when it gets to this thick, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to cost me $70 to get it posted over. I think it's a US Sony, which is like $140 New Zealand.
Yeah,
Maybe
but it'd be cheaper than that because I'm in Canada for you.
Right. So if you can shovel, a whole bunch of this is something that I'm going to promote as well, right?
Yeah.
That and it's a challenge to me. I gave up smoking 2 years ago, right? It was a challenge. Smoking for over, freaking 20 years, on and off, it can be a challenge, right? So I did that. So just like that, I'm going to start, not buying toys every friggin' week, which I do, and then turn into supporting indie creators like yourself, like Max and stuff, and go, hey, however, because of freight,
I get it.
You
get everything at once.
Packages together and go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever it is, or 1, 2 of this, and then go package all together and send it out together.
Yeah, no, of course we can do that.
Because I think that's
Do you
a
have
good
duty
way.
you have to pay when you get stuff in the mail?
We don't get duty, but it's the freight charge which kills us. Like, I mean, seriously, like the other day, it's going to take me ages to get there, but what is it? The Gemini, which is about this thick, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So to send two comics, right, through Gemini mailer, this one's a bit thicker. Let me just grab this. So this is a thicker one. It shouldn't be this thick. It should be only 10 centimeters. This is a bit thicker. 2 comics is $37 to the US for me.
Oh yeah.
Right. So, but then I look at myself and go, look, dude, if you want this shit, you gotta stop getting this shit, right? Yeah. If you wanna be the mouthpiece for promoting indie comics, then you gotta lead the way and say, well, and I've had to challenge myself over this and question my ethics and question my, do I buy, the product from the company that hates me so much that they call me troll, they call me racist, they call me, what else, Nazi and all that, or do I support the indie creatives who want my business?
Life's too short, man. Just get what makes you happy, bro. Fuck, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think, but I think, for us out here, doing the bizzo for indie comics, I don't have to support anybody, and you don't have to support me, right? But at the end of the day, we just want to get out there and do our business, and get our amazing artwork, getting our artists, our writers, our product out there. And I think the best way to do that is just maybe reassess what we're doing with our lives, right? Do we need that stuff? Like they used to say, right, in the old days, do you really need that Starbucks when you can make the coffee at home, right? And I think that's the same thing with me now, is that I've moved away from mainstream comics. Maybe the next move is to move to indie comics and support indie creators in a more feasible, practical way, and say, listen, I know it's going to cost me this much to freight, but what if you got a backlog? Can you chuck them all into one piece, one package, and send it out together?
Yeah,
and
of course that could be done.
Yeah, and I think a lot of times the other creators don't think
I
about
mean, I
that.
always got shit, right? You know what I'm
Yes.
saying?
Yeah.
So like, you just like, here's the issues I want. I could just go in the back and get them, you know, like.
Yeah. Because I would love a foil from you, man. I love to have a foil.
And I give them
because-
to you dirt cheap, Aru, because it's you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But
right?
I mean,
like if you just want to buy them off me directly and like skip Kickstarter, you know what I mean? That can be easily done, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't want, you know, I want everybody, you know, to understand what the deal here is. That, like, you know, creators do have backlogs and stuff that they print out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Extras, just so that they can like take it to shows and stuff, take it to conventions, you know, and it's important that you know there is money there for that. You know, it's like, okay, we can only print 5 of this but we know we print a couple more because that we want to have for ourselves, right? If I'm printing 10 for Kickstarter, I'm printing 5 more for myself, so I can give it to my, you know, my writer, my artist, and so on. And and have a couple extra for, you know, later on when you're going to sign copy to somebody. I think I love this whole indie business, and I've only been new to it in the last 7 months with Kickstarter and crowdfunding. And I think the campaigns that are running out there is amazing. I think the creatives out there are amazing. Of course, there was always going to be cowboys, but I think there are some amazing people that I've met that are part of my Facebook, you know, friendship acquaintances, right?
Yeah.
That have come on board. Like, I mean, like I said, recently I backed Timothy B. What's his name? B. Fling's book, because I love the artwork. And this is why I find that when you talked about, you know, somebody backing something and not wanting to work, I found that very offensive, bro. You know, because like, why back something if you don't freaking want it?
Oh, that's the motive. That's the question, right?
Yeah. It's like, why would you ever back something if you don't want it? I mean, I would never back anything if I don't want it, because otherwise it's just clout chasing. You're only doing it for political reasons, brother.
That's it, man.
Let me find Tim's book. Here we go.
I know Tim. We've had him on the show.
Yeah, I mean, this book is like, the artwork is freaking brilliant, bro. I mean, seriously. I mean, I got the trade. I backed the trade. You know, they doubled their. You know, you're looking at the Aussie prices because I've got my VPN on, because I never go online without VPN. So that's why it's showing you Aussie, even though I'm New Zealand. So, you know, this book is amazing. You know, and I'm hoping, you know, I'm going to be doing the same with your book. I'm going to check out your book, right? But, you know, look at the great thing about this is I'm going to go back later on and go, hey, Tim, can you, you know, do a package deal for me and give me a couple copies exactly the same way, right? And I'm doing with you, Naomi, right? And then same thing I'm going to do with you, Max. I'm going to say, hey, yo, you know, check me up some covers, check me up some, you know, special things, whatever you're doing, because I'm going to, you know, seriously, like, I mean, we are the punks, you know, and you got to have a punk attitude about this shit. You know, you got to do things differently out here as indie creatives that they're not doing. You know, like when they, you know, when something gets printed and it's done, it's going to take you years in the mainstream to, you know, order it from the other store. If the other store is communicating with the store that's local, and then to find it, I've had to pay like about $20 for an issue of $15 to $20 for like 2-3 times the price, because my store didn't have it, and my store had to buy it from another store to get me Supreme Power or get me Rising Stars, because I was trying to fill my freaking store. But if I can go direct to this creator, which is the difference between mainstream and indie, is that you can go direct to the creator and go, hey, can I get this book? Because I didn't have my money then 5 months ago, but I have the money now. Can I still please get that? You know, I'm sorry I didn't back it then because I didn't know about it, but here I am. And I think that's the joy of being in the indie scene. What do you guys think about that?
I think that's what it's about, isn't it? Like fucking backing and checking out new work and getting that shit circulated, and
Yeah,
you know,
I mean, that's one of the things I like about Kickstarter the most is finding out new products. I mean, a lot of people like to read stuff that they know, and they get stuck in that whole, well, I'm used to this. I know Batman, so I'll read Batman, and I know Harley Quinn, so I'll read Harley Quinn. But for me, I'm just like, okay, this one looks kind of interesting. I'll give it a shot, you know. And I'll gamble with my $23 for Kickstarter on getting a book. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. If it doesn't work out, it just goes back into the bag and board and gets tossed into a long box.
Yeah, that's it, right? Like, I mean, seriously, at the end of the day, you know, there's books that I've never read, honestly, because I like the cover. Like I mentioned the other day when we were talking about it, you know, I bought covers, the comics just for the covers. I'll never read it. It'll just sit there because I love the cover artwork. That artist I love. Yeah.
This is Tim Ingram's book, right?
This Tim one Fling.
Here? Tim Fling. That's right. Tim Fling.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like the cover on that one.
Yeah, man. It's beautiful covers.
Cover.
The interior. Look. A lot of time the interior changes, but the quality of the interior, right?
Yeah, Waterworks is a great book.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't even care about what the story was here because the artwork was so good. And you know, you got to go, oh, why did you read the story? I love the artwork because I'm a fan of art, right? When it comes to comics, I'm a fan of art.
Yeah,
I'm a writer, so why would I worry about writing? I'm a fan of the artwork, right? So when I look at artwork, I just get, I'm like a little girl, gushing over some new boy, right? Or teenager gushing over some new boy. Because at the end of the day, art is what makes comics work. And if you have beautiful
art is what sets comics apart from just a prose novel.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. Like, I mean, when you saw the movie of Nightbreed, right? This, and you saw, when you saw him, when you saw his artwork, you saw, it became real, right? That's the difference. When you just read the book, it was like, oh yeah, fuck, that's scary, that's amazing, that's cool, yeah, that's crazy. But when you see the characters, right, that becomes real.
I mean, that's one of the things about like watching films like that, like Nightbreed and stuff like that, is that it really there's so much stuff that you can pick up on that you wouldn't typically have picked up on. And it's really interesting. I like to see that type of thing.
One of the like when I was like, I'm in my 19s here, right? Like when I'm 19 years old when I'm watching Nightbreed, and the reason, like, I had the movie poster, and I've lost it over the years, but like I had the original movie poster and everything. I'm a huge Clive Barker fan, but I haven't read anything for like since the 95 or 4. And one of the joys about one of the things that people don't realize that like Clive Barker is an artist, right?
Clive Barker's fantastic.
Yeah. And I used to have coffee table books of him, and I just, they got lost in the fire and rubbish and all that shit. And I miss all that, but I've been going back, backlogging all that stuff. One of the joys about seeing anything he's ever done is that, like, unlike the other guy who's just as big, Stephen King, he's not. Clive Barker is an artist, and
Clive Barker has a very distinct style.
Yeah.
To him, and it's very raw.
That's
Stephen King stuff is more slick and polished and
for the mainstream, right?
Yeah.
Clive Barker's a fucking punk. That's the difference. Stephen King is, and I've got Stephen King's Dark Tower, everything there. Like one of my it's a state thing. Like one of my uncles passed away, and my auntie just said, "Here's all the Stephen King books he owns." And I'm going, sweet.
Did you ever read Eyes of the Dragon?
Is that Stevie?
Stephen King's Eyes of the Dragon.
I wonder if it's there. I'm not sure. I don't think so. To be honest,
It's
I
a
don't think I've
fantasy
ever read
story. It's actually pretty good. It's got Flag in it as the evil
Right.
wizard, and it's about like this kingdom whose basically Flag is trying to manipulate it all into being where he's under control. He's controlling the entire kingdom and everything like that. And this kid finds out about everything by hiding in the walls and watching through the eyes of this dragon statue.
So I'm listening. I've got the speaker on, so in case when I'm moving away, you think I'm not listening. I'm listening.
Oh no, you're good.
But did you ever read Great and Secret Show?
The what?
Clive Barker's Great and Secret Show.
Yeah.
And then you had Weave World and Everville. They made it all into comic books. And this is a joy about having a horror writer, right, who beat Stephen King, by the way, right, to comics. Nightbreed, they went to comics. Or maybe did the Silver Bullet go to comics before?
Yep. Silver Bullet went to comics.
Damn
and
it.
then
I just got, I'm wrong. Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Silver
but,
Bullet was made in the comics, and then I want to say Shocker was made into a comic book.
Okay, can we watch? I'm going to play this, and then we'll go to Shocker because I love Shocker, dude.
Shocker was great. That's the one that Megadeth did a song for, right?
Yes. Yeah,
Yeah.
let's do this, and then we'll go to Shocker because seriously.
Who's buried in Midian? Ain't nothing but dead folk.
Somewhere, hidden from sight, closer than you might think, is a place that's not on any map. Midian.
Something's breathing there.
It looks a lot like hell, but they call it home.
There goes the neighborhood.
I love that.
They're not
That's the
really.
best line.
They're not neighborly.
Y'all come back now. You hear?
They're not even human. But this time, they're the good guys. From the imagination of Clive Barker comes Nightbreed.
You can't go down there.
They have only one enemy. A beast called Man, sworn to destroy the Nightbreed.
Sounds like we're going head to head with the devil himself.
And only one chance. A man called Moon.
It's time to fight. Go get 'em, boys. I'll kill you all. What chance have we got? They're armed. So am I.
Out of your deepest fears and your darkest fantasies, Clive Barker brings you a startling new breed of adventure. I won't let you down. Nightbreed. At last, the night has a hero. Out.
See, I was getting ready to say I like all the practical effects that they did on that, and then they showed that animated fire.
Yeah. Practical effects, man. That was like the greatest thing. So I used to have a Nightbreed coffee table book of Clive's work, like his artwork and stuff. And of course I lost it. And you had amazing like his his sketches and everything and about that. And you just I mean, after watching Hellraiser, I was like, okay, what else has this guy got, right? And I'm always like, whenever I like something, I go, what else has this guy got? When I watch a movie by a director, and go, what else has he created, right? And that's when you become a fan of someone, when you like that one, and you
and then like when you get like if you find a director that you really dig, and then you're like, what else have they done? And then you look at it, you're like, this guy's done 100 movies.
Yeah, and you're like shocked that you never knew him, right? You're like, why didn't nobody tell me? And that's so. And due to that, for the last 20 odd years, I've always been like the guy who goes, if I like someone, always tell someone else about it.
Hell yeah.
Because like I want someone else to be part of my friend base who knows something about Clive. So I've got a friend who's one of my best friends, Michael Batur, right? He's a horror writer, and he's an award-winning horror writer, and he's amazing. And he just, he's over here, and he's an amazing writer, but nobody outside that knows him that well. But he's a brilliant writer. He's also a stand-up comic. He's also theater. The thing about independent creators, they're more than just that one thing, right?
Oh yeah, I mean they've got many hats.
So I'm gonna chop this up and I'll to Shocker because I love Shocker because of Megadeth being in it.
We are here today to bear witness to the execution of Horace Pinker, whose unspeakable atrocities have horrified the people of this great state. He stands convicted of 52 counts of aggravated assault, 23 counts of armed robbery, and 37 counts of murder in the first degree. Prisoner, have any final words?
Yeah. No more Mr. Nice Guy.
I don't think he's dead.
Now, Wes Craven brings you his greatest creation. Shocker.
Yeah, it was Wes Craven that did Shocker, not Clive Barker.
So here's the Metallic Megadeth song, because Megadeth is my favorite band when it comes to metal. So I am gonna.
You want to be careful with this, Haru.
Yeah, be careful with this.
Yeah.
That's the Alice Cooper remake.
Yeah.
No more Mr. Nice Guy. Me, a nice guy.
No way.
I used to be such a sweet, sweet thing. Got a hold of me. I opened doors for little old ladies. Back up the line.
Yeah, I'm gonna be careful with that. But I've been a fan of Megadeth, and since '87.
Yeah, I've been a fan of Megadeth since So Far So Good, So What.
Pete, oh sorry, Max. We're there, bro. We're there. That's when I got into it, and when I was listening to that, and accidentally I was also listening to Dr. Feelgood,
Mm-hmm.
and I took the wrong friggin' tape up to the counter cassette right back in the 80s.
Yep.
And I went home with Dr. Feelgood, and I was like, shit, this isn't Megadeth. So the next day I went back and bought Megadeth as well.
Yep.
Because you couldn't return and like, hey, you already own, played it.
Yeah, they wouldn't let you return it. You just copied this and now you're returning it and
Yeah.
fuck you.
And
But
then,
yeah, So Far So Good, So What, when
dude,
502, the song 502, that was the first one that really got me. And then Set the World on Fire.
that
I
album
like that
is the
song.
greatest album in the world, right?
Yeah, it's a good album, man.
I think it's one of the the unsung heroes of thrash metal, speed metal, what do you want to call it? Mustaine, right? So I'm gonna bring up something because I want about Mustaine that happened recently about concert tickets, and this is in line with indie comics about costs, right? And so let me bring.
Concert tickets have gotten crazy expensive, man.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's how the bands make their money now because no one buys any music.
Right. So where did I put you? Mustaine up here. Let me just find Mustaine. So where'd you go? So recently, Dave talked about all right. So recently, Dave talked about the cost of concert tickets and everybody complaining why it's $75. See, as a fan since '87, I don't give a shit how much I got to pay to see Dave. Right? This is what it comes down to. As a fan,
yeah, but it was nicer back in the '80s when you paid $18,
right?
Instead of $80.
Right, but the thing is, he said for me to just stand here, it's going to cost $45,000.
Yeah.
Right, because he's got to pay all the roadies. He's got to pay for their upkeep. They've got a whole
organization that they've got to fucking move around with.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't understand that who aren't in business. This is why I always say people got to, creatives got to learn about business. And because if you don't know, why it's so expensive is because there's all these costs to it, man. And you want to honor the creatives, or if you don't, then you just download every shit, But at the end of the day, everybody's struggling. However, if you want to see your favorite freaking band, you will pay what needs to be paid to see them. That's the New Year's Eve fireworks.
There's a band called Manowar, and I've been a Manowar fan since I was probably 10 years old, and I've seen them 4 or 5 times, and I saw them once in the States, and the other 4 times was in Germany when I lived there when I was in the Army. Now, when I went to see them in the States, it was $32. When I went to see them in Europe, it was 200 and something euros because it was at big festivals, because Manowar puts on their own festival called Rock 'em Ring. It's a 3-day black metal festival, and it's fantastic. It's super cool. I mean, they put it when I went to the first one, it was in an abandoned amusement park.
Right.
And that was super cool. Nice and creepy vibe with all the stuff around there, and you've had a bunch of black metal bands and Viking metal bands playing in the middle of the night and fireworks going off, and it was some of the coolest, one of my coolest experiences at a concert that I've ever been to.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, the one thing I ever want in the world is to be able to see Megadeth live.
Mm-hmm.
To be honest, when it comes to music, right? Second would be Iron Maiden. I missed Iron Maiden. I think it was 2008 because of my car accident. Or was it 2009? And my best friend came up to the city where it's going to be played with me to go see it, but I couldn't stand up, so I couldn't go. And I said, "No, sorry, mate, I can't." And plus, I think at the end of the day, I didn't have the money, but I would have still went if I could stand up. And a lot of people don't, and this is why I always talk about how the cost factor when it comes to indie comics is there's so much more involved, to talk, when it comes to producing compared to the mainstream who basically props you up, here's all the what do you need, 50,000 to get that? Okay, here you go. Yeah, it's gonna suck. Who keeps the kid? Here. And I think a lot of times we forget as indie creatives, and this is why I want to go back to Niobe when Larry talked about how Eric July doing what he did. We want to get out there and be known, but there's also the factor that just because somebody gives you $700 that takes and it gets you over, doesn't mean there's 500 other people that could have got you knowing who you were if you shared the link, right? And the artwork and stuff. And for me, Dave is a metal god, right? When it comes to when it comes to metal, Dave is a god. There's Tommy, Araya, Slayer, all that,
Yep.
you know, Testament, all that shit. And I've been a fan of metal since 83, 85. I'm 50 years old.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, I've been listening to metal since I started out with when I first started listening to music. I listened to AC/DC because that was like what my mom had on the 8-track in the car.
Yeah. Yeah.
She had the AC/DC stuff, and I started listening to that, and then my aunt started listening, had me listening to like more like what was it?
Was it 70s? Doors and
No,
all shit?
it was more along the lines of Iron Maiden.
Yes.
And let's see what she had. It was Iron Maiden, and then it was also a whole bunch of more poppy stuff like Aerosmith and you know, all that type of thing. And I listened to all that stuff, and then as I grew up, my buddy's brother, who was like 4 years older than us, he worked at a record shop.
Right.
So he would bring home all this stuff. And like he was bringing home stuff like Pantera and Testament and just all these really heavy bands. And he was like, I don't really dig this stuff, because he was more in like the Guns N' Roses type of guy, you know, Tora, stuff like that. And I took him and just started listening to these tapes, and dude, it was just that was what brought me into the metal world, was listening to that stuff. I mean, I already had a rock foundation, but when I started listening Slayer, Megadeth, Anthrax, the Big Four, Metallica, like I don't even really like Metallica anymore, because I've heard Metallica so much that I'm just done with it.
Yeah, I'm the same, right? So in the late 80s, I moved to Auckland, and I had a friend who was into Slayer. Here's the thing. I never liked Slayer. I never had an album of Slayer. It was about 89, 90, right? Yeah. However, I had every single Megadeth. I had every single Metallica. I had like rock, like heavy metal, like Whitesnake and all that shit. Yep. Testament, every single Testament that was out. Like Obituary, death metal, right? Yeah. Death, Obituary and stuff like that. And but
Death with Chuck.
I don't remember getting death metal. I mean, Death itself, the album, you know, the band.
Yep.
But I mean, I had Injustice for All friggin' album, you know, which is probably, you know, cost a lot right now, right? And I had a whole lot of these things. One of the things I was like, I'm like sad over the fact that I never got into Slayer at that stage when my best friend, right, had Slayer, was into Slayer. You know, he's a Tokelauan, by the way. If you don't know where the Tokelauan is, it's a Pacific Islander from the island of Tokelau, right? Okay. So you got Tokelau, huge friggin' 6-foot dude who's muscular, who's friggin' into Slayer, right, in the 1980s. And here's me, a little skinny Indian dude who's into Megadeth and Metallica and Iron Maiden and AC/DC. But I don't know why, because I love Slayer right now, right? I love Slayer, I love Slayer.
It takes sometimes like you just have to be in the right position in your life in order for music to hit you, right?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's like I didn't like Slayer. Like Haunting the Chapel and stuff like that, I didn't really care much for. But when they came out with South of Heaven,
dude, that album
I jumped on board.
The greatest album. Like, I mean, seriously, it's got to be in the top 5 thrash speed whatever album of all time.
Oh yeah.
Right? Is that the one was like Angel of Death?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Angel of Death.
Yeah. I think a lot of people don't realize how music is actually storytelling, and this is why I mentioned why I didn't get into Slayer, is because I'm into story, right? Yeah. As a comic fan, I wasn't, you know, I've been in comic for even like while I'm a music fan, metalhead and all that. So for me, Megadeth, not Metallica, Megadeth was about stories, and so
Mhm.
was Iron Maiden. That's what those two bands has always been important to me, about story. When you
Yeah.
listen to Iron Maiden, it's about story, and when you listen to Megadeth, it's about story. Those two things are storytellers, and
Yeah, I mean,
and
Megadeth's all about aliens and
yeah,
government conspiracies and all that stuff, and Iron Maiden's all about like J.R.R. Tolkien shit.
yeah,
And
and
it works out.
fantasy and history and all that. And I think Peace Cells was really what made me punk. I think Peace Cells made me punk, right? Because I
Yeah,
bought
Peace Cells was a
87
great album
so
too.
far, and then I went backward and bought Peace Cells, and I went killing. Yeah, because when So Far came out, I went bought that, then I went backwards, and I went, what else has these guys got? What Peace Cells? What Killing of the Business? Give me that, you know. But
Yep.
when
Peace
you look
Cells
at
was the second CD I ever bought in my life.
yeah. Yeah, man. I think music plays a lot of influence in us as well as does comics or movies and stuff. And a lot of
Oh,
people,
for sure. I mean, like
you know,
when it comes to writing comics, I'm sure Larry does it too. I mean, we both listen to music when we're writing. We've got, listen to a specific type of music to get you into the proper mindset to be writing what you're writing.
100%.
I'm the opposite, right? Like I listened to Tom talk about that the other day. I'm the total opposite. I want quiet.
Yeah.
Honestly, when I heard you guys talk about that, I was like, and Tom talked about that, I was like, dude, I want no distraction when I'm writing.
Oh
Honestly,
no, I listen to music constantly. I mean, like all day long, I'm listening to music. I just turn on my like I've got like YouTube playlists that are like just miles long.
Yeah.
And I put that shit on shuffle and just let it go all day,
Pretty much the same thing.
Don't you find it distracting? I find like any other noise apart from silence distracting, and that's probably just me. When I was a
No,
child,
because
right?
it doesn't distract me. It amps up my emotions.
Right.
And if I listen to the right song at the right time, and I can use it to manipulate my own emotions, which helps me write better.
Basically, we treat it like a soundtrack to the movie we're writing.
Right. When so when I was a teenager, listening to metal and all that, I would go to sleep listening to metal. That's the way I would sleep. Otherwise, I couldn't sleep. But in about 94, when I got heavily into drinking and doping and all that, right? I realized that there came a point where I realized that, like, if I'm writing, creating something, I want nothing to influence that. And I understand, and I do not disagree with you guys the way you're right. It's just me, and I was like, you know what? I just don't want nothing ever influencing anything, and I took that stance because I
can understand that
smoking,
because like whenever I'm writing, like when I go, we go into like writing sessions. Like me and Johnny will write for a month or two at a time, and then we'll write and that'll give us like 5 or 6 books that we've written. But when I'm writing, I don't like to read other stuff. Because I don't want to be influenced by someone else's story and then be like, okay, well, I got that from this, and now everyone's like, well, you just stole that from Watchmen or whatever, and I don't want that.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Larry?
I totally read X-Men before I write something.
Like, what can I do?
No, sometimes like look, the other day I read some X-Men just to see how a team fight flows in the book. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, because I was writing this like big scene in this park in this Outbreak 3, and I just want to see like how they handle like 8 people going at each other at once in different areas of the book. Or different areas like at the same time in the book.
That's more of a research thing instead of reading for pleasure.
But at the same time, I get to see the X-Men interact with each other and the banter back and forth, and all that sort of influences my banter back and forth, and it's good. It's like watching a movie, you know, to get amped up, and then you're like, oh, I just watched this awesome cyberpunk movie. Now, like, I'm gonna work on that cyberpunk story I was just fucking thinking about. Like.
Yeah, I think for me it was the being in that really weird place when you're like not sober but like intoxicated, and I was like, do I want to be in this? And I was writing. That's a weird thing. Like I did a couple stories that at that time I was writing about novellas and stuff, so and short stories, and not being into comics. It was like about the 90s, and I was like, I'm in this weird place where I'm writing shit and I don't know what I'm writing, and I'm half drunk, half cut, as we say, and tomorrow I'm going to wake up and I won't remember why I wrote what I wrote.
Yeah.
And then I decided that I would be clean every time I write. So whenever I'm writing, I'm totally clean of everything. So, but that's me, and I don't ever hold that against anybody doing it any other way. And I'm not that friggin' Puritan crap head who does that, because I like the way people write, the way that people write. Because
I'll smoke a joint here and there sometimes when I'm writing, just to get the creative juices flowing.
Exactly.
But I don't use it as a crutch.
That's it, right? You're not gonna go, oh no, I need to get high to get right something.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm always, thinking that like I don't really ever hold anything about the way people write, because you never know why they flow the way they flow, and that's their juice to make them flow. But for me, it's like I've always just held on to that one thing, and I don't hold anything against anybody the way they write, because at the end of the day, it's a product, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever the creative art comes out is what I'm into. I don't want to know how. Yeah, I don't want to know how it's better.
Right way.
I don't know the recipe. I want to see your end plate. Here's my food. Thank you, sir, chef.
I mean, anybody can make a meatloaf a million different ways, but make me a good one and let me see what it tastes like at the end. That's all I care about. I don't care about how you made it. I care about what it tastes like at the end.
Talking about meatloafs, like I don't know what you guys in America have a thing with. Why are you so attached to your meatloafs? What is about meatloafs?
I just made up meatloaf because it was just something that was easy to.
But like
easily.
I've watched American sitcoms and all that stuff for decades, right? Because we get all your stuff, and they're always
meatloaf is kind of a joke because it's cheap to make.
Yeah,
and it's very Midwestern when it comes to that type of thing, and it's kind of a joke really with the meatloaf, because like meatloaf can be like 50,000 pounds and it could be a big brick of meat, or it could just be like a whole bunch of meatballs or whatever, so
hey, because you're American, Max, you are American, right? I'm just gonna make sure.
Yeah.
Give us your best chili recipe, because I want to make it. I've got ground beef, as you guys call it. We've got minced meat in the fridge, and best chili recipe.
If you want real chili, don't put beans in it, because chili does not have beans in it. Chili is just meat with sauce. So take your hamburger, and then there's this stuff called Williams chili sauce powder. I don't know if you guys have it over there, but it's just a little packet. It's a little packet that you use to season your meat, and it's some of the best stuff you can get. And then always, depending on which hot sauce you want to use, whatever's to taste, make sure you get that. I like using Valentino's a lot. It's more of it's kind of like, it's one of those habanero ghost pepper things where you just kind of, you dip a little bit into like a toothpick. You dip the toothpick into it and then throw the toothpick into the boiling pot of chili, and it's enough to heat it up. That's how powerful this shit is.
I know how powerful that is. I accidentally ate like my fingernail, like small fingernail size habanero. I went to Body Shop, My nose, my eyes, and my eyes leaked, my nose leaked, and I was in body shot.
Yeah.
You know, that's accidentally, like my friend used to work at a capsicum chili agriculture, farm, whatever they call it.
Yeah.
And the bucket came home with capsicums, and there was a habanero amongst it, and we were chopping it all up, and we fried some, made some stir fry and food, bro. I know how bad, and like the reason I talk about this about your best chili rest is because I'm a second bar chef, right? There's a third bar, there's a fourth bar, and dude, I went to Body Shop. It was the craziest thing I've ever stayed away from chili that way. I like medium level, the 2 levels of chili. So I understand the habanero thing, but why would you put like habaneros in there to make, like, what's a kick,
into the chili?
Yeah.
I don't put full on habaneros into my chili. What I'll do is I'll take the habaneros and I'll boil them, right? And you boil the habaneros for a while until it kind of gets that oil on top of the habanero stuff, and then you just take a turkey baster and suck that stuff off the top of it, and then you've got that's your concentrate,
right?
And you can just use a little bit of that at a time to really spice up some stuff, and it gives it some solid flavor. Personally, I've gotten kind of into doing chicken chili lately.
Okay.
And it's more of a white chili, and it's been fun. It's been interesting, but I haven't done chili stuff in a while. We used to have a chili cook-off here in Kansas City.
Right.
And I used to participate in that all the time. And mine was like, we always went in for like the hottest chili. We didn't go in for like the best tasting chili because there are people that are just better at it than we are,
Yeah.
But if we wanted to go hot, we could get it. We could go hot.
Well, there's the difference about America and the rest of the world. You guys just go overboard in everything, and that's a great thing. And I'm not downplaying that. It's a great thing because it just shows how passionate people are over there about certain
go big
things.
Or go home.
Yeah, exactly. Go big or go home. Hey, so do you have a certain recipe for yourself there, Larry, as well, when it comes to chili, or is there something specific in Canada that you like, like what do you call it, like a comfort food, right? What's a comfort food in America?
Well, I mean, I don't eat
Canada,
it,
sorry,
but they got like what's called poutine, but I don't eat it, so it's just
poutine.
Yeah, poutine.
Poutine.
Why is poutine comfort food?
Well, it's fucking fries and gravy and cheese, like it's fucking,
It's just really thick, starchy stuff. So
right,
it's considered comfort food.
It kind of reminds me like a day after when you're hungover. Is that the kind of food it is? Right.
Yeah. Poutine always seemed to me like it was like somebody just kind of was like, okay, I've got these 3 things, let's throw them together and make it a fucking dinner. Well, we got French fries and gravy. We'll make it happen. But what is New Zealand? What are you guys like? Kansas City, we're famous for barbecue.
Right. I want to show you something, right? Like the one thing that we're really, really, really it's what we're known for.
Instead of Vegemite, don't give me any Vegemite shit.
No. That's BS. Like, so, oh gosh, honey.
I can't stand Vegemite. It's just too fucking salty, man.
No. In New Zealand, like, so I don't know what the hell this is, but like, let me find you something. Here we go. So I know the world, the ancient ways that, for Fiji, there's 2 things, right? And in the Pacific Islands, we're not in the past, we weren't technology based. So in Fiji, it's called lovu, right? Earth oven. I know South America, it's another thing. They do that as well under the in the ground cooking, and I love that as well. It's very similar.
Yeah, it's like they do that in Hawaii. They'll take a whole pig and they'll barbecue it underground.
Right. And so in New Zealand, we call it hangi. Right. So for us out here, hangi is the same thing. And this is, and in Australia, they do the same thing as well. They cook kangaroo under the ground. They put fire on top. So I hope this is a good video on this, because I wanted to find you something cool. So let's see what Andy is talking about here.
We are in my home country, Aotearoa, and we're doing something super special.
Well, you better be right.
Doing the hangi. Now, I've been requested to do this a
Right,
lot of
'cause
times
he's
on
Kiwi.
social media.
You
and
better
I
not mess
didn't
this
want to
shit
do it
up.
until I came home and we can do it properly. So we're with the legend Riwi, the hangi master. We'll introduce you in a second, and we're going to show you all about the hangi. Let's get stuck in. So this is Riwi. Kia ora, brother. Hey, brother.
And the reason I mentioned this, my uncle and my cousin is doing this today, like last night.
In the industry about
Cool.
hangi in New
Novel.
Zealand. They said, "Oh, you're doing it with Riwi,"
PG
and everyone
stuff.
was like, "I was super excited that we're doing it with this guy." So he's an absolute legend in New Zealand, and we really appreciate you having us here today. Would you mind just telling us about?
So you guys actually create ovens to bury
Oh
your
no, this
stuff.
is a joke. To be honest, this is very bad.
And this is the
We never do it like that.
in New Zealand.
So
Any
it's terrible the way he's doing it. It's like it's making an oven. Like we don't do it like an oven, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, because we just dig holes.
Exactly, that's what we do. And this guy's like trying to take it to the next freaking level. What the hell?
Came down over the Pacific.
Right, this is
and,
like
this
like
navigator. His name
2022, right? Whatever it is of hangi.
He's the guy who gave Aotearoa the name, the land of the long white cloud. Today's a lot of white cloud up here, bro. The significance of this mountain here, this was actually a living village right up to the 1860s.
Looks like a model.
So this is probably the first hangi done on this mountain since 1860. So it's quite a historical day, mate. So you're lucky you're a part of it, bro.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. We've actually been here for about an hour and a half already. It was a bit dark, so we'll go through the techniques.
Yeah, sure. So the wood, the timber that we're using is manuka. So that'll heat the rocks. We need those rocks to get up to 700 Celsius. The meat will always go on the hottest side of the pit.
Joke.
Veg on the opposite.
Yeah, they're just using.
Feel free to boss your own, brother.
They're using the bricks to hold in the heat. It looks like.
Yeah, this is not natural.
These are stainless steel baskets. Yep. So
this is like chefs on what is like Iron Chef material.
On top of the rocks that'll sterilize them, and then we can
yes, chef.
Leaves on them.
It's like mega cool hangi.
And you do this every time?
Yes, every time. Traditionally, we use Nico fronds instead of steel. You know, it's so handy this day and age. So yeah, we've got stainless steel.
Why not? So today's video is sponsored by the legends over at Foodbox. I've been working with
Foodbox
for a couple of months now.
More than just a box. It's got food in it too.
Farmers market. We can get all the beautiful produce that the restaurants and cafes get around Auckland.
Barbecue ribs, potato salad. That sounds good.
Use code Andy15 for 15% off your first order at foodbox.co.nz now.
It's like this is what we've come to now. You know how like you have like streamers.
These are different varieties.
YouTube. This is YouTube hangi.
American.
Yep.
There's one called Tutai Kuri, which means dog.
It's like
everybody's got.
Right.
There's content for everybody out there.
And making it now, you know what? For YouTube, we'll do it like a modernized version of that.
So what else do we put in?
So today we've got a bit of butternut. Traditionally, we would have
sweet potato. What is that?
We did have in the hangi would have been kumara, and we had a yam.
Kumara sweet potato. You're right there, bud.
So we had
sweet potato
that we brought down from the islands.
And always meat and seafood as well, or not really?
Yeah, it was mainly just fish and birds.
Yeah,
so we had a lot of birds.
Yeah.
Hangi still is a probably the number one style of cooking.
Those are fucking big.
Group of people.
Yeah. How much could we feed with this amount of veg?
Easily feed a good 30 people with this amount of veg.
Yeah. Tell us about the name hangi itself.
Yeah, so
like this
for a large group of people.
Yeah.
So there is purple kumara, which is sweet potato, right? We call it kumara.
Yeah.
There's also the orange, and then there's also like just a straight, yellowish looking thing. What I love, like, as a chef, right? Like a trend connoisseur of food, whatever. I love the variety of food that Spain has. Like, no, sorry, South America has.
Mhm.
When you look at 50 variances of potato,
Oh
like
yeah.
I planted some that had the I mean the red and the purple and amazing stuff. I love, I like using natural, not natural, what would you call that, like growing your own food and using that, and which is why I like watching, like when I go to my sister's place, I'd rather watch a cooking show than a movie or TV show,
Yeah.
because you get to enjoy what the world has to offer. There's some amazing shows on Netflix, about like the chefs that like take the natural goodness of their own community and put it on a plate and to enjoy. And it's just so beautiful. That's why shows like this is why it's so important, because you get to share. What makes it so cool is because you get to share your natural, variety of stuff.
Easily.
Have you seen a Brazilian hot dog?
Tell us about
What? How do they make it?
Yeah, so
Here, I gotta share it up here.
Yeah.
It's only a couple minutes long. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, man, let me grab it on check it on private chat and I'll bring it up.
Well, I've got it shared on. I've got the screen shared.
Oh, sweet.
So
Okay, let's
just pull it into the. There you go.
there we go. Let me cut the other one down.
I just came from Iceland, where hot dogs are a huge deal. But now that I'm in Brazil, apparently hot dogs
He's
are also
Asian,
a
right?
big deal here too. But these hot dogs are crazy. I have never seen such a loaded hot dog in my life. So to get a full idea of what's on this hot dog, let's watch this guy on the streets of Sao Paulo put it all together. So first you get the bun, which is this large sandwich-ready bun. Very thick, very heavy. Then you can see he's putting on the mayonnaise, which is already a little different for hot dogs.
It's a bit hot, yeah.
Yeah.
So then, of course, you get the hot dog, your ketchup, your mustard. It looks pretty normal now, maybe except for the mayonnaise.
Man.
But now here comes the corn. Some other street vendors put peas on it too. And then some diced tomatoes, which are really good. And this hot dog's just getting bigger and bigger. Then you get the potato chips, which give you a really crunchy flavor. So when you bite into the hot dog.
They just keep adding shit to it.
And there's even some squeezed cheese that goes on your hot dog. We're talking about tons and tons and tons of flavor right here.
Yep.
And finally, to top it all off, you have tons of mashed potatoes and Parmesan cheese. So this hot dog just got mustard, ketchup, mayonnaise, squeezed cheese, Parmesan cheese, potato chips, corn, tomatoes, and mashed potatoes. And you can eat all of that in one bite.
Yeah, but they're pretty epic. I mean,
wanna
I've
show you
seen
something, right?
I've seen bigger hot dogs.
So, like I said, I love food. My mom's a chef. Like seriously, she's been a chef forever.
Yep.
And my sister's has trained herself to be a good cook on her own, right? So the other friggin' day, I went to make homemade ice cream, right? So this is a homemade ice cream, and I friggin' my milk was off.
Oh.
So I couldn't. So I had to wait another like 12 hours. However, I actually did it, right? I actually did it, and here it is.
Nice.
Right? Homemade ice cream. But I used a bit of because I gotta be different, right? I'm a creator, right? As a creative person, we all know we gotta have our own little friggin' touch to it. So I went and full cream New Zealand milk, full cream, right? And then local whatever this is, right? Coconut, and then to add a little bit of touch, creative touch. So I went and put banana liqueur in it. So now
a little banana liqueur.
Yeah, for the new year, I have friggin' banana liqueur, chocolate chip ice cream. right? Or coconut chip ice cream, whatever you want to call it.
That's
And
pretty cool because you like liquor. Liquor
yeah,
doesn't freeze at
yes,
the 30 degrees. It freezes at -10.
right.
So I mean, the
And
fact that
it's
you can
friggin'
maintain your ice cream is pretty good.
yeah. It's I mean, like it took me half an hour and everything to mix it up, and it's the first one I've done in about probably a year and a half because I'm handing my ice cream machine back to my sister because she owns it,
Yeah.
and and so the great thing about like being a creative, you always want to add your touch to everything you do, and however, what I enjoy about being in the scene right now is meeting all these amazing creators like yourself, like Nobi, like Peter,
Pete.
Damn it, Pete, like Tom. I adore Tom, and the reason I adore Tom is because before I ever knew him, I love Penny for Your Soul.
Yeah.
And the joy of, and I think I don't know if Tom, if I've expressed enough about why I adore Tommy Penny for Your Soul is because at that time when I read it, it was the most amazing, mature comic, artistically creative.
Yeah.
It brought me so much joy because I was into angels, I was into demons, I was into all that because I came out of a religious background. So, I love Penny for Your Soul, man. I don't know how amazing you're gonna express it.
The funny thing is like I used to read his Oz stuff.
Right.
Before I actually really started talking to him. And then I met him through Larry. And I was like, oh, this is the same guy who did the Oz books. Okay. And then, I've just kind of become friends with Tom over the years, but he's a cool guy.
He was hard one to crack at first, man.
Yeah.
He was a straight man, always serious, like it took a little while to get the humor flowing with him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
I
he's
mean,
good now.
even when you have him on, he's very and I don't mean in a bad way, right? Like I'm never negative way on anybody, but like interviewing Tom shocked the shit out of me when I realized he was the guy who created the comic that I loved. I don't own it.
It's a small
I
world.
don't own it, but I'm definitely going to own it soon this year, right? And when I saw this, I was like, wait, what? I mean, you watched the live stream. It's like, I'm not putting that on because it was the first time I actually met a guy who actually, I'm interviewing a guy because I like to interview people I don't know, and I don't know about the work because I just want to learn about them. And when I saw him talk about and say, "Oh, I did perfect," I was like, "Fuck me!" Like you actually created a book that I really highly appreciate, that I enjoyed, and
it's better than Andor.
Yeah, this is a friggin' great book, and I encourage everybody to get a friggin' piece of this shit because it's such an amazing book, and I don't know
Penny
how.
for Your Soul is great.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to get a piece of this book, but I want a piece of the book, right? Somehow, because at the end of the day, Penny for Your Soul is, it's amazing. The artwork is great. The quality of the writing is amazing, and
didn't Tom say next year was going to be Penny for Your Soul again, Larry? He's doing Critter this year, and then next year was going to be Penny for Your Soul again.
Like in 2025?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Because he's supposed to redo it because it's like year 13 or 14 for it, so he's gonna add more stuff to it or come out with a new trade paperback or do something with it. Because this year he's focusing on Critter.
Right. And I wanted to figure out the Critter, right? Like as a toy collector, I really want that. I missed out on that. And I'm like, how do I get all this shit? So I got to save up shit. A whole lot of money this year. That's why I'm like decided I'm gonna like really concentrate on indies and not on myself with with like buying all the other shit. And because I want things that I want and put aside things that I don't, that are mainstream. But like Penny is so good, man. Hey, not while you're here, Larry, do you want to, give me some links to your work so we can promote your work, man, and Max as well, because
I got an easy one here. I'll put it in private chat.
Because I don't have any Max DeVille books. I don't have any Atrocity Press books. So I mean, seriously, I want physical copies because I want to be able to out here to go, like this. I want to be able to go.
Yep, exactly.
That's how I want to do this shit.
You can get them off our website. You can get physical books or digital books on our website, which I put in the private chat.
Right. Let me get that there. Let's get there. Right. Here we go. Let's get this.
And we've got a sale going on right now until the end of the year for Mary Machine Gun books on our website.
There you go. And here's the thing, right? Like, I'm a mature reader. I am not a, I was going to say pansy. I'm not like a, I'm not someone who's like, think by this, like, oh, shark, oh no, help me, God, get me out of here. Like, I appreciate the beautiful woman out here, right? The creative work that you guys do, and it's a joy to see these amazing artists create beautiful women, right? And
and to be honest with you, like one of our artists, Mariah Benez, Ed Benez's sister, she's got the female form down. I mean, now she can cheat and just look in the mirror.
Yeah.
But she's good at it. I mean, she's really good at it.
What is it not giving me?
Well, if you go to go to the top.
Year. Is this? Oh, is this already come out, or is it coming?
Yeah, that was already came out. That came out in May.
Right.
But if you go up to the top and click on shop, it'll take you to the store.
Wicked. So, what is like if you're recommending something to a newbie, right? What is a must-have? Start for you.
For us, it would definitely be Mary Machine Gun. That's our flagship book. I would get the trade paperback, or just go get the issue number 1 from the floppy.
So it's this one here, right?
Yep.
Right, and in case everybody's going, oh no, nudies. This is an R18 show, by the way, guys. Just so chill. Right, but I love what you guys have to offer because you're offering what nobody else is offering. Right now,
well, we try to give out stuff that like a lot of people like don't get anymore. I mean, it's become a lot more common nowadays, but when me and Larry first started doing Bad Girl books on Kickstarter 4 years ago, it wasn't really the meta.
Right.
I mean, it was kind of coming in that direction, and now it's kind of starting to fall out of favor. And for the whole anime manga aesthetic is kind of starting to pick up again. But yeah, Ninja Bimbos versus Zombies from Deep Space. That's our B movie comic book. It's pretty fun. It's very campy. It's very it's just funny, and it's enjoyable, and it's highly violent, very gory.
It's what the mainstream isn't offering, right?
Yep.
It's what those guys over there aren't doing, and you're doing it because people out here are wanting it, right?
Yeah.
There's only so much Batman I can handle. There's so much Spider-Man I can handle before I go, all right, give me something friggin' else.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's like so much Pizza Hut I can handle before I go, can I have some Kentucky Fried now?
Yeah, you need the zombie food.
Zombie food.
what was I thinking? I was thinking like, so I don't know if I've mentioned it before, but I probably have. So I met Frank Cho a few years back here, right?
Frank Cho's great. I love his artwork.
Right. So I paid $40 for a extreme nude cover, which I cannot find. I've got to probably got to spend an hour trying to find this cover of so I'm gonna so while I'm talking, I'm still gonna search for this cover, right? So Jungle Girl cover that was done like extreme nude, and I'm the only one probably has a where where Frank Cho has actually signed it in the entire world.
Okay, so you got a signature. It's not a remark. It's a signature.
No, hell no. I met him in person, and I got him, and he looked at me like, and I was like, and I didn't even think about how weird I was. Like, you know how like you meet your heroes, and you don't really realize how much of a weeb and a nerd and a fucking idiot you are, and you don't realize because in your head you're like, I just want to sign here, brother. That's all I care about. Yo, Frank, please come over here. Let me just show how I went, right? So here's how I went. I went, and this is a sketch cover, right? Full nude. And I'm like, hey, Frank, I just paid $40 for this, but hey, Frank, can you please sign it right over here next to your cubist? Please sign it over here. And the idiot in me, right, doesn't even realize what I'm asking for. And Frank's going like, dude, are you a freaking hentai? And I'm not going to use the other word, English word translation. I'm like, and I come home and I'm going, dude, he thought I was a hentai. I didn't even realize. And so so Frank signs it. I'm like, and I'll go away and going, dude, he probably thinks you're a hentai. And I felt so bad forever after it. And I've always felt bad forever after it because I've got this amazing one-off in the entire world signature.
Frank Cho thinks I'm a pervert.
Yeah, signature of Frank, dude, but it's the best thing I have, right? Like there's, you know how like that the actual let me see if I can do some like a Google image of it.
You remember when they did the 50 Vampirella covers for the 50th anniversary a couple years ago?
Do you have one?
I got Frank Cho's.
Dude, show me, man. If you've got it in one hand.
I've got it in.
Earlier.
It's in my boxes in the back, so I'll have to dig it out one day and show it to you. It's really cool though because it's got Vampirella and she's like got this pink puffy stuff around her, and it's like kind of she's naked, but you can the pink stuff covers up the important parts to where you can't see anything. It's really cool. I was really impressed with it. Frank Cho's one of the best sexy girl artists that there is out there today.
Exactly, and we need that. We need more sex in comics, right? We need the mature reader comics, and I think the idea that all these like leftists are like trying to say, oh, you can't have that. Let's have fetties, right? Let's have all this. Let's have like this stuff out here, and I'm like, please don't have that. Let's just let's glorify and let's enjoy what humanity has to offer us.
Well, it's like was it Frazetta? He said, I don't draw ugly women because I could just go outside and see that.
Yes. That is the best quote ever. Yeah. There was I want to show you something that popped up and in line with that today. Let me just hopefully I've got that image. But it was interesting seeing it because it was weird. Like, when like the way people behave to human, what is it called? Like the body nowadays is like, why do you behave that way to human bodies now? Like, you can't appreciate what we've got. I talking about which, can I get your opinion on this?
Sure.
Right. So this is different to like to what we're talking about, but like this is about something. Where are you? Come to me. This, right? You guys can see that?
Yeah.
All right. So art versus artist.
Yeah, being able to separate the artist from the art is something that needs to be done, especially nowadays, because everybody's on Twitter and everyone's on social media, and you can see the persona and the personality of the artist and what they want to do and what kind of person they are.
Yeah.
So it's a little more difficult to separate the art from the artist because people have basically branded themselves as the brand.
Yeah.
So I mean it's hard to do, but I mean I still do it. There are like a lot of people like I don't like Eric Larson's politics, but I like his Savage Dragon stuff.
Yeah, I think like I mean I was trying to find a Metallica metal up your ass thing, right? Like t-shirt.
Yeah.
And I want to hold up my Megadeth t-shirt, because I want to show you that like I don't like Metallica anymore, right?
Yeah.
But that doesn't like as people, right?
Mm-hmm.
But because of what happened with Dave Mustaine. However, I love the music they created for the first 4 albums up till Justice for All, and maybe a bit of Black. And if you
Cliff Burton stuff, all the stuff Cliff Burton wrote.
Cliff made, Cliff and I should say, gosh, who the hell plays Primus? Who's Primus?
Oh, Primus. Les Claypool.
Yeah, those two guys got me into playing bass, right?
Yeah.
And that's why I own a Jackson bass over there. But if I don't really like Metallica as people, but I do love Metallica as artists and creatives. And if you can't enjoy the art because they're people and they don't like the people, the way they treat, like for me, it was like the way they treated Mustaine. I would never love them as people, but I would love the music because, and you have to do that. And I think you have to love the art for the art, ignore the people who created it.
Yeah. I mean, and then with Metallica, it kind of like once you go past the Justice for All, it's just kind of no good anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Exactly. I mean, what the hell are you doing
like
now?
them? You cannot like them. You cannot like the music. It's all fine. You just don't like any of it because it's not worth liking.
Yeah.
But
what are your thoughts, Larry, on this?
I mean, everyone knows that Michael Jackson probably did some not so nice things to some maybe younger people, but they still like his fucking music, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of someone I really hate, but listen to their music. But it's hard for me to hate them when I don't know them.
Yeah.
Like who's really known to be a dick in music? Like I'm sure there are. Like Axl Rose is probably a dick, but I like Guns N' Roses. Like,
Axl Rose is a total douchebag.
Stuff like that, right?
Yeah. I mean, you got to be able to dissociate the art from the music, right? I mean, art from the artist. Otherwise, you'll never enjoy anything. Like I mentioned Mark Waid when I did this post. I was like, I don't like Mark Waid anymore, but I've read a lot of great works by him.
Well, I'll tell you, outside of the subject just for a second, I just sent my script to the art team. So,
oh, sweet.
No, I still need to send a copy over to Nicole so she can go over any mistakes. But I use this site called grammarcheck.net, and I went through my entire thing, and it found a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? So, I mean, for the most part, it should be pretty readable now. Like there might be a couple minor things that you or Phil might find, or Nicole might find here and there, but I think it's pretty solid as far as spelling and grammar right now because of this grammar check site.
Right. So since you're talking about that, I'm gonna go take a break and like for a couple of seconds while you talk about what grammarcheck.net is. Right?
Well, I don't know. I just sort of just did a random search. You know, you always see those fucking Grammarly commercials on YouTube or whatever.
Yeah.
Right? I think that's something you gotta actually pay for. So I just said, free grammar check, and this came up. So you just go to, check your texts, and you would.
Was it good? I mean, did it actually find good grammar problems?
Yeah, it reminded. It was annoying me like Phil. He's like, no, you need a comma after the name. You need a comma after however. Like it found all that shit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
If I misspell words and give me a couple different suggestions to how to say something,
Yeah.
So it's pretty basic, but pretty good. It caught all the minor bullshit commas and bad spelling, and hey, this is a run-on sentence or whatever. You know what I mean? Like
that works. That's good. Do you write with Word?
Yeah.
Okay,
But not Microsoft Word, just WordPad.
Oh, okay. Because I use Microsoft Word and it's got grammar checking in it.
Yeah, no, I have to run it through something else because Microsoft Word wants me to pay for it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I pay for Word because I pay for all that stuff, but I just bought it as the Office suite,
Yeah.
And then I use Word to write with most of the time, and then use their grammar checker. It's funny because like when I was writing Lady Blasphemy, I was always like, they're the devil's whore and fuck this and blah blah blah, and then like you look at it and the grammar check's like, this word is kind of angry and violent. You might not want to use it. It might upset some of your readers. And I'm like, good.
I was going to give you a spoiler. I was about to tell you like how I wrote this thing out, but like I realized we're still on the air.
Yeah. I got you've seen it. I was going to show it to Aru, the piece from Mariah for Dark America.
Mm-hmm. You're on mute, Aru.
Is it not showing?
Yeah, sometimes it takes a minute. You know how it goes, dude.
Yeah.
But no, it's not showing.
Here, let me stop the screen.
Yeah, it's not popping up.
I'll represent it. Hold on. I'll just present it under the entire screen. Oh, hold on. I've only got 2. Your browser has blocked your screen.
Oh, that sucks.
Weird. Wonder how I did that. Share screen. Window. So it's blocking it. That's weird. Here, let me put it in a different monitor.
That's fucking off. It's like New Zealand won't let you show this image, man.
Yeah.
You've been on for almost 6 hours, Aru.
Yeah, I'm trying to do 8 hours so I can feel like I worked a day. I'm someone who doesn't like because of because of my health issues, I can't work more than 3 hours a day. Right, it's one of the fucking terrible things about me. So I'm gonna try because I'm being on holiday. I'm able to like relax my body and do that. So can you pop up on a full? Is there some way you can do it on full screen there, bud? Max?
I tried to do it on full screen and it was freaking out. Remember?
Okay. Well, I love this artwork, man. It reminds me of Milo. Am I wrong in saying that? Milo Manara?
Yeah, I mean, Mariah's got some good stuff. I mean, she's one of the better artists that I know.
Honestly,
when it comes to doing covers and stuff like that.
I think a lot of times now people don't appreciate, like they try to downplay that female form, and I find that very disgusting when you downplay because like look, you were talking earlier about like Typhoid Mary, dude. She's gorgeous, right?
Yeah.
Right? And
Yeah,
like
for sure.
this, and you can't get away from gorgeous women unless you're trying to say, well, women are not gorgeous and not beautiful and not attractive. And so, you know, you make them out to be something, you know, alien, you know. And I appreciate the female form. I think it's great. And I love Mariah's work. She's amazing, man. Like, that is amazing. I
Yeah,
think
Mariah does. She does one cover. She's always our cover B. she does a cover for every one of her books, and she's always cover B, and she always sells really well.
Yeah, because
because
look back, like comic fans appreciate art and the form, right? Like, you could say, well, if I'm getting a Thor, I want Thor to be masculine, right? If I'm getting
you gotta have a big buff dude with the blonde hair and the hammer and the you gotta have that Viking look to him and everything, and then it works the same way. I mean, women are obsessed with Jason Momoa.
Yeah, dude.
You know,
the reason Aquaman, like, this is a friend of mine who told me, right? And he said to me, he's like, the reason Aquaman made $1 billion is because Jason Momoa is hot.
Yep.
That's
not
all.
wrong, right? Like,
no other reason.
Because the movie wasn't very good.
Yeah, and the reason Aquaman 2 failed because Amber Heard was a B, right?
Yeah.
That's the only reason that failed. If they listened to the fans, the 4 million fans who were paying, if they listened to them and threw her out the door, it would have been another $1 billion.
Well, I mean, they basically cut her out of the whole movie. She's got like what, 2 or 3 minutes of screen time now.
Yeah, she's got like
20
less than 20 lines
minutes,
or some shit.
20 minutes. She's in there 20 minutes. That was enough.
She's in it for 20
But
minutes.
she had 11 lines, but she was in there for 20 minutes. They said out of a 120-minute film.
Yeah. I just
People
know that,
are
like,
really-
Tom said that she showed up, like you could tell where they cut a bunch of her out because, like, she'll just show up and deliver a line of dialogue and disappear.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I haven't seen Aquaman 2 yet, so.
Yeah. I mean, imagine, like, if they said, you know what, fans? Yeah, we know she's a B, so we're going to cut her out completely. And all those 4 million fans who actually took their time to sign the petition would have went, okay, you listen to us. We will go because you listen to us. Like Sonic the Hedgehog, right? Like Sonic the Hedgehog.
Oh yeah, when they fixed that, I mean, because that original Sonic design was it was scary and ugly and stupid looking, and then they finally, I mean, everyone was just like, no, give us Sonic the Hedgehog. You've already got a character designed, and you're doing 3D animation. Why can you not just make Sonic?
Yeah. and then the fans paid them for it, right? I mean, I went to see it. I'm not even a Sonic fan. I went to see it because I'm not even a Sonic fan because they said like, hey, we fixed it. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I'll go.
To the fans. You know?
I'll go check it out. I took the kid. He liked it. It was a good movie. We went to see the second one too. He really liked that one.
I love. Yeah, they were both great. You know, and this is the thing. Like, I'm going into 2024. I hope that those people who decide not to listen to fans, those corporations, would go, well, 2023 was a good lesson for us to listen about how we should listen to the fans. And now we should make movies and do what the fans want.
It really comes down to like for example, I like to throw it into like back in the 90s when all these companies were doing everything, all this green initiative. Remember that?
Yeah.
When it was all like going paperless and everything was green and we want to be green this and green that. After about 4 or 5 years of those companies doing that, and then they realized it was costing them money, they quit.
Yeah.
I mean, when it costs you money, like all this woke stuff that they've been putting into comic books and everything, it's just it's costing them money. And eventually it's just going to go away because they'll either they're going to put themselves out of business with it, or it'll go away and they'll kind of revert back to what they used to do.
But will they listen though? You know, will they
Probably
listen
not.
to the fans? You know,
Probably not, because they listen to people who don't even buy comic books. Is what they're listening to. That's the problem.
Yeah, and that's what's sad to me. That's what's sad is when they listen to Twitter, when they listen to Instagram and all this so-called influencers, and they don't listen to people who actually buy their product. You know, and I'm not going to say like people like me, because I'm just going to say the average bloke or the average reader, the average person who actually goes into their pocket and goes, "Here's my $10 New Zealand for $2 comics, $3 comics US. Here's my $10 for the next Joker comic, right? Or the new, the new Wonder Woman comic, and because at the end of the day, it's like money should matter, right? Does money matter to these people, or what is a clue? When do they get a clue and go, money matters?
Well, I mean, I think once they realize that the business is starting to hurt and people start getting laid off because there's not as much money going around because they're not making any profit, I think that's when they'll start to realize that money matters. But as of now, they're you got these companies like DC and Marvel that are living off of the Disney or the Warner Brothers teat. You know, they've got all this money coming in, and they can lose money left and right because Disney is paying for Marvel to kind of exist. And when it comes to comic books, I mean, the whole thing of Marvel with comic books, that's just the minimum now. I mean, that's not even. I mean, movies is what Marvel cares about because it makes them hundreds of millions of dollars instead of making them, hundreds of dollars.
I think it was like about 21 or 2020 when DC realized that comics was bringing them 360 million a year. However, movies were making them $1 billion.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, do you want 1,000 million or do you want 200 million?
But then you end up producing stuff like this. You have Wonder Woman, which is like $1 billion movie. I can't remember what it was. One of the biggest,
Yeah, Wonder Woman was actually a pretty good movie.
Right. And then you go and produce something like this, Wonder Man, right? In the comics, you just destroyed your IP.
Yeah.
For me as a creator, it's like, for me, when I look at this and I go, I just produced a movie with Wonder Woman that was a huge, and it did really well, and everybody's like wearing, and I've got a freaking t-shirt, and all this stuff and merchandise is out there, and now you know what? I'm going to put Wonder Man out. I'm like, did I just shove a, sorry, but a hot iron up my butthole?
Yeah, I mean the Wonder Man kind of, it ruins the whole concept of the female Amazon tribe that Wonder Woman was part of.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the whole thing. They were Amazons. They were nothing but women.
Yeah.
And then you put Wonder Man in there, and it's just kind of like, what are you doing?
It's what is that? Antithetic to the concept, or whatever they call it. Like, I'm always bad with trying to pronounce words, but it's against what it is, right? It's anti what it is.
Antithetical.
Yeah, that's the word. To the concept of like a whole island of Themyscira, island of Themyscira was filled of females.
Yeah.
Who are like randomly fucked up by the gods from Greek mythology. Was it like Hades, or what's it called? Hermes comes down and screws with Wonder Woman's mother, and now you got Wonder Woman, Diana, and like she, all this. But these are females on an island, and now you're going to introduce males to it.
Yeah,
that's not the mythology of this Greek whatever world.
The Amazon, the Amazon was not. That's kind of it's not the point of it. The point of it was to have women being empowered.
Right, and you take away all the feminism whether ethos or whatever, the empowerment away from them. And that's why we have people walk away, man. I'm like, 2024 is going to be a huge, to be honest, I see it, right? I'm someone who like looks at the future and goes, what if?
Mm-hmm.
I see 2024, and we're in 2020 for New Zealand, right? Right now we're in like, let me just get the right time here. So right now it's 1:35 New Year's, right? 1st of January in the morning. So I see 2024 where people in majority turn away from mainstream comics. And for me, as an independent creator, as a podcaster, whatever if I'm doing, I want people to look at indie comics as a salvation for creativity. I want people to see that there's creators out here that are doing real artistic stuff. They're the punks. They're the ones who are creating, never mind the bollocks, right? Never mind the ones. Here is a Sex Pistols, as we say, right? Here is the comics. Here's Mary Machine Gun. Here's freaking Navy Comics. Here's Incredible. Here's freaking Robo Nations. Here's freaking whatever Pete's doing. Whatever whatever.
There's two schools of thought on the whole idea, and that's that you need a strong Marvel and DC to have a strong direct market in order to have strong independent sales. Right. And then there's other people that say if DC and Marvel went away today, then people would still be getting their comics through independent means. They would just it'd be a little bit more difficult for them to find what they're looking for. So I don't know personally. I mean, I think that with the strong Marvel and DC, it probably does help sales. It makes it easier for people to find these books, and especially people like me and Larry who are in store shelves. We've got our books on store shelves instead of just going through Kickstarter or people buying through our websites, which they do. Yeah. But we're also in stores. So we're having a strong Marvel and DC to pull people into stores.
Right.
Is a good thing for us. Now, it doesn't help everybody because they're not all in stores.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's the thing. I've had this discussion with bigger publishers or indie publishers who are in stores, and it's like we do need a healthy mainstream comic situation because people will all, they do get pulled in by Spider-Man being there weekly, right? Mm-hmm. Monthly, I should say, because it's kind of weekly because there's so friggin' many.
Yeah, there's so many Spider-Mans nowadays. Right. There's probably weekly.
By having those on the shelves at the comic store, the real comic store, not the books, bookshop, it's allowing us to have our own little shelf there in New Zealand. I look at New Zealand, it has the indie comics, and then it has the New Zealand comics, and it has the top 5, which is like Dynamite, Marvel Comics, Image, DC, Dark Horse. That's about it, right? And then after that, they Boom and all that. So you need those guys to bring out everything monthly so that the guys in the next tier, which is like BC, where we are at, that we are actually on the shelf as well. Because I know that my comic, once we get enough numbers, it'll end up in the stores, in certain situations. We need that. And, we need a healthy mainstream comic to survive because not everybody's coming to Kickstarter to find out friggin' comics.
Not at all.
It's in the shops, right? It's actually in the shops. And, there's we've discussed about floppies versus trades. But the money isn't there for bringing out a trade before you can bring out floppies.
Well, it's like Eric Larson said, is like you need the floppies to fund the trade.
Exactly. 100%.
I mean, you can try to put out a trade, but I don't know many places that are going to put out a 120-page book with the risk that the floppies mitigate the risk. Yeah. I mean, you put out 5 floppies, it's you know, it's a little easier to put these out, and if it starts to fail, you can always just cancel it and then not put out a trade paperback. You know, it could happen.
All right,
But
I'm going to show
if
you.
you put out a trade paperback of 120 pages and that's all you've got, and then that flops,
yeah,
you just
I'm gonna
spent $20,000.
Right.
for
I'm going to
nothing.
show you, and you're right. And I want to pull you up on the $20,000. So back in 2011 or 10, it was going to cost me 20,000 K New Zealand to put out a 120-page graphic novel.
Yep.
There was a quote by New Zealand Creative to put this book out. Right. We're up to page 19. I received page 19 today of this book alone. You know, it's taken me a while because my artist had, you know, situations, whatever, right? So,
Yeah, it's all whatever.
But so here now I am close to finishing a 22-page comic book, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't have 20K to pay my artist to put this book out, you know, and this is the book, right? So, but it's a quality book. However, back in like 10 years ago, 12 years ago, I should say, I didn't have 20K. However, I have a great artist who's able to say, hey, you know what? I believe in your project. Let's do a deal with and the publisher's looking after this, whatever. And we're creating amazing work, right? And you know, we're out here creating a great friggin' work that I've worked on for so many years, and I've tried, 13 years later, right? Friggin' what is it like? Yeah, 12 years later, I finally get my book out that would have cost me, right, 20K back in that time.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what people don't understand, the cost factor of mainstream versus indie comics. And they want, oh, why didn't you get it on a monthly? Why don't you get why do you have to wait 4 months to get a book out? Yeah, well, it's not the real,
Well, I mean, we're not Marvel and DC. We don't have hundreds of thousands of dollars to put into a book and have it done 6 months in advance.
Mm.
You know, in order to put it out monthly. I mean, that's kind of what we do with Antarctic Press. I mean, like Mary Machine Gun, we finished the first 4 issues of that, and that was the first story arc. And then once that was done, then Antarctic Press put it out once a month for 4 months. You know,
Right.
I mean, they had them; they're already done, and they put them out. And that's what Antarctic Press does: is you have to have the complete story has to be done. If it's a one shot, so be it. If it's a 5-issue miniseries, you got to have all 5 issues ready in the can and good to go before Antarctic Press will take it.
Right.
Because they don't want to be halfway through it and then your art team falls apart. And
That is it, right? And this is what people don't understand, is your publisher is banking on you for you to not friggin' fall apart. So when you have a complete thing, they can bank on that and put it out as a complete thing.
Mm-hmm.
So if you've got you've got to a stage where you're crowdfunding your trade paperback, they can go 1, 2, 3, 4 is done. The first story arc was done. Now we can publish 1, 2, 3, 4, and then over the next 4 months. And a lot of there's a difference and I've run into people, and I know my publisher is, where they've run into people who don't understand the business of indie comics compared to mainstream comics. Yo, I want $100 a page. Or what's your work? Oh, this.
Yeah.
It's like, wait, what? That's your work? And you want $100? Dude, that guy over there is worth for $60 a page, and yeah.
Well, that's one thing that's caused a lot of problems lately, and there's been a lot of talk about it online about page rates and who's getting paid and who's getting ripped off and who's not getting enough money and everything. And with the internet and the world opening up the way it has, I mean, it's just the sad reality of it, and the fact of the situation is that you can get a dude in Brazil or the Philippines to do the page for $40 a page instead of $200 a page, and it will it might even look better.
Yeah.
You know, because these dudes are they're good and they can charge less money because their economy is not
That's
as
what it comes down to, right?
robust.
Yeah, they're personal, and people don't understand that. Like in Asia, right? And here's the thing: in Fiji, right? Because I'm from Fiji,
Mhm.
$2 an hour or plus. This is like for like 2014, right? So it's a few years back. Was a hourly rate, right?
Yeah.
$2, around $2 was an hourly rate. I got told off when I went to a bar, nightclub, whatever, and I was buying up stuff. And I was like, oh, it's $10 for a jug of beer. Okay, cool.
Mhm.
And my waiter told me, dude, stop throwing your money around. I'm like, wait, what do you mean? I'm like, just putting in $10 for, dude, you know, these people over here get paid $2 an hour.
Yeah.
And you look like a rich person. I'm like, dude, I'm a poor person in New Zealand. I'm a lower socioeconomic person in my own country, and you're telling me I'm a rich person over here in Fiji. And this is a difference that people don't understand between what overseas offers to what, the West offers. And that's why I could get a person elsewhere, and I don't deal with personally. I don't deal with artists. I talk to them about the creator shot. I don't deal with the contracts. I don't deal with the economy. I don't deal with the budgets. I don't deal with that. I just deal with like, hey, here's what I'm thinking about what I'm creating, and I'll leave it at that. I don't want to know what you're earning or what deal, because at the end of the day, everybody's negotiating with the publisher what their pay is, right?
Yeah.
Whatever they feel, and
see,
it's
we are a publisher, so I have to deal with that.
Right.
You know, so I have to deal with the cost, and I have to deal with the artists, and I have to deal with the letterers and the inkers and all these different people, and make sure that they're paid and everything's going well. And it works out. I mean, it's not difficult. I've got we've got two great teams that we work with, and that's pretty much where we're at right now. I mean, maybe we'll add more artists in the coming up in this year, depending on how well a couple of our books do. We've got a new Mary Machine Gun book coming out in January, so that hopefully that'll do quite well. And then we've got our first adults only comic coming out in May, which is Lady Blasphemy, and that's kind of, I've noticed that there's a lot of it's almost one of the metas on Kickstarter now is the adults only stuff. So we'll see how well that works out, because I mean, hopefully it sells really well and it does it well enough to where we can do the other 3 issues and get it all out there, because it's a really cool story. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of sex in it and a lot of over the top things happening, but it's a cool story. I mean, it's about a succubus that's trying to kill the archangels to stop the apocalypse.
One of the I want to have a real good discussion with you about indie publishing, as you just mentioned. You're a publisher, so I can't remember, but maybe Larry, you maybe remember, or Max, you remember, like there's a succubus story that was only pencil artwork that was done a few years back, where she hides her tail wherever, the darkest place. Do you remember what that was called? It's one of my favorite indie publisher stories. And the creator never finished it. I don't know why, but it was one of the most beautiful, like seriously, beautiful artworks ever done when it comes to just pencil work. And I would love to have him work with us, like to be able to because with Plunge Comics, right, I want to be able to do all rated, all age groups, kind of like mature, R18 and all that when we produce stuff. There's one artist that I wish that work was more well known in the adult scene, because do you remember, like there's there was a work done by Bill Willingham that was called Iron something, right? Iron, gosh, it was all adult, and and it was just beautiful work, like the form and everything. I wonder if it was called Iron Forest or something like that, but it's more, and this is why I appreciate like the and I know a lot of people go hum and ha about the adult scene when it comes to comics, but I actually love that scene because I think it's worth it is for adults, right? No hums and ha's about it. It is for mature readers, and so with that in mind, it's worth letting people know that there are people, creators out here who are actually creating work for people who enjoy the female form or the male form, whatever it is.
Yeah, we do cheesecake and beefcake stuff in our books. I mean, we've had Human Hunters. We've had Radu with his. He was half naked on the front of a cover with some naked girls. I mean, we go for both directions. We try to help the women out, help the men out.
Yeah, and I'm going to bring your a website up, right? So I'm going to grab that friggin' where am I? I'm over here. Okay, so here's the link for the page, guys, who are watching and re-watching later on. So, I mean, this is a long stream, and we will be clipping this. Just letting everyone know we will be clipping this shit. So, as the way we go, right? So, atrocitypress.com, for those who appreciate the female form or the male form, right? I mean, look, the world is what the world is now, where we, disdain, people looking after themselves. I think we should appreciate people who are looking after themselves, right? And I think we live in the best time in the world. I think the greatest. I think this year, like 2024, we're in for New Zealand, we're 24. You're right. Next year, in a day you'll be in America, and in Canada you will be in 2024. But for me, I see 2024 as a great time for the indie scene to rise up, to be creative, to be enthusiastic, and put out amazing works. And Atrocity Press is one I'm going to follow. And I don't mean like a cheesy, shitty way, like, oh, you know what, man? Oh, I don't mean that. I mean like legit.
No, we put out as much. I mean, the stuff that we do the best that we can possibly do.
Right.
I mean, we write it when me and Johnny write it. We write an outline, and then we write the story, and then we just leave it alone for a few maybe a few weeks, and then we come back to it and we read it all over again, and we're like, okay, we need to make some changes because this dialogue line is cheesy as hell, or this doesn't make any sense, or whatever, and then we make it better. And then when it comes, then it goes to our art team, who, when they're drawing it, the art team could be like, hey man, we could combine these two panels and make it much more dynamic and make it look much more interesting.
Right.
And I'm like, go for it. I mean, it's a collaborative process the whole way through, and you want to end up with the best product that you possibly can by the end of it. And our stuff is definitely for mature readers. I mean, every one of our books has mature readers on the front of it, even though there's no, I mean, the only book that actually has any sex in it will be Lady Blasphemy. That'll actually have actual sexual material in it. Because, like, I mean, in Mary Machine Gun, she's never even kissed anybody. I mean, it's just something that we haven't really gotten to the point where that needs to be told in part of the story yet, because it was all about Mary becoming a Valkyrie. The first 4 issues was Mary. He starts out with her her as she was as a Templar, and then she ends up getting killed because she has to die in order to become a Valkyrie.
Yeah.
And then she is raised by the Valkyrie back from the dead, and then the Valkyrie trains her on how to be to make her better at combat. And then the end of the story comes along, which I'm not going to ruin.
Right.
And then it's good stuff. I mean, every time I go through and read it, I'm always like, damn, this is great.
That's what you want, right? I mean, as a creator, we are like, and a lot of people don't realize that, like, and I think this is a difference. And I don't want to be like, a-hole about mainstream comics, but there's a difference if you're creating your own thing.
Yep.
Right? If it's your baby, you're nurturing your baby a certain way. You're trying to, you're trying to show people what this baby is. This baby matters to me, and I'm going to raise this baby a certain way. So if I'm creating, like you say, like, right. If I'm creating a Mandarin Spawn, I am going to put 1,000% of effort to make sure that you get an idea about what friggin' Mandarin Spawn is, right?
Yeah.
And I'm going to put everything, and it's a one shot when it was created, by the way. And this is what my thing for this year is like, I'm going to read friggin' Spawn, is that I'm going to like infuse, it's, as they say in chefs, cooking, I'm going to infuse all my creativity, all my ideas, all my concept into this one character the way I feel is the best for you as a reader, to appreciate. And that's a difference between, hey, I'm just going to pick up Superman, and I'm going to write him as what I feel he should be as.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's one of the things that's a big deal, is like writing to your reader. That's what a lot of these the mainstream doesn't do anymore, is they don't write to their fans. They write towards activists.
Right.
And activists don't buy comic books.
That's 100%, right? Nobody who's acting out here, writing and all that is buying frigging comic books. They want to save their money for whatever they got to do.
Yep.
Right? They're not really out here like
they need their chai tea.
That's all their mimosas and all that shit. One of the saddest things I've seen when it comes to activism is someone sitting with a $200,000, I should say, iMac, and a Starbucks, complaining about the state of the world.
Yeah, complaining about capitalism.
Yeah, and that is it, right? And it shows the hypocrisy of that whole activism, and I think that's why I always find really I laugh at that. To be honest, I laugh at it because it's not real activism. Because activism is where you start at your community, in your town hall, or your friends over there
level.
going, hey, we should stop throwing rubbish on the street, right?
Yeah, start at a grassroots level.
Yeah, and then you go, well, next stage is like, you know what? Hey, so there's an issue I've been thinking about. Like, you know what? Maybe I'll put a bit of that in my comic book. Now, I'm not going to choke you with it. Maybe I'll just talk about it. And then maybe you like it, maybe you won't, you tell me. And then later on, I would talk about it a bit more. And like, you don't like that? Okay, well, step back.
Well, I mean, it's like Larry. He's good at that. I mean, when it comes to what he's writing, like when he wrote Birthright, it was his thing on abortion. And this new one, it's about the outbreak. It's about a virus. I mean, he's still taking events that happened and that are politically charged, but he doesn't beat you over the head with one answer.
Right.
He's like, here's your two options. Here's the two main, conflicting ideologies. to this one event. So how and then he's good at not pushing it in one way or another. I mean, Niobe was the pro-choice person, and then Ariel was the pro-life person in the story of Birthright. And it's just, it was a reason for conflict so they could fight.
Pretty
And
much.
it worked out.
Guys, as much as I love to sit here and talk about me some more, that'd be fucking cool. It's like 9 a.m. for me. Have we gotten to 8 hours yet for you yet?
I think we're about maybe half an hour away, but that's fine. I'm like thinking the same thing. I'm so grateful for you guys both to come on, and I think it's 2 a.m. in the morning here in New Zealand, so it's enough time. But this has been the longest and most amazing live stream I've ever done. And
well, I'm glad it's a good start to the new year, sir.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like we've had like Kiwi on from Wellington, I've had Canadian on, and I've had an American on.
And you have the whole fucking Commonwealth here, bro.
Yeah, and the great thing is like all of you guys are creators and artists, and and comic book people. Like we had Rexillian from Wellington, right? I thought he was American, to be honest, but but because of the way his accent. But he's creating a book, and I'm glad for you, Larry, to give him some advice on writing and stuff. And to be honest, this is a brilliant way to end the year for the new friends I've made over the internet. And I think you guys are amazing. I think the advice I've heard from you guys this year has really helped me, and I've really appreciated it. And I've really amazed that you would be out here giving the advice that you are, and not pushing your advice on. And this is the most important thing, pushing your opinions on people, because nobody wants anybody pushing their shit on everybody. And I love the way you guys work out here, and that's what drew me to you guys, right? But
yeah, well, I mean, we usually wait for people to ask the question, and then we respond to it. We don't push it out into the like, this is the way things are supposed to be, and blah blah blah. I mean, people ask questions. That's like the whole point of Larry's show is to get people to ask questions, and then we kind of help them walk through certain
you
things.
Want to hear something interesting? I'm like checking my email before we go here, right? And I get an email from Indiegogo. And Indiegogo says, "Hello, Larry. We've noticed your campaign, Niobe Penguina, has raised less than $100 minimum for disbursement. Unfortunately, this means we'll not be able to send you the funds for your bank account, and all your contributions will be refunded."
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah. So I guess those.
But didn't you make like $28 or something like that?
Well, I had a third backer coming. We were at 68.
Oh, okay. All right.
Well, I'll just message those people individually. Be like, "Fuck."
Yeah. You want books? Just send me the money through PayPal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Do you then directly contact those people and go, "Hey, bud, I'm sorry."
Oh, 100% I will, and I don't care if Indiegogo likes it or not, because I'm never going back there again.
Yeah.
Fucking embarrassment that was.
And this is a situation I had with Fund My Comics, and I don't want to dish on Fund My Comics,
I
but
gotcha.
I was over at Fund My Comics, and I wanted to release a PDF, right?
Mhm.
With and we had a complete book. Like seriously, before I even went there, I had a complete book, and they were like, "Oh, your video is too long," so I had we did a video clip, and by the time I put it out, I was like, "This is just a waste of my time." So we went to like Rises and Comics, and we're like, you know what? I'm just gonna put the shit on directly on that publisher's site, and hopefully people will come over and grab it, right? And hopefully it's $2.99. I'm like, I got really cheap because I believe in this shit. The artwork is amazing. That cover art you see is interior art. That's how good it is, right? And I was like, I'm not gonna bother with over here. I'm just gonna go back to Kickstarter. People know me on Kickstarter. I want to stick with Kickstarter.
Kickstarter. Kickstarter's king. It always has been, and for the foreseeable future, anyway.
Yeah, I don't see anybody coming into the space really giving Kickstarter a run for their money yet.
No, I mean, it's treated me well, so I guess Indiegogo, man, I can't even get a payout. I make more money less than the fucking YouTube than I do on fucking Indiegogo, you know?
Yeah. I mean,
and I got a $12 sale today on Gumroad, so I'm happy, you know, like fucking.
Yeah.
Well, that's
I
an
don't
old
like
campaign
Indiegogo.
there. That is fucking ancient.
Yeah.
I just put it up because it was on the first page, so everybody could see it's Niobe, right? So,
Yeah.
But the deal is like, this is where you're based, and if you try to branch out somewhere else, do you know? It's just going to take you time. Is it worth branching out somewhere else? And this is why I went to.
Oh,
find
sure.
my
I mean, it never hurts to try. You might get lucky, you know.
Right.
I've branched out to eBay. I've branched out to Shopify, so I can have that store on my YouTube. I got a Gumroad store now. You know, we're in shops. That's another way of branching out. We do still do the Kickstarters. It's just I'm not branching out in any other sort of crowdfunding, you know. If it came right down to it and Kickstarter shut down, either hopefully by that time Niobe's good on its own, or you know, I pack it in. You know what I mean? I fucking,
Yep, got to put it into it.
You know, I mean, that's the majority where most of our money comes from. Everything else is sort of like this side hustle.
Yeah, and we all, I mean, that's the difference between like mainstream and indie. It's like we're always hustling, right?
It's always like right now I'm not working, so it's always looking for where that next fucking bit of money's coming from, you know. And it's so random, right? Like I wake up, okay, you made $12 selling a trade, or you know, 2 days from now I could be like, oh, $30 on eBay, or it could be like a month and it could be like nothing, you know, like
right.
I'll wake up in the morning. Sometimes I got an email from PayPal. It's like, you've got money. I'm like, oh shit, what do I got to go send out? And then I go look at it and I'm like, hey, they bought digital. Awesome.
So in order for me to make a living doing this, Aru, I need to do $20,000 to $30,000 Kickstarters at least 3 to 4 times a year.
Right. I want to show you something as good, like as we finish, right? Because we're not about to
I
finish.
hope we're finishing soon because I'm falling asleep here.
Yeah. So let me find the friggin'
Larry's going to be the one that passes out on stream.
Fucking 9 a.m. I want to smoke this joint. I want to have a bowl of Cocoa Puffs.
I'm going to finish with this. So,
all right.
Man, I can't find the right friggin' post, but gosh, where the hell is it? He posts too much. His problem is like
one of my posts. Oh yeah, I post all the fucking
No,
time.
not your post. Damn it. So yeah, I'm gonna be interviewing Tyler in the new year, and I'm looking forward to it.
I'm looking forward to watching.
Now, actually, I can't find the right one, but so you know how like the sad thing is that like there are people who promote themselves as being big comics creators, right?
Yeah.
Who are now out here asking for, hey, can you give me some PayPal money, right?
Yeah. People.
Oh, you're talking about the fucking mags of begging for money again?
Yeah, Mags and Antos. And...
Holy fuck.
Yeah, and McKeever, right?
Look,
these
if
are
these
guys
people
who
were
I have
that talented, right? And they work for Marvel and DC, and they still got to go on GoFundMe and ask for money. There's a problem. And I would question to them, why beg for money if you are this world-renowned writer? Go fucking put a book together.
Go write.
Go write. Go make a fucking creator on Kickstarter. Get some fucking money flowing. Fuck, you know.
And that's what freaks me out about this whole situation is like, if comic pros and that dire straight, right, as we say, dire straits, right? How then you're going online and going, oh, comics are doing so friggin' well in 2023. But if your comic pros who are getting a deal with Rebel Moon, you know, Zack Snyder, whatever, and you're like this supposed to be the top friggin' writer, what the hell's going on in mainstream comics? And I know it's kind of a negative thing, but like this is why I think, you know, looking forward to 2024 as we go in.
These people live in very expensive areas and they're living beyond their means.
Yeah,
that's it, right?
And they live in San Francisco, and it costs $4,000 for a 1-bedroom apartment, and they just don't have it.
Yeah.
You know, even like writing for Marvel or something, you know, the pays aren't as big as some people would like to think they are. You know, Like Mark Millar or Mark Miller can get $1,000 a page, but I'm sure as hell thinking Mags ain't getting no $1,000 a page.
No.
You know what I mean?
I mean, Mark, but
Could
see,
be
like,
wrong,
like,
but I don't think I
it's-
am.
No, you're not wrong. I mean, because it's kind of like in any other industry, you know, there's superstar actors, there's superstar writers, there's superstar musicians, there's superstar, you know, artists, but
right.
There's only a few of those. There's a handful.
That's right. That's what it comes down to, right?
There's only so many rock stars.
Yeah, and you can only have 1% out of the 99 who are going to make it, right? And who are going to be okay with it, and who are going to get their bills paid, or not even waiting for their bills paid. It's already paid, right? 6 months ago, it's already paid. And I think a lot of people, you know, who are like, you know, like Mags and whatever else. I don't hold anything against Mags, but like people like that who are like, you know, trying to be out here. What is it called? Like out here, showing themselves to be the great comics creatives, and then they want to tell the honest truth about what they do, what the situation is. And then if you're out here going, I'm this, and then realize that you're here when it comes to reality, like, you know, you're saying I'm here, but when the money hits the fan, you know, shit hits the fan, the wallet is over here, and you can't pay your bills. You shouldn't start saying I'm over here. Look at me, I am here. Rebel Moon, I'm getting this sign. But then you're like, I can't pay my bills this week, bro. And I think, you know, for the newcomers into the scene, you know, it's sad because they say, well, you know, if I do trans, if I do gay shit, if I pretend to be this, or if I'm, you know, formatting this thing, I'm gonna, you know, that shit isn't gonna work in the real world. And I feel sorry for them because they're believing a hype that's not real. The reality is that people will buy and put money where they believe and put money into. You know, if you do a good work and if they believe in that work, they will put their money into it. Just because your name is, if your name's Mags, and Rebel Moon's got you going, that doesn't mean shit to the real newbies out there. The newbies are the ones who are putting the money out there. You know, newbies are the ones you're trying to get because the comic fans are like, I am tired of this shit, and they're walking away.
I mean, you've got to constantly be adding new customers, and that's something that comics don't have right now, is adding a bunch of new customers.
Yeah.
I mean, we're kind of working off of all of the people that bought comics in the 90s, and we're still selling to them.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why Manga's winning, because Manga's fucking bringing in all this fucking money. You know, from like.
Well, they're bringing in new readers.
Man, right? They're bringing money from friggin' My Hero Academia. They're bringing all this new money, you know?
Yeah, well, they got new readers, so
Exactly.
that's how they can do all that, and they've got these new readers, and people are buying it left and right, and it's just a trend at this point in time, and I don't know how long it'll last. We'll see. I mean, floppies could bounce back up and become more popular again over the next few years if manga starts to die off a little bit. I mean, because everyone's talking about superhero fatigue and all this stuff, and there's gonna have to be some manga fatigue eventually because everyone's just gonna get sick of reading the same thing.
Yeah, yeah, and to be honest, I think this manga fatigue is already starting, and where it's starting is with the localizers, right? You know,
Okay, I'm getting out of here before we get into another fucking hour. I mean, I'll talk to you about it, but not when it's 9 a.m. in the morning. I want to go to bed. You know what I mean?
We'll come back to that another day. But thank you guys. I really appreciate it. I know I'm dragging this shit on, and I don't want to, but I really.
Well, look, you've been on as far as I can see for 6 hours and 46 minutes. So rock on, brother. You know?
Thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate both of you. And someday I hope to meet you in real life.
Man, we'll see what we can do.
Until then, we'll meet. You know,
we'll meet here in the internets.
Thank you, Max.
On the webs.
On the web. The dark webs.
Hey, thanks, Max. We'll catch you up, and I will have you on in the new year very soon. Set me up with a date for February. Let me know when you're free on a Saturday in the US, which is Sunday for New Zealand.
Okay.
You,
yeah,
sir.
no problem. All
Thank
right,
you,
man.
sir.
Talk to you later. Peace.
Peace. All right, guys. Thank you so much. It's 6 hours and 47 minutes, and I didn't even think I could do it this long, but I appreciate you guys. Like, Happy New Year, wherever you are. May 2024 give you everything you hope to reach, and please do set a goal. If you set a goal for 2024, it doesn't matter if you fail, but do try to reach that goal. I've done it in the past where I gave up smoking, and I did it. It took me a while and hard, but I did it. And this year is to not spend money on toys and spend it on indie creators instead, and physical media with indie creators with the comic books. So yeah, you can do it. I will try to do it. I might fail, I might succeed, who knows? But let's make 2024 a great year for indie creators and indie comics, especially indie comics. By the way, if you want to come on our Planch Pop, I really appreciate people who do that. I mean, it's an amazing show. It's not about me. It's about the creators themselves. And I enjoyed, like I said, I enjoyed listening to people talk about where they are in life, how they got there, how they started creating, whatever they're creating. Indies, like I said, is punk. It's the outsider attitude to the whole world. And I appreciate that. And I hope that you guys have an amazing new year. I know the Northern Hemisphere tomorrow, or today, I should say, going into the new year. All the best. I appreciate you. I look forward to all your achievements, seeing that all, especially from the indie creators. And please share, like, and subscribe to our channel, and also Niobe and also Max's channel. Show your love by sharing their work. Support indie creatives. And like I said, we're the punks out here, and punk is where we at. I'm just joking. Just do what you got to do, and hopefully you have an amazing new year. And be safe, be kind to each other, and be supportive. And wherever you are, have a good time. And I had an amazing year. I had some trials, but I had an amazing year, and I'm looking forward to 2024. Ka kite anō. Be safe, be well, love to you all out there, and have a great 2024. We'll see you in the new year. Ka kite anō. Farewell. Bye. Namaste. Or shukriya, I should say.